Hi, my name is Lyric, and today we're going to be reacting to why Tim Duncan was one of the best ever Greatest Peaks episode 12. So, this is part of a 3-part series I'm doing on Duncan, and we're going to do a 3-part series like this on every one of the 8 players that is in the Making the Case series of making the case on whether they're the greatest players of all time. So, the first one that came out was Tim Duncan, so we're doing a 3-part series looking into Tim Duncan. I released the first episode yesterday, which was looking at the highlights of Tim Duncan's best season, his 2003 season. It was crazy. And now today we're doing the second part, which is reacting to why Tim Duncan was one of the best ever. Greatest Peaks, episode 12. I've seen some videos by Thinking Basketball, whose videos by. I know that he just really does the in-depth analysis. I've never seen any videos of this series, though, but judging by the title, I assume it's just a detailed look at the peak of some of the greatest players of all time. You're seeing just how good they were at their peak. And Tim Duncan was definitely one of the best ever at his peak, so this is definitely going to be good. Next, we're going to be looking at making the case of Tim Duncan and making the case on how he's the greatest player of all time, so stay tuned for that. But let's look at some of this deep analysis on Tim Duncan's game on the Greatest Peaks series. I don't think I have to watch this in order, so I'm starting at episode 12. So, yeah, let's begin. Make sure to like and subscribe, and let's go.
In this series, we've seen two types of big men. The first anchored the defense while playing a kind of co-pilot role on offense. The second dominated with their team's attack orbiting around their incredible scoring. Which brings us to the final great big man in this series.
Tim Duncan.
Was Tim Duncan more of an offensive centerpiece? Or did his crafty low-post scoring game and suffocating interior defense make him the very best of the two-way big men?
Maybe, man, maybe. Let's go.
Greatness is all about.
Where's Larry Bird in all this?
Has it blocked by Olajuwon. Michael Jordan saves the day.
This series tackles one question. Who was the best at his best? We start at the ABA merger and go through the best multi-year stretches, examining the legends who provided the most on-court impact. These are the greatest peaks.
Let's go, man. Tim Duncan, 2003.
Timmy, we hit
season we
you
reacted to
phrases,
in highlights.
Almost. This the worst right here. Nice try.
Duncan is easily the best modern defender never to win Defensive Player of the Year. His teammate Bruce Bowen is actually the only player with a larger share of votes over the years to never claim the award. And like great defensive centers before him, Tim's value comes from protecting the most important real estate in the game, the space right in front of the hoop.
Right.
I've never seen any public record of his actual wingspan, but Duncan was long. He was around 7 feet without shoes and had the arms of a weeping willow tree. This is one of the reasons he blocked so many shots out of a shooter's hand. He had great feel and timing when targeting attempts like this. Kenyon Martin is auditioning for the role of Charles Smith here until Kevin Willis ruins it with a foul. And here Devin George is overcome with the wild idea to baptize Duncan. And notice Timmy used that off arm again to slow down George and feel out the block.
Timmy.
This time it's Rob Ory trying him, and Duncan takes a big step and again uses his off arm to brace against him, and that swimmer's reach can do the rest. His strength helps this style of shot contesting because he doesn't need to load up to jump. He plows through his man here and probably catches Kobe by surprise. And the big fundamental likely caught plenty of shooters off guard because he kept his hands down when he moved, then typically brought them up when jumping like this, so he was always under control when sliding over to help in the paint.
Really smart player.
This steady body control allowed him to challenge threats in the lane and then immediately recover into a second challenge, which is one of the perks of a more floor-bound approach because he never jumped himself out of a play. Again, you'll see his hands are down, ready to jump, but he stays locked and loaded, and his windmill arms meant he could swivel from one threat to the next because his rim protection was less about leaping and more about timing and that ant-like standing reach. Duncan's block percentage during the playoffs in these seasons wasn't too far from the all-time greats, although his numbers were suppressed slightly by playing next to another center. When the Spurs went Twin Towers, there was about a 15% reduction in his block rate.
Makes
of
sense.
course, keeping his hands down and not out meant he rarely deflected passes, and that made it a touch easier to slip them around him. Another key to Duncan's paint defense was his positioning. He'd sag into the lane an extra step or two, so he didn't have to go far to meet penetrators. Again, note the body control to stay down, and he barely needs to jump to swat it.
Yeah.
He could stand one step into the lane using the classic toe tapping technique to avoid 3 seconds, and that cut down the distance to help off the weak side. Here he slaps his hips in disagreement, a rare move in a deep bag of protestations, some of which were more animated, and some of which were more subtle performance art. Although, my personal favorite is the incredulous stare.
If you make Tim Duncan mad, you know it's over. If you make Tim Duncan mad, just stop. You know you've really done wrong.
Speaking of reactions, Duncan's weren't always lightning quick. George is free here before he goes, but he's so well positioned it takes one step to protect the rim, and there was usually a tiny delay before he started sliding, and the third time was not the charm for Devin. TD usually arrived on time, but sometimes that minor delay in reaction speed led to a bucket, but he also didn't need nanosecond processing because he was such a big presence, and a quick step toward the ball handler heavily influenced drives. He was even long enough to throw off floaters from skilled guards. In general, Duncan was aware of most threats. After some creative screening, he slides toward the action here, then realizes he needs to help on the roll man, and that is a tough make. Here's another storm of ball screens by the offense, and he plugs up the first roller, realizes he needs to recover to the second screen, and smothers the ball handler in a great team sequence.
Oh my god. Hold up, get an ad. I need to talk more. I'm not finding more. I'm not finding another analysis I can add. The film of videos, a lot of analysis like this is I can't add more than one analysis because they're adding so much analysis already. But yeah, Tim Duncan might be top 10 defender ever, you know. Actually, he definitely is. That's not even a debate. Top 5, maybe.
He was part of a unit that choked off opponents at the rim, holding them well below league average on these high-value attempts. The Spurs were most successful with 2 centers out there, but even with Duncan as the lone middleman, they defended the paint incredibly well, and in general thrived behind a defensively oriented roster. This is also where Greg Popovich established himself as an all-time coach, throwing in a zone every once in a while to throw off opponents, and instilling airtight schemes. The Spurs switch this pick and roll because Amari Stoudemire is mismatched with a wing, then Duncan can pick up Amari behind the play, and Manu Ginobili is down in a driving gap, and the whole thing's a clinic. The consistent implementation of these principles was impressive. A big shows on the pick and roll here, which means the other big in the paint slides to cover the roller, and wings were always prioritizing paint help. Bruce Bowen is sealing inside Duncan's man, and then the rotations quickly follow, and it leads to a low percentage shot. With Ginobili and Tony Parker yet to enter their primes, that Spurs roster was lighter on offensive parts and instead featured defensive studs like Bowen and an aging Admiral, who had his moments in spurts. All of this made the Spurs a defensive dynasty, posting some of the best multi-year stretches of regular season and playoff defense in league history. San Antonio's defense was practically elite without Duncan, holding teams nearly 4 points below league average from 2001 to 2004 with him on the bench. With Duncan protecting the paint as an anchor, the Spurs became an all-time defense, and he had the ability to plug up breakdowns with fantastic saves like this. However, he did have some blind spots in his vision, meaning he couldn't always locate the ball instantly or anticipate danger at all times. He just completely misses this slip play that Utah liked to bust out on occasion. And he could have a little tunnel vision while on the move. This cut isn't really going anywhere, but he zones out and misses the back door. And this is almost identical to a play from last episode, where Robinson helps in front of Duncan, only Tim doesn't slide over to cover Robinson's man until it's too late, and there's no heroic save. Duncan played the Spurs pick and roll scheme reasonably well, showing then recovering to his man, but he was particularly effective sagging off the dribbler and then using his length to bother pull-up jumpers. Even far out on the perimeter, his never-ending arms caught shooters off guard. And since he was mobile enough to venture out a bit and use that size to
very
keep
versatile
ball handlers
defender,
at bay,
while
he
also
was
being
well-suited
mainly a
for
best
sagging, dropping coverages
defenders
against pick and rolls. His lateral movement wasn't really a strength, and he was slightly vulnerable on the outside to quickness. On this play, he's supposed to slow down the ball, but the sharp change of direction leaves him in Kobe's wake, and that whole Twin Towers thing was so effective back then. Now, while Duncan's mobility wasn't great, he was slow to decelerate, for instance, he wasn't a liability moving around the floor during that era.
Damn it,
While he
Dirk.
could be beaten by quicker players when guarding the ball, it was rare for big men at the time to face up on the perimeter and attack him with speed off the bounce. If anything, the slower, more interior-based game amplified some of TD's man defense, where his length could really bother opponents who couldn't stretch him to the outside. He was also really strong enough not to be completely manhandled by Shaq himself. Of course, that didn't work every possession.
Great strength.
I'm convinced flopping was the only way to actually slow down O'Neal. So, just like we've seen from most of the big men in this series, Duncan's defense was an enormous value add. The bigger question, though, is just how valuable was an offense run through Tim Duncan.
Tim Duncan.
Tim Duncan.
The week of
I love
greatness
this
is back at Foot Locker. No way.
No way.
That's insane.
I'm so excited.
I'm bouncing off the wall.
Never gets this excited.
I can't contain myself. I just knocked over a plant celebrating.
In contrast to the guard-like approach we saw last episode from Kevin Garnett, Duncan's offensive game was rooted deep in the paint like a traditional center. Unlike old-school centers, he was skilled enough to attack from the perimeter. He could face and drive all the way to the hole.
Nice.
But wherever he started, Duncan was often grinding closer to the basket with his strength. Because he was a contemporary of Shaq,
very underrated
people talked
strength.
about just how strong Timmy was, but he often worked for deeper position and powered into his points.
A lot more of a power play
At
than people say.
260 pounds, he could hold this low position on the block and then swim into a move with force. Notice how he dislodges his defender with his shoulder to create space for the shot. And he would lead with his arms on these little half hooks and turning push shots. Watch closely. He swivels into Ori and throws his arm straight up through Ori's left arm into the release. This takes great hand strength and turns his off arm into a shield. Again, backing down closer, and even though his man is sitting on the shot, he flares that left elbow for protection. All of these deliberate,
it's like a one-leg Dirk
require
fadeaway,
incredible balance,
but instead of
and
using his leg, he
sturdiness.
uses his arm.
He sort of pushes the defender with the ball before going through him, which takes a Velcro grip. And this technique naturally led to the rip-through foul, where Duncan picked up a bunch of extra free throws anytime his opponent's arms were down or when they reached for an exposed ball and missed. Free throws were a big part of Duncan's scoring prowess. His 3-year peak in free throw attempts falls in the 98th percentile historically.
Wow.
And unlike Shaq, that served as an efficiency booster since Duncan shot 70% from the line.
Yeah.
So much of his scoring was about methodically inching closer to the rim. Occasionally he'd try that up and under, and sometimes he'd throw in this power spin move where he's squeezing the ball in a vise. You'll notice he was rarely off balance, so when he spins away from the double team, all his weight is over that right leg, which helps him finish through contact. When his avenues to the hoop were cut off, he liked a little turnaround over his left shoulder, and like so many great post scorers, he could also wheel into this same turnaround over his other shoulder, although, unlike many right-handed players, it was rarer to see him turn off this shoulder. There's a rip-through attempt again, and I wonder if he was more comfortable shooting these turning left because he could use that off arm to clear out a contesting hand.
I'm not an ambi-turner.
Of course, because it was a Tim Duncan move, he would jab step and fake his way into a little kiss off the glass every once in a while. Now, where have I seen that before? Duncan's bank shot wasn't actually
Walton.
a huge part of his game.
Yeah.
He called on it whenever he was facing the basket at an angle like this, but the banker was merely a component of his larger face-up attack, which involved little pull-ups on the baseline or in the middle of the floor even. Duncan wasn't actually a strong outside shooter, making about 38% of his shots beyond 15 feet during these seasons, which landed him in the bottom third of the league at the time.
I actually didn't know that.
I don't know how much more accurate he was going to the bank on these attempts. He was certainly comfortable jab stepping and then playing it off the window, but this was still a flat stroke with a hitch. Some of these were straight out of the Adrian Dantley school of rhythmic up-faking.
Adrian Dantley.
The
what was
shot
that?
was threatening enough to open up driving lanes where he could pump fake repeatedly until a defender reacted and then head downhill. There's that strength and body control to take contact from Shaq while decelerating. Despite his shooting struggles,
I think mainly
Duncan actually had some nice touch on these slow motion rumbles to the rim.
Is why he's such a good
but he was always under
shooter.
control and dexterous enough to flip in all kinds of little shots. His face-up game was aided by a tight handle that let him put his head down and go. He didn't have the change of direction to unlock a variety of dribble moves, but he was secure enough to barrel through players on drives like this. We saw a svelter Kevin Garnett struggle to hold that line last episode. All of Duncan's high percentage shot attempts and free throws made him a strong playoff scorer during these seasons, stacking up well against most big men historically, save for the best of the very best. Using these playoff numbers,
and that's an offense.
Far closer to
when he's not even as good
than to someone like Walton as a scoring hub. But there's a little more to the story. When Duncan faced stronger defenses, his scoring wasn't quite as potent, dropping off more than many of the modern greats. And he had similar struggles in the postseason. He just didn't play many elite defenses, in part because the Spurs were so good.
Yeah. And the Spurs were the elite defense, so you can't play against yourself.
By the way, like Hakeem, Duncan took up basketball later than most. He was a 13-year-old swimmer in the Virgin Islands when he started, and because of that late start, he said he didn't feel he was ready for the NBA after his junior year at Wake Forest, when he would have been the #1 pick in the draft. This lack of experience might have been a reason why he started with some fuzzy court vision, but he was always an eager student and willing passer, and in time he figured out what to look for as an offensive hub. He learned passing reads that allowed the Spurs to stream a ton of their offense through him. They could dump it to Timmy in the post and have him attack help by kicking it to a three-point shooter, or he could wait for the double and find a teammate cutting. This should look familiar. It's the same kind of inside-out offense that we saw with Olajuwon's Rockets and O'Neal's Lakers. On this one, he patiently allows the defense to commit near the baseline, so the basic kickout is open, and man, Ginobili made some big plays in 2003. This is the exact same set we just saw, only the help comes off the cutter to the corner, so Duncan fires it there nicely for a wide open look.
Ginobili off.
And his towering height helped him move through these progressions with high quick releases when he spotted an open cutter. He even flashed another Walton move, the little jump pass in tight quarters, creating an even better angle for an express shipment. His best, most consistent passes were probably these structured reads from the post to cutters or shooters, and estimates of shot creation peg him slightly behind someone like Kevin Garnett. Velocity helped the big fundamental because he didn't really throw to openings before they emerged. That could have been a touch earlier, and sometimes that made a difference. A key to hitting tight windows is to anticipate movement, and here there's a lag and he's not ready to snap it over, and by then it's too late. When he could see a pass in front of him, he could drop some lovely dimes. Robinson's in his line of sight here, and those huge hands make the magic happen. Speaking of magic, he was a favorite of Duncan's growing up, and so Timmy always wanted to freestyle like a guard in transition, and there's a Johnson-inspired look away.
Wow.
He still had blind spots at his peak, openings in his periphery could go unnoticed.
In the 2000s as well.
Here's another one where the cut starts out of the corner of his eye, but he's kind of locked into his bank shot dance. Sometimes it felt like once he committed to a movement, there was no going back. He starts throwing this pass without adjusting for the defender, even though his teammate did, and I think Duncan had more of these glitchy-looking turnovers than most superstars. However, slow adjustments don't mean slow actions, and he could certainly map the floor in front of him when he had a second to process it, and then move the ball quickly. To my eye, he was most comfortable with quick reads out of set pieces, where he knew what to look for, like in a short roll situation with a teammate in the dunker spot. He had nice chemistry with Robinson in particular, especially on passes from the top. There was a kind of big-to-big simpatico with these lobs to the Admiral, and they even ran a little twin tower pick and roll with the court spaced. Unfortunately, those were very rare, but it wasn't rare for Duncan to hop along with his front court mate, synchronized swimming style. Finally, the big fundamental could snap off some brisk outlets, and he would even try to throw these over the top when the opportunity presented itself, which was a nice fit with smaller players who like to get out and run in transition. Much like Walton's Blazers, San Antonio's Duncan-centric attacks produced pretty good results, but they certainly weren't a team powered by offense, finishing about 2 points ahead of the league on that end from 2001 to 2003. Ironically, the 03 title team was one of the weakest Spurs teams of Duncan's prime. But a theme of this series is the difference between building an offense around a big man versus a team around a big man. Like Walton, Garnett, and Robinson, Duncan's two-way impact made him a superstar. And on those teams, his post-up game was a perfect fit for a defensively slanted roster that was supercharged by Duncan's paint protection. Because of this, he has some legendary plus-minus stats during these seasons, posting the second largest point differential on record when he was on the court compared to when he was off the court, trailing only his teammate David Robinson from the preceding 3 years. Well, Robinson and Duncan reinforce the incredible value of defensive studs who are offensive all-stars. It gives me some pause that the top two numbers came from the same team in back-to-back periods. There's plenty of noise in 50 games of plus-minus data, and Duncan's surrounding stretches do look drastically different. There were nagging injuries in those following years, but his scoring numbers remain the same. Part of the plus-minus drop-off was probably San Antonio growing less dependent on his offense as players like Parker and Ginobili emerged. The Spurs became a very good playoff offense in the mid-2000s, and while Duncan certainly wasn't a poor fit, his brand of slower, high-viscosity post-scoring doesn't scale.
Numbers in 03 are a lot bigger because that was like the 1 year that like Tim Duncan was the guy, like the only guy on the team that they were like really relying on. Because in 99 they had like David Robinson, and then by 05 and 07 Parker and Ginobili were good. So 03 was really the Tim Duncan carry job.
Up that well. Methodical isolation scoring can lift a team's offensive floor, but it's hard to be a great co-pilot with that approach. His lack of outside shooting limited some of his off-ball value. He could splash in jumpers off a pick and pop, but he just wasn't that efficient on these.
He
was a far better roll man, where he could catch and finish through contact near the rim, and he was mobile enough to take a dribble and adjust at the hoop. And this kind of off-ball game is a key to blending in on better and better offenses. He added more value with his offensive rebounding game, although they were often grabbing his own misses, which was also a byproduct of his power scoring, constantly trying to press forward toward the basket. This is kind of like a lighter version of what we saw from Shaq in episode 9. You can also see how crazy long Duncan is here, barely jumping to reach 10 feet.
Oh my god.
This overall combination of scoring, shot blocking, and plus-minus data gave peak Duncan some of the best impact metrics on record.
Third,
and while
first,
they might
and first.
overstate his value, they also drive home how valuable his archetype can be, where Duncan's low-post scoring and playmaking can help weaker offenses reach respectable heights, while at the same time driving them to contention with huge impact on defense. And that same package can turn a solid team into a title favorite, which is exactly why Tim Duncan's two-way impact gave him one of history's greatest peaks. For more historical...
That was a really, really great video analyzing Tim Duncan's game. I like that he points out the good and bad. You know, just really giving us a nice perspective on the. Make sure to comment on your request, because everything you comment I put in a list, and I'll eventually get to it if I think it's gonna be, think you guys want to see it. So let's go.
The first episodes of this series have been about big men because the game was built for their dominance back then. Less spacing and no three-pointer placed a premium on rim protection and on interior scoring. There were a few non-bigs who could hang with the Giants. Julius Erving's aerial wizardry earned him the MVP in 1981, and Oscar Robertson won the award in 1964 as a 6'5" guard. But Larry Bird was like none of these players. He was something entirely unique that the basketball world had never seen before and hasn't seen.
We have like if Larry Bird's your favorite player.
You are watching what greatness is all about.
Where's Larry Bird in all this?
Has it blocked by Olajuwon. Michael Jordan saves the day.
This series tackles one question. Who was the best at his best? We start at the ABA merger and go through the best multi-year stretches, examining the legends who provided the most on-court impact. These are the greatest peaks.
Larry Bird, 85-86, the season we just reacted to. Oh my god, just the hustle there. Get the creativity.
Burst onto the scene in the 80s with his own brand of basketball alchemy. At 6'9", he could play in the post, but was also a world-class outside shooter who could pass. Let's start with the most basic part of this equation, his post game. Bird's most traditional back-to-the-basket move was a lefty hook. He loved physicality, note the little hip check to claim space, and he could roll this over most defenders. If it wasn't available, he'd start head-faking opponents into some wild finishes, and Larry would throw combinations, feigning right, then to the middle, only to step through, and then what is that reverse?
Oh my god, that's insane.
This fakes like a jab that's...
A backwards pass is insane, but a backwards shot? That's... I don't even know how to describe that.
His man, and then this crazy rainbow from 2 feet.
He has underrated pump fakes.
He was constantly manipulating defenders with the ball like this to open up tiny nooks he could work with.
Got 3 of them jumping.
At times it felt hypnotic, like Charles Xavier whispering in defenders'
Fakes are
heads.
nasty, man.
Where are you going?
This is choreographed embarrassment because Bird had the league shook with his shooting, and they were on high alert because he could rock you in your face with this quick fadeaway. This was Larry's moneymaker in these spots, and like most of his game, it was quick hitting, catching defenders off guard by flowing right into the release. He's already started the move here before catching it, and Bird even turned that fadeaway into the OG step back at times. Kiki Vandeweghe is often credited with popularizing the move with this little two-step, but Bird was the first star to unleash it regularly, and certainly with sharper footwork than Kiki. It served Larry well because defenders...
Kiki Vandeweghe, underrated player, though.
And he was comfortable falling away. You'll notice that a bunch of these are long twos. Bird's first coach, Bill Fitch, discouraged three-pointers, and it wasn't until about 1985 that Larry started launching more than one per game.
That's insane.
Bird was pretty much the best all-around shooter of that era, sprinkling in a variety of outside jumpers, and no one could match his...
The thing about that, yeah, Larry Bird would be better with today's era with the amount of threes he'd be attempting compared to how he did. Because you have even people that aren't good three-point shooters that shoot well over 1 3-pointer a game. Imagine if a great three-point shooter, one of the greatest shooters of all time, Larry Bird, how much he'd be shooting up a game in today's NBA.
90% free throw shooting and 40% three-point shooting. Although his volume from deep was low, Steph Curry takes more threes in a typical season than Bird did from 1984 to 1987 combined, and so it's not totally clear how much long ball Larry left on the scoreboard. From 85 to 87, Larry was far more effective from downtown versus weaker defenses, probably because they left him open in these spots, more like he...
Think about this, a lot of the highlights we're looking at were in the video that we just watched, so it's great to see the highlights and then see the same highlights over the analysis of his game. I actually really like that.
Player. Against defenses at least 2 points worse than league average, Bird shot 47% on 3 attempts every 36 minutes. But against defenses 2 points ahead of league average, he shot only 34% with a hefty dip in volume. Some of this is likely noise, but his attempts also dropped in the playoffs during his peak years, so I'm not sure how comfortable he was just manufacturing threes. Despite mangling his finger in a college softball game, he had good touch on all kinds of little floaters and flips headed to the hoop. He did this with both hands, regularly making horse shots like this, and he was dexterous enough to make all kinds of off-balance leaners too.
Oh my god.
But these shots were born out of necessity. Remember that rainbow from 2 feet earlier? It's because Bird has no explosion at the rim. He often uses his body as a shield to find a cleaner release, even left-handed. And these contortions were to make up for a lack of verticality. Bird actually missed a ton of layups. Oh, it's Walton. Where was I? Yes, the missed bunnies. He often took one dribble in these spots instead of getting all the way to the rim for a loaded up contest. Because even at 6'9", he was at a disadvantage against bigs ready to jump. You may know that legendary game in Portland where he played left-handed.
47.
This is mostly a tall tale because he regularly needed his left hand to finish. Here in the post, he's going southpaw for a cleaner look because he's carved out space to his left and can't explode at the rim or leap over defenders. This rim finishing is Bird's real glaring wart as a scorer, and his inability to finish into or through size and contact was a reason why his free throw rate was never great. The up fake frees him, but even against mediocre rim protection, he avoids contact to find a layup. Here he spins clear but resorts to a floater from point-blank range. At his apex, Bird was a huge regular season scorer, 28 points per 75, on true shooting percentage 7% ahead of the league.
Damn.
But his best 3-year stretch as a playoff scorer from 1984 to 1986 was closer to 24 points per 75 on plus 5% efficiency. We see a similar story in the regular season against stronger defenses, using those splits from earlier. His scoring dipped from nearly 27 points per 75 down to under 23 with a drop in efficiency. This is still good production, but the drop-off is on the larger side for high-end scorers, and I think it speaks to Bird's inability to generate easy shots against stronger defenses. What those numbers don't capture is his scoring flexibility, constantly moving without the basketball.
Yeah.
Look at all these tricks to...
Well, you're one of the first players to be able to like really spread the floor a lot. You're off ball. You're a huge off ball player because defenses have not adjusted for players that can space the floor as much as Bird has at the time.
Bobby Jones, an all-time defender.
Bobby Jones.
These cuts force attention that opens a post up on one block and on the other, and the move is quick, and that's classic Bird. His shooting means you have to chase him, and his post-game leads to denials, but then he countercuts, and that is a slick finish. Bird was an expert at finding little cracks in the defense like this, not at layups, and you can see this perfectly in transition here. Bird likes to float to the wing for three, but as the ball turns the corner, Bird knows that brings help, and basket cuts right behind it, and of course he makes that nonsense. He relentlessly pursued advantages. Did you catch it? The ball is reversed, so he swings his leg across his defender to seal and go. A good passer hits him for a layup there, but that's okay because the attention allows a clear ISO touch for Robert Parrish. Bird's off-ball game lets him fit next to other great scorers who need the rock, like Kevin McHale, but it also helps.
Very good player if you're making it like an all-time team because he doesn't really need to be a ball-dominant player.
Mesh with good passers who learn to see what Bird sees. Larry slows down here to keep his man outside of an empty paint, and Dennis Johnson turns that into a bunny.
Dennis Johnson, underrated.
They had this read down, and it's possible because all these defenders are worried about Bird curling up for an open shot. This made helping off Bird difficult, and he parlayed that activity into fantastic offensive rebounding, rooting inside players when they were on the wrong side of him. He anticipated shots and would sneak into position. Look at that work to get inside someone else's man, and he was more comfortable finishing these after sealing off opponents. But for all of his movement and absurd shot making, there was another ingredient to Larry Bird's alchemy that transformed him into an offensive legend.
Are they talking about like his passing now? We got an ad, guys. Sorry. You know, YouTube is like, they've been doing like a beta. They're gonna give you like 1 of 5 ads. If that happens, I'm buying YouTube Premium no matter how many subscribers I have. You won't even have to subscribe so I can afford YouTube Premium.
It's one thing to
Here we
fly
go,
off
passing.
screens as a threat to shoot, but Bird supercharged his value by seamlessly audibling those to passes. He may have been the best passer on the move in NBA history, and that meant scoring routes turned into layups for teammates. Larry blurred shots into passes and punished defensive reactions to his movement like this. And he never stopped the ball. Even on a simple extra pass like this, he adds the screen because he's a step ahead. There's so much anticipation to his game. This is like a touch entry pass, already knowing Robert Parrish's right hand is the soft spot in the defense. Of course, that made him a touch pass master, and this means you have to know where pieces are before the ball arrives.
Those passes are insane. When you touch the ball for like 1 second and already find a perfect pass.
He knows Parrish is the mark the whole way down the court. Obviously, this vision made Bird deadly in transition before defenses were set. Too good, says Don Nelson. Any teammates willing to run with Bird benefited from his attention, and the delivery on some of these passes would make UPS jealous. This clip's blurry, but you can still see the whole package, patiently waiting for a cutter to fill the lane, holding the defense by looking away, then snapping a strike to the streaking Walton. We've discussed Bird's manipulation of defenders.
What? No. I have never seen this clip before. Have never seen this clip before. This is nasty. What? The fake behind the back gets this man jumping. Then the bounce pass between both of them. That's nuts. That's nuts.
But his go-to trick was the shot pass, where
yeah, cause that's what I'm telling, bro. His jump shot makes it kind of look like he can very easily fake a pass. Because once he goes up here, it looks like he's about to do a shot, but then he can also pass. So he either goes whoop bam or he goes whoop bam, and it looks like nearly the same.
Coverage and created better passing angles. Pick and roll wasn't a big part of his game then, but he ran it more in 86 and 87, and that ball fake was so good it distracted McHale too. In the half court, Larry's on-ball passing typically stemmed from his back-to-the-basket game. He welcomed double teams in these spots and could skip it over defensive rotations, or he would just gut teams who weren't disciplined about doubling off cutters. When he had a step, he could make tight laydown passes with the best of them, drawing defenders in for a shot pass and knowing where his teammate would be. Bird wasn't a perfect passer. Besides some limitations off the bounce, he could be a bit out of sync on his entry passes at times. Like many greats, he took all kinds of chances and was too aggressive on some of them. And every once in a while, he'd miss an advanced layup pass. He probably had Danny Ainge there, and coming down on this fast break, the first look is open, but of course Bird is so good he sends it home anyway. Finally, the man was the best outlet passer I've ever seen.
Wow.
These weren't simply about starting fast breaks. They spawned layups out of thin air. Bird was always thinking
I've never seen a lot of these outlet passes before.
The ball went through the net.
Oh my god.
Avoid a defense's backline. Ainge is closing to the corner here, and Bird still thinks to instantly look for him on a fly pattern after this make. That's just absurd.
Oh my god, I've never seen any of these
This
before.
made him the second best
Never heard of these outlet. That he was this good at outlet passes.
We'll get to the best in the next episode. Making life easier for his teammates in a variety of ways. He even turned loose balls into easy points, ready to drop dimes from his back when he dove on the floor.
The hustle is insane.
And all of this helped drive Boston's offense to elite heights. From 1984 to 88, the Celtics' efficiency was 5 points per 100 better than league average, one of the 10 best stretches ever.
Wow.
So, despite Bird's postseason scoring hiccups, Boston's playoff offenses were quite similar, 11th best among teams with stretches like this. Even with Kevin McHale out for over 30 games from 1986 to 88, Boston's offense was 6 points ahead of the league, behind Bird and company, evidence of his colossal impact. His constant movement and high motor translated to the defensive end too. After hopping around here until he found open pasture, Bird hightails it back to prevent a fast break, and Larry's defensive preference during the peak of his career was helping off his man in the paint to plug gaps or double team when needed. That court vision served him well in this role. He's rotating the second his guard gets a step, and Bird's wild jab alters it just enough. His lack of lift made these help attempts only marginally effective. He often rotated in time, but he wasn't springy enough to really swallow up shots. But basketball is a game of percentages, and Bird's constant presence was just enough to turn layups into misses at times, and sometimes these reactions helped make
very
it
underrated defender
easier for his teammates. Larry was just there constantly, and at 6'9" was large enough in spots to protect the rim fairly well for a forward. He had a small block radius and would offer little resistance if caught flat-footed, but Bird also made a surprising number of stands at the hoop, here stonewalling a young Michael Jordan just like an above-average big would. Only Bird played small forward in a lot of these lineups, so his paint presence became a solid positive next to two other bigs. His incredible hand-eye coordination allowed him to target blocks as the ball was released, and he averaged about a block per game during these peak seasons. He also augmented his rim protection by taking charges before it was in vogue, and his early positioning and outguessing games forced turnovers on drives like this. Now, Bird has...
The thing about Larry Bird's game, pretty much every single part of his game is just his mind and skill. Because he had... I mean, obviously he was like 6'9", right? So, but he wasn't an athletic player, so literally every part of his game, he just had to be one of the smartest players ever. His skill and his smarts were so good that without being that athletic compared to the rest of the NBA, he still is a top 10 player ever.
Been historically panned for his man defense, but I actually don't think it was too damaging. He was a touch too eager at times and could succumb to up fakes, but against most big forwards of that day, he held his own. On the outside, Bird's slow foot speed was a bit of an issue against slashers, but basketball was played inside 18 feet back then, so even with those clunky steps, teams couldn't really punish him. This was a fairly typical man possession for him, overplaying the drive and throwing up a decent contest. Although, just like in the post, he could get into hot water biting on up fakes in these spots. Here's Larry using mind games against a dangerous guard, jabbing toward the ball and then playing the drive left, and his reflexes were insane. His hands are down when this pass is thrown.
That's
and
nuts.
Those reflexes made Bird a playmaker around the ball, making little kick-out passes difficult like a hockey goalie deflecting pucks out of the air. He also turned basic entry passes into an adventure at times with what looked like a sort of basketball spidey sense. Those hands were strong and quick with NASA-like precision, but if you blinked, you'd miss their magic at times. And this phenomenal coordination made that low block tactic possible, and it also made his post doubles really effective, ambushing unsuspecting big men. Here's a possession roaming off his mark on the perimeter, trying to disrupt action, and then bouncing around the edge of the paint, plugging gaps. Here it's this cutter because the spot up three wasn't a threat then, and of course those hands made the double team effective. There's a cat and mouse quality to some of his possessions where he's hoping to induce a mistake instead of just playing it straight up. So Bird's tailor-made for zoning up two players like this where he can read a passer's eyes, and it all makes sense that the most memorable play of his career
steal by Bird.
Steal. Bird's eyeing this pass before Isaiah Thomas had the ball. Isaiah has said he never even saw Larry here. And then, of course, a layup pass with 3 seconds left.
One of the most insane plays ever, man.
Believe what he just saw. Most of Bird's defensive tricks weren't big gambles, but sometimes he did whiff, so there was a minor tax to pay for his level of aggression. But Larry rarely made errors or missed key rotations. He'd usually pounce in help situations like this. And overall, I think it's easy to see why he made consecutive all-defensive teams from 1982 to 1984. This value bubbles up when we look at Bird's handful of missed games in 1987 and 1988. The Celtics were only a point per game better than their opponents without Bird, or roughly a 45-win pace. But with him, they were +7 or a 61-win pace. The changes in 1989
Pretty big
when
difference.
Larry missed the entire season were nearly identical. Perhaps more notable is what happened when McHale missed large chunks of time. The Celtics were a 64-win team with Kevin, and without him they played at a 57-win pace in 31 games. That means that
Which is
Boston
insane.
was still a borderline championship team.
That's insane for them to still be a championship contender team without their second best player, who with Kevin McHale, who's one of the most underrated players of all time. Still without him, they were still a championship contender because just Bird was so good.
Without McHale, yet maxed out as an all-time team at 67 wins because Bird could fit next to a star who ostensibly played his own position. That's incredibly impressive to me, and evidence that he's one of the most scalable players ever, able to fit next to a variety of high-end talent.
Yeah.
Our
That's why he's good for an all-time team, like I
all-in-one
said.
metrics are quite high on his peak, especially this version of box plus minus that's more sensitive to his playmaking impact. We should also note that some of his value comes from strong defensive rebounding, and he was always looking to throw a body on someone or fight for the ball in tough spots.
Greatest rebounder ever is his
Although this
position.
style did take a toll,
Other than, like,
and
Elgin
playing
Baylor, I
too many
guess.
minutes meant he always risked wearing down during deep playoff runs.
Oh my god, that
Larry's
hustle.
body did
That's
ultimately
nuts.
break down at
Ugh.
31, but before then, he
That looked
reimagined
gruesome.
what basketball could be. There still hasn't been
Oh
anyone
my
like
god.
him since.
These passes.
And while his defense wasn't always pretty, activity and anticipation made it fairly effective for his time. Sure, slightly better scoring would have put him in his own class on offense, but even without that, Larry Bird is one of the 5 greatest offensive players of all time.
Wow.
For more historic
5 greatest offensive players of all time, plus being a great defender. Yeah, I see that's pretty good. Pretty good to say the least. Yeah, so I expect to see some good analysis on Magic Johnson of how he was able to become so good without being a volume scorer, mainly being a passer. So yeah, let's begin. If you like this video, why wouldn't you like it? How are you gonna like a video but not click the like button? I mean, it's just rude, simply rude. And if you like this video, then subscribe, because if you like this video, if you like this video and none of my other videos, then that'd be really rare. If you like this video, you probably like my other videos, so subscribe and stuff. All right, let's begin.
Earvin Magic Johnson, the star of Showtime, a highlight reel legend who won 5 championships in Los Angeles. But was there more to his game than just fancy passing? What was his
Certainly
defensive
was.
impact like? And could someone who wasn't a huge scorer actually be the greatest offensive player in NBA history?
Wow. All right, let's go.
You are watching what greatness is all about. Where's Larry Bird in all this?
Has it blocked by Olajuwon. Michael Jordan saves the day.
This series tackles one question: who was the best at his best? We start at the ABA merger and go through the best multi-year stretches, examining the legends who provided the most on-court impact. These are the greatest peaks.
Let's go, man. Episode 5. Magic Johnson, 87 to 89. We're actually with 87 highlights
Great basketball player.
yesterday.
He's the best I've ever seen, you know.
Lakers defeat Celtics 4-2.
Unbelievable. I don't know what to say.
In the early days of the NBA, ball handling was left to the shorter players. Point guards maxed out at about 6'5", until young Magic Johnson shattered that ceiling.
6'9".
At 6'8", Magic had the size of a big man,
He was
but
6'9".
instead he became the tallest floor general in league history. Earvin always possessed these high-level ball skills, playing this way in high school and college, and his ability to handle the ball at high speed made him a unicorn in transition. With everyone within 20 feet of the hoop then, rebounds turned into foot races, and Magic's speed strained backpedaling defenders. That little change of direction is enough to spin around the defense, and there are no bigs back to stop the oversized Johnson. With everyone chasing offensive rebounds, Magic could often charge the rim as the largest player, and he loved that in-and-out dribble, but also notice his change of direction at speed, the big step one way, then striding the other. He wasn't quite a Euro stepper in these spots, but his use of elongated strides for his height was part of his downhill devastation, even against set defenders.
It makes sense with his size.
Cut there to dust the first defender, a beautiful behind-the-back dribble, and then almost a proto-Euro step with a big step right, then changing direction.
Yeah, that kind of was a Euro step.
He wasn't Giannis, but Magic's size and head of speed made it difficult to keep him from getting to the cup, and so he became the godfather of the grab-and-go, scooping a rebound and flooring it to the other end. Even on makes, he would build speed and drive it down your throat. Danny Ainge stays with the crossover here, but Boston's center isn't back yet, so Magic can easily clean up the miss. Off this make, he builds up speed, and Seattle's center is near the three-point line, so that change of direction turns him around, and look at how low and sturdy Johnson is. He's powering through contact with his body, and it's
too big to be guarded by point guards, too fast to be guarded by centers.
Free throws. Here come the Lakers again off a make, only this time Boston has pieces in place, but Magic upshifts into a backpedaling Ainge, and so help defenders need to sink into the lane, and that just creates wide open offense. Defenses who flooded the paint in transition to wall off Magic still surrendered perimeter jumpers. These outside jumpers were big wins for defenses, especially long twos, but Magic's pressure created a kind of pick your poison where, if help came, he smoked it with his passing. Jack approves. So that made big men reluctant to leave their marks, and then Magic just scored over smaller defenders.
Right, like
his playmaking was so threatening he could use it to unlock scoring. Imagine playing defense against this. If you sprint back, Magic uses that body to cut you off and slow you down, and if you're a big man hustling back, you have to snap yourself around only to cover AC Green flying down the wing, but joke's on you because the Magician still has the ball. Of course, Magic's threat to score also opened passing windows in turn, and this is all possible because of his dribbling, behind the back, through the legs, whatever
great
it
handles.
took. Magic was incredibly secure with his handle in tight spots, changing speeds when needed, shielding the ball with his body, and snapping passes off the bounce. This allowed him to probe defenses. He's cut off well here, but protects the ball from a trailer and then attacks with the left, and again the body protects the rock. He made it look easy, but at 6'8", Magic's ability to protect the ball at speed, he was rarely ever stripped, and use his body to shield defenders made him arguably the most dominant transition weapon ever.
Gotta add. Shout out Thinking Basketball though for getting the money, bro. One of the greatest YouTubers of basketball from what I've seen so far.
It was largely the same story in the half court too. This guard tries to funnel Magic into this big man, but he ends up bodying him out of the play, and it's free throws. Irvin also used that tight handle and change of speed. This stop and go turned John Stockton into a matador, and Magic's acceleration could blow by athletic wings. He could also score from floater range, flowing into shots at all kinds of angles with crafty little releases like this. Fist pump. When headed right to left, he also had a rolling hook shot from this range.
Yeah,
and he
hook
could
shot was
feel
nuts.
contact and immediately hop into a soft shot attempt. His size and body control made these looks clean, and Magic's incredible dexterity led to some seriously soft touch on these shots. He also used his size to pick apart defenses from the perimeter, hurling assists over the top, and the accuracy and speed on some of these deliveries set them apart.
Yeah, they were nuts.
Again, he's using his body here, able to shield off defenders by turning his back while still seeing all the action. And his height let him keep a live dribble while just diming up teammates over shorter guards. And these were some of the most brilliant passes ever. Does anyone look open here? Because Magic slingshots a pass over traffic to Worthy, all because this defender turned away from James to navigate the screen, Worthy stopped instead of going through, and Magic's third eye read the whole thing. Johnson fired bold passes like this across the paint regularly, and they required velocity and the acuity to read defenders' eyes so he could throw fastballs right by their heads and they couldn't react in time. Bonus points for trying this against Larry Bird, who already picked off a tight Magic pass earlier in that game. That one was a looping attempt, and Magic clearly trusted his fastball more, sometimes even too much, overestimating how quickly he could teleport one past a nearby defender. And there are spots where a lob or something softer over the top look open, but he often throws it harder. Here he needs to lob one out in front of his intended receiver, but misses it, and then he's called for a one-step travel, changing his mind. Another minor nitpick about Magic's fastball is that sometimes it was a little too hot to handle. But most of the time, his passing velocity fit the ball into tight windows. For instance, some of his entries from the top like this were just bullseyes. He wasn't quite at Bird's level as an outlet passer, but he was splendid there as well, able to use that hairpin trigger off the bounce from the back court, and Magic's best outlets were snapping completions to his streaking teammates like this. There is an argument that Bird was a better pure passer of sorts.
Wow.
I'm comfortable saying he was a superior off-ball passer, where Magic's dribbling gave him a huge on-ball edge.
I didn't know that it was even an argument there that he could actually be argued as that.
Johnson carved out way more chances, and risk-taking in those spots is a natural trade-off. He also mastered certain angles and reads and relentlessly hit them over and over, and so it's nearly impossible to argue that anyone created more offense for his teammates in the 60s, 70s, or 80s than peak Magic Johnson. Using our best estimates of shots created, no one forced help and then set up a teammate more than Magic until the 2000s. And even if we include everyone from the three-point era, Johnson still looks historically strong as a playmaker in these estimates. So, just how high did all of this playmaking take the Lakers on offense? And did Magic give back any of that value because of questionable defense?
The converse weapon. That's to shoot.
Okay.
That's to do what he was born to do.
Yeah.
Toward the end of the 80s, more of Magic's shot creation came in the half court, as the Lakers moved away from a steady diet of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar post-ups and started running more pick and roll for Magic. These were mostly side pick and rolls inside the line, where defenses committed extra defenders and Magic could spray passes for open looks. This two-man game gave defenses fits, where if they didn't send extra defenders, Magic could slice into the openings himself. But of course, his passing punished any help. The defense collapses, and this was before that little lob pass was popular. Off pick and roll, Magic could use all his little scoring tricks headed to the rim.
Over Mark Eaton.
He could put that speedy hook pass to good use, hitting the roll man. And it wasn't as common, but he could make the pocket pass too.
Ooh.
But perhaps the most critical part of this half-court dance was Magic's outside shooting, where he'd punish defenders who went under the screen.
Great mid-range shooter.
He didn't pull this as frequently as some players do today, but there were times when he was quick to fire, and he was an underrated outside shooter.
Right.
In the last 3 years of his career, he shot 90% at the foul line, and he extended his range beyond the three-point stripe, hitting 34% of those. Before the 87 season,
He's definitely, I think a lot of people have the perception. I think I even have a little bit of perception that Magic wasn't a good shooter before learning more about him. Yeah, Magic Johnson definitely an underrated
Magic
shooter.
said he had to shift his mindset to become more of a scorer, and I think it's reflected in
Wait,
Magic saying 34% of those. Before the 87 season, Magic said he had to shift his mindset to become more of a scorer, and I think it's reflected in his willingness to pull the trigger on outside shots and attack in the post more. He was more aggressive, taking smaller players to the block and using his size to score over them like this. Although on these little flip shots, he did need a clean look to be effective, so instead he regularly busted out hook shots with both hands. And his combination of size, strength, and craftiness made him a serious mismatch against guards down there. And yes, if you send help, he would set up teammates from the block.
Exactly.
Look, I'm not a doctor, but double teaming Magic Johnson in the post is not something I'd recommend.
Right.
As Kareem faded, the Lakers actually played more in the half court behind Magic. Their pace was below average from 1987 to 1991, and that's when Magic quarterbacked some of the most efficient offenses in NBA history. In the back half of the 80s, the Lakers produced the third best offensive stretch since the shot clock in both the regular season and the playoffs. Defense, however, was another story. Johnson often guarded forwards or slower guards to offset his slow foot speed. His lack of lateral quickness made him vulnerable on an island, and you can see how choppy his side-to-side movement could be, sliding in front of a young Charles Barkley here. Take a closer look at his footwork. He's on his heels a lot, gambles with a reach, then can't really break well and commits a reckless foul. Same technique here, and he's roasted by a pedestrian point guard, although Magic rarely had to venture outside 20 feet in the 1980s like this. Back then, sagging way off guards who stood near the line was standard, and this buffer helped him avoid breakdowns in these matchups. When he played slower forwards, his size definitely helped him. Here, Bird's not quick enough to beat Magic's loping steps. And as he lost some quickness at the end of the decade, he could be assigned to jump shooting bigs, because LA's forwards, AC Green and James Worthy, were both nimble enough to handle many wings. If those big men were to take Magic to the post, his size offered some resistance, although even on the low block, his subpar agility and lack of vertical explosion could be exploited. He was actually more comfortable double teaming.
The thing about his advantages that he has on offense, like too big to be guarded by a point guard, too fast to be guarded by a center. That actually too fast to be guarded by a center is what I meant to say. That actually kind of is the opposite on defense, because now he's too big to guard a point guard, but not big enough to guard centers. So he's kind of like forced to guard wing players. But if he has other wing players, and like who's gonna be guarding the point guard and stuff, you know?
In the post, where he could dig down and attack big men of that post-centric era. Although I wouldn't call his hands great. They could miss the mark, and he would foul on imprecise swipes at times. At 6'8", he did make kick-out passes a touch harder.
I swore he's 6'9".
He didn't attack the ball on that first dribble nearly as much as someone like Bird, often remaining upright on these plays or offering a weak flail at the rock. Magic's height was more of an asset on entry passes from smaller guards, and here comes that pseudo-Euro step again.
The league in steals.
This is an overhead view of the perks of being tall, just throwing his hands up against a smaller guard, and deflections like this triggered that vaunted Showtime fast break. Like Bird, Magic also roamed a lot on the edge of the paint, so he could slide over on drives like this when he wasn't doubling the post. Here's a nice sequence where he stays with the cutter and then peels off to help on the action, and that deflection saved a Boston layup. He could also help down on cutters at the rim, sniffing this out and doing just enough to disrupt it, and this is probably the best defensive play I've seen him make in the late 80s, quickly reacting to the pass this time, and those hands were right on the money. Yet for all of his court vision, Magic wasn't always aware of the ball, occasionally tunnel visioning on the screening action in front of him as the ball dribbled right past him.
Damn.
He also fell asleep every once in a while. After a jumper, Bird beat him over the top twice with this in one game. Here
Bird's
he is in
outlet passes are too
transition,
good.
unaware of the threat behind him, and he gets a taste of his own medicine. But these issues weren't too common. His bigger issue in the paint was verticality. He often slid over but offered statuesque resistance, and even Magic's better rotations weren't always effective because of how floor-bound he was. Here's a bumpy possession highlighting his two biggest weaknesses. He can't contain the guard courtside because of his slow feet, then he lingers on the edge of the paint and delicately slides to the ball for a foul. He rarely contested at the rim in the half court, but in transition he was often the first defender back, and he might as well have been 5'8" in these situations.
Damn.
It's not a huge part of the game either, but this is probably the best transition contest I found in countless opportunities. His typical approach in these spots was avoiding contact by subtly moving out of the way, which preserved Magic's body in exchange for paperweight defense. 0-inch vertical contests rarely work. He didn't block many shots during this period, and when he did catch one, it was using that same low block technique we saw from Bird, targeting the ball while it's in the hand still, and it's amazing to me how similar yet different these two were. Neither was suited to stay with quick perimeter players, and they often roamed around on defense, taking advantage of the compressed game back then. Bird pushed boundaries as an off-ball post player and shooter, while Magic cranked the dial up with his on-ball passing and speed game. And they also played next to Hall of Fame centers. And while Kevin McHale is rightfully heralded as an artist in the post, James Worthy was an isolation machine. Worthy blended perfectly with Magic as Kareem faded, providing a more dynamic half-court backup plan. Note how many great Magic passes are off a Worthy cut. And of course, Big Game James was incredible running the wing in transition. Unfortunately, we can't really examine their missed time during the 80s because Magic and his teammates were so healthy. But the more comprehensive approach we used in episode 1 that figured out a player's impact on his team ranks Magic second all time, reinforcing at the very least that he was having monster offensive impact. All-in-one metrics also view his peak as one of history's very best. If we use 1986 instead of 1989 here, he's actually 5th in both stats, but I don't think there's enough of a defensive boost from that 86 season to outweigh his increased offensive aggression at the end of the decade. Remember, that aggression only enhanced his playmaking, the opposite phenomenon we discussed with Wilt Chamberlain in episode 1. Magic scored less than Wilt, but was a far more dominant weapon because he maximized his playmaking off of his scoring. He did this with near optimal shot selection as well, rarely ever forcing low percentage attempts or settling for something easy before testing the defense. Magic's also viewed as a good rebounder because of his 6 or 7 boards a game, well listed as a point guard, but he was functionally closer to a wing and wasn't overly physical boxing out big men when switching on to them. And while there might have been a tactical advantage to him cleaning the glass to start the fast break, I think this kind of rebounding only added a little defensive value. I do think he could string together decent possessions in the moments where his motor was revved up, but it's hard to view him as much of a positive on that end.
So he's basically a neutral defender.
The offense is so good, it elevates him among the legends by itself.
Right.
His game does come with a small trade-off. He was significantly less effective without monopolizing the basketball, meaning any other on-ball star wouldn't fit well next to him. But with post pieces or good finishers, he basically guaranteed you a championship-level offense. And that means despite only scoring 20 points per game, Magic Johnson has a strong case as the greatest offensive player of all time.
That's really interesting. So I want you to leave in the comment section, do you guys would believe that Magic is the best offensive player of all time? I mean, he has a strong case with his playmaking being so good that and scoring 20 points a game that it led his teams to great offenses, despite not him and to multiple championships, despite not him being that good of a defender at all, and him being the greatest point guard of all time, despite not being that great of a defender. So I think that's a really good video. Let's see Russell's statistical case for Wilt, which is pretty insane, considering Wilt has some of the craziest statistics ever. And we're going to hear an argument for why Russell has a statistical case over Wilt. So let's go. Let's begin. Also, make sure to subscribe and like, because it takes less time for you to subscribe and like than it takes me to say the words subscribe and like. So let's go.
I don't ever want to hear anybody tell me that he is number one.
I'm loving this series so far, man.
The greatest of all time, the GOAT debate. It dominates the conversation today, but the original GOAT debate captivated basketball back in the 1960s. Back then, the hoops world was divided into two camps. One side argued for Wilt Chamberlain, based on his outlying statistical achievements, and the other for Bill Russell, who collected an astounding 11 championship rings. But what if that whole paradigm is backwards? What if we threw Russell's rings out the window, used Wilt's stats against him, and made the statistical case for Russell over Chamberlain?
Let's go, man.
You are watching what greatness is all about. Where's Larry Bird in all this?
Has it blocked by Olajuwon.
Let's go, man. Greatest peaks.
Saves the day.
This series tackles one question.
Leave in the comment section below. Let's have a friendly little discussion. Who do you think is better, Russell or Wilt?
Who was the best at his best? We start at the ABA merger and go through the best multi-year stretches, examining the legends who provided the most on-court impact. These are the greatest peaks. Before we dive into specific years and criteria, we'll do that at the end of this episode, Wilt and Russell illustrate something at the heart of this series and basketball itself. In 1962, Chamberlain famously averaged 50 points and 25 rebounds per game while playing every minute of every game. Many consider it to be the most dominant season in NBA history. I don't think it's...
Sorry, I get interrupted.
The most dominant season in NBA history. I don't think it's one of the 100 best seasons.
Wow.
That may sound crazy, but those 50 points came with a lot of caveats. For one, there were way more scoring chances back in 1962.
True.
Teams ran up and down to the tune of about 130 possessions per game. That's about 30 more chances to rack up stats than in a typical game today. More shots, more free throws, rebounds, and so on. We examined this stat inflation last
comparatively.
year, but the takeaway here is that 50 points per game then isn't what we'd think of as 50 points per game in the three-point era. Maybe the easiest way to see this is to note that Wilt scored about 40% of his team's points that season while he was on the court, whereas Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant scored about 43% of their team's points when on the court during their mega-scoring seasons. Wilt also played the entire game, which gave him a few extra minutes of impact, but also made his rate of scoring less impressive. The Dipper scored about 29 points every 75
Still, though, you can't knock him for having stamina.
Possessions he played that year, which would rank 7th this season, so a huge number, but not an historical outlier. Okay, but so what, you might say? Even with stat inflation, Wilt still crushed Russell as a scorer, right? And he did. Russell's scoring rate was actually below league average for most of his career.
Wow.
But the question here isn't who scored more points per game. It's how much did these players help their teams score more efficiently. Playmaking is the other enormous driver of offensive impact, making life easier for all four of your teammates, not just yourself. And Wilt Chamberlain was the original black hole. It wasn't that he couldn't pass or that he never set up his running mates, it's that he very rarely set them up relative to how much he shot. If we look at
in his
true
prime,
shot
not later in
attempts,
his career.
that is, when a player took a field goal or attempted 2 free throws, and compare those scoring attempts to assists, we can see just how little Wilt was playmaking. Here are all the non-Chamberlain seasons since the shot clock, with at least 20 true shot attempts per 75 possessions. Now, here's Wilt in the first half of his career. He scored more while passing less than just about anyone ever, and that was a criticism of him at the time. It was common to hear refrains like this from Sports Illustrated in 1966. But the tactical demands of using Wilt to his best advantage, that's scoring by the way, severely diminish his team's own versatility and generally create morale problems among those who want the ball as much as he does. Now let's go back to that graph and add his 50-point season. It is an outlier among outliers. This has been hiding in plain sight for 60 years. And the names of those who have even gone over 15-1 should drive home just how one-dimensional his offense was. The only players to cross that threshold in the last decade were Brook Lopez in Brooklyn and Kristaps Porzingis in 2018. The takeaway here is that Wilt's sexy scoring numbers were mostly one-dimensional, and there's only so much you can help your team without making life easier for teammates. Because of that NBA axiom, Chamberlain's team's offenses weren't very good during those volume scoring seasons. They were most efficient in 1962, scoring about 2 points more per 100 than league average, but every other season they were around average, with Chamberlain registering huge numbers. In 1965, his team had the worst offense in the league by a mile before he was traded, and Wilt averaged 39 points per game on solid efficiency that year. This pattern has actually held throughout NBA history. Huge volume scoring doesn't guarantee a good offense. It can help lift teams to competitive levels, raising their floor, if you will, but there are endless combinations of talent that can make an NBA offense slightly below average, besides dumping it into an isolation score 40% of the time.
When you really think about it, what championship teams have been really built by just like one guy doing a majority of the scoring? Like 2020, like think about the last 10 champions, like Warriors, they never have really had, like Curry was their guy, but he wasn't like taking like more shots than everyone else combined. Like, neither was Giannis, even though he has insane stats. There was still other players getting their own on the team. Like, all the LeBron teams, all the Jordan teams even. Like, it wasn't just one. It's never been just one guy doing all of it.
In 1965, Wilt was traded to the Philadelphia 76ers for their 5th and 8th man, and Philadelphia improved from around 500 play to about a 48-win pace. We don't know how much of this improvement was a much-needed defensive boost, but again, big scoring alone didn't create a good offense. Wilt's team offenses actually improved when he finally shot less. Way less, actually. Few players in NBA history have downshifted so severely as a scorer, going from a shooting machine to leading the NBA in assists.
Which that versatility is insane.
76ers, Wilt's scoring rate dropped almost down to Russell levels, and his team's offense exploded. There's an enormous negative correlation between Chamberlain's scoring rates and his team's offensive success. The less he shot, the better they did. That doesn't mean his volume shooting hurt his team, but it does suggest that it was holding back his better teammates. Otherwise, why did his coach completely change his style with better players around him? Russell, on the other hand, was never seen as an offensive force, but instead is the benefactor of great teammates. Cousy and Heinsohn at first, then Sam Jones and John Havlicek. But there's an enormous problem with that idea.
We can add.
If there's one thing that hasn't changed in the NBA over the years, it's that most all-star players are recognized for their offense. This includes those Celtics around Bill Russell, and it's often said that his bandmates made Boston a dynasty. But the Celtics weren't actually overflowing with all-star talent then. Here are the all-star appearances by team during Boston's perfect run from 1959 to 1966, excluding Russell and Wilt. Does any club jump out as being completely stacked with all-stars if Wilt or Russell were to join them? If anything, the Lakers, behind Jerry West and Elgin Baylor, two of the 5 best players of the period themselves, look like the most top-heavy team. If we add Russell to the Celtics, they end up with the most all-stars, but Wilt's teams weren't lagging far behind. So a bunch of franchises had 2 or 3 all-star players, typically based on offensive play, and since Russell's supporting cast was no different, it should come as no surprise that Boston's offense was around average, or even below average for most of the 1960s. Instead, those Celtics teams won with defense. During Russell's time in Boston, he spearheaded the greatest defensive dynasty the league has ever seen, strangling opponents night after night with a timeless combination of size, speed, mobility, and awareness. Boston ultimately incorporated solid defensive teammates to platoon around Big Bill, but he was the driving force behind a club that allowed the fewest points per possession in the league in 11 of his 13 seasons. And while most of the NBA was struggling to reach 50 wins at the time due to parity, Russell's Celtics were an outlier, cranking out 60-win seasons. These circles represent every team's defensive efficiency relative to the league since 1955. The year before Russell arrived, Boston had the worst defense in the league statistically, giving up an estimated 3 points more than league average. With Russell, they jumped to the top of the league and would steadily improve as 1950s names faded and were replaced by stronger and more athletic defenders in 1961. At their peak in 1964, Boston was nearly 10 points better per 100 than other teams on that end, arguably the greatest defensive season ever. As Russell aged and the NBA expanded, Boston remained competitive with its defense until he retired at 35 and then immediately fell back to the pack. All told, Russell captained 5 of the 25 best defensive seasons in league history in a row, an unrivaled team accomplishment. Without a three-point line and primitive spacing that allowed big men to patrol the paint as a backstop, a versatile vertical defender like Russell became the game's most valuable weapon. Boston's ascension to record-setting defense coincided with Russell playing more minutes with a platoon of players around him. At their apex, no other Celtic logged more than 33 minutes per night, and Boston's final resurgence in 1969 came with Russell re-upping his minutes alongside Boston's best offensive player at the time, John Havlicek. Many people talk about Wilt dominating Russell heads up because he scored more than Bill. In their 142 meetings on record, Chamberlain averaged over 28 points per game on 51% true shooting, compared to just 14 points per game on 42% true shooting for Russ. But Russell's primary value didn't come from his scoring. He won 5 MVPs because he made scoring harder for the opposition, and Chamberlain was no exception. Against everyone else, Wilt averaged 34 points per game on 54% true shooting, so Russell gave him a major haircut, denting his scoring and efficiency. You might think, sure, but Wilt's numbers are still great. But remember, his scoring didn't make his team's offense very potent in the first place. So Russell was blunting what was only a moderately sharp weapon to begin with, imparting that massive defensive impact that drove Boston to title after title every spring. And when Chamberlain was going hog wild trying to score in 1962, Russell gave him a larger haircut. In these 75 games, Wilt didn't face Bill. He averaged 51 points per night on 54% true shooting. Against Russell, he averaged 37 points per game on 50% true shooting. That would rank 11th this year in permanent scoring, similar to Paul George in volume and efficiency.
So basically, this video is, again, but this video is basically saying that Wilt's scoring did not help his team as much as Bill Russell's defense helped his team. So, and that Bill Russell was a far more better team player and leading his team to wins, which is why he won so much more. Which I think is a pretty good argument, especially when you look at how Wilt performed against Russell.
If there were stats like opponent field goal percentage in the paint, or how much did you hold players below their average, pundits might have viewed Russell's performances against Wilt as being dominant. But those stats didn't exist, so Russell's continued success forced people then to search for explanations beyond scoring. Some people like to credit his intangibles as a leader, and others are more dismissive, looking to his teammates as the reason for their success. We don't have precise measuring tools for that period, but if we look at the 28 games Russell missed between 1958 and 1969, the Celtics
he only missed 28 games?
Played at a 35 win pace without him and a 59 win pace when he played.
Damn.
That's super duper impact, especially compared to the changes we saw when Wilt shifted teams. But remember, these are crude measuring tools. Another more comprehensive approach is to also account for teammates who have gone in and out of the lineup over the years by looking at how his teammates impacted teams when they were in and out of the lineup, and so on and so forth. We did something just like this in part 5 of the Thinking Basketball Stats series. And when we solve this giant equation to estimate a player's overall value, looking at just the final score and who played in the game, Russell comes out ahead of Wilt. This is a noisy calculation. It's possible that in reality, these players could be worth a few points more or a few points less per game than these studies conclude. But consider how amazing this is. The only thing this metric uses is who played and what the score was. And yet, its top 25 players claimed 3/4 of the available MVPs and averaged 13 All-Star appearances per player. And again,
Mutombo on there, actually, you know? That's actually insane. Mutombo might be very underrated because he's on this list with all those great players and stuff. Because this stat really much value defense because it equates to how much winning it causes. And, defense wins championships. You know, so you got David Robinson, Magic, Steve Nash, Jordan, Stockton, Robertson, LeBron, West, Mutombo, Pierce, Shaq, Garnett, Havlicek, Dirk, Kareem, Gary Payton, Duncan, Hakeem, Kobe, Bird, and then Russell and Wilt.
It says that when we ignore the box score and focus on the relationship between the scoreboard and the player, that Bill Russell is actually better than Wilt Chamberlain. That's incredible to me, even if it's not a definitive proof, and all of this has significant ramifications for the idea of number one options. We typically think about them as the best offensive player on a team, but a great defender like Russell can be the best player on his team by far without being the best or even second best offensive player.
Yeah.
This was often the norm before the ABA-NBA merger in 1977, and while it's rare today because rule changes have helped elite offensive players while chipping away at elite defensive impact, Tim Duncan's Spurs, Kevin Garnett's Celtics, and arguably Ben Wallace's Pistons are examples of recent teams where the best overall player wasn't head and shoulders the best offensive player. If we return
Ben
to
Wallace
those
was the best player on the
impact
2004
studies that looked at
Pistons.
who
I agree
played
with that.
and what the score was, we see something fascinating. Among the top 20 players, a handful are primarily playmakers, a handful are primarily scorers, who are also plentiful playmakers, and another
also plentiful playmakers. Kobe, he could pass.
Another handful are defensive titans. What's so telling to me is that this metric isn't influenced by any of our ideas of scoring, first and second options, or even defense, and yet it's littered with at least 4 completely different types of players. If we use modern play-by-play data to generate a more stable look at this kind of scoreboard-only impact,
Ben Wallace,
again, we'd see the exact same results hold. It's a player's overall impact that matters in basketball, and that comes in so many different combinations.
Two-way sport.
In many ways, Wilt and Russell are the original example of this philosophical loggerheads, with Chamberlain bringing offensive and defensive impact, and Russell trying to outpace him, mostly with his giant defensive value. Isolation scoring, like Chamberlain's, can be impressive to watch, and helpful for teams starved of scoring threats, but it can also prevent other offensive talents from flourishing in the absence of playmaking. That means I'll be working off the following criteria for this series. First, this series is about basketball impact on the court. We'll contextualize circumstances and philosophies, but factors like aesthetic appeal are outside of the scope here. Second, I care about someone's overall impact, specifically how much they can help a team win championships. That means skills that scale up to better teams tend to matter more than skills that can't mesh with other top-flight players. Third, we're starting in 1977 when the leagues merged. While the game continues to evolve, the size of the league and its competitiveness are similar since the merger, making for fair comparisons, which will be made relative to the league in a given year. There are no time machines here. Instead, we're trying to understand how much a player impacted the game given the rules and practices of that time. And finally, those peaks must contain multiple consecutive seasons. The key reason for this approach is to avoid fluky single-season outcomes and to increase the breadth of information to evaluate a player. At the end of this series, we'll revisit how all these guys stack up, but otherwise the episodes will flow roughly in chronological order, profiling the greatest peaks in NBA history.
All right.
If you're interested in isolation...
All right, so that's the end of that video. Russell's statistical case over Wilt. I think I made a pretty convincing argument for Russell over Wilt there. And also explained just the value of two-way players' overall impact compared to just isolation scorers and stuff. And yeah, so you guys have a discussion. Who do you think was better, Russell or Wilt? Now we reacted to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's highlights for the Lakers, and now we're reacting to his greatest peaks video. So we're going to be breaking down Kareem's game and see how he's potentially the greatest post player ever. So yeah, let's see how this goes. Do you guys think Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is the greatest post player ever? Leave it in the comment section below. And yeah, make sure to subscribe if you want more of these, because we're trying to hit 1,000 subscribers by the end of the year, which we're not going to do at this rate. So you got to subscribe, because then that'd be pretty cool, guys. Okay, let's go.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was a 7'2" basketball unicorn, an ideal offensive centerpiece who could score and pass, combined with a looming defensive presence in front of the rim. He's arguably the sport's most decorated player, 3 titles in college, 6 in the NBA, and a record 6 MVP trophies thanks to the game's most dominant weapon.
So many accolades.
But was he just the product of a weak era? Were his defensive criticisms valid? Or, when he put it all together at the peak of his powers, was he the best center of all time?
Let's see, man.
You are watching what greatness is all about. Where's Larry Bird in all this?
Has it blocked by Olajuwon. Michael Jordan saves the day.
This series tackles one question: who was the best at his best. We start at the ABA merger and go through the best multi-year stretches, examining the legends who provided the most on-court impact. These are the greatest peaks.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, 77 to 79. So around the time that the highlights were, Blue Wall Cinder was not the first of the magnificent giants of basketball. He is easily the best and will soon be the best ever. Sports Illustrated, Texas Mail, March 9th, 1970.
As a 1960s phenom,
Say that to a rookie.
In New York City, Kareem was friendly with Wilt Chamberlain, who we examined in the series Prelude. But he wasn't built to replicate Wilt's powerful scoring style. Jabbar's approach was crafted around his incredible height and graceful agility. He easily could have been listed at 7'3" or 7'4" if measured in shoes, but he wasn't some uncoordinated ent, instead moving like a smaller player. That athletic combination was enough in high school. He won 2 national titles, and in college, winning 3 national titles and famously bludgeoning the defending national champ varsity team at UCLA with his freshman squad. But to become a legend in the NBA, Jabbar needed a weapon that matched his physical makeup. That's right, the sky hook. This cloud-scraping dance step was a basketball cheat code. We don't have tracking data on every one he flicked up over the years, but by my eye it grew sharper, sturdier, and more accurate as the 70s progressed. Kareem began adding weight to his lower body through the years, and by 1977 still had similar mobility to his college days with a much sturdier base.
We saw this last time.
In his earlier years, physical defenders could interfere with his setup, that melodic left foot step to turn those shoulders at just the right launch angle. You can see his balance is disrupted here, but by 1977, another 10 or 15 pounds on his frame allowed him to find and hold his spots more easily, and he could comfortably hook right into defenders when crowded. We might take it for granted because it appears effortless, but it took years of samurai precision to forge this unique basketball sword. Defenses tried to stop it by blocking that left foot step, but Kareem could just step up court away from the hoop, almost like his version of a step back. Disrupting his rhythm or landing space could throw off the accuracy. That's a foul today, but not then. But otherwise, this was a high percentage attempt from just about anywhere inside 15 feet. As teams overplayed the hook, Kareem developed counters like a turnaround jumper. This probably felt like a win to most defenders, but with a high release point, it was another viable weapon.
We saw that last in the highlights.
He also went to a lefty hook, although it lacked the devastation of the polished right-hander. Kareem also had that classic big man game, like finding deep position or using his size to just turn and shoot right over smaller defenders. Sometimes he'd just bust out a spin and drop the hammer. Who says big men are boring? Show yourself. This repertoire made Abdul-Jabbar the gold standard of scoring for the first 40 years of the league. If we adjust for inflation to today's norms, from 1977 to 1979, Kareem averaged 28 points every 75 possessions in the playoffs, on efficiency 11.5% better than the opponent's defense.
Pretty damn good.
Only Reggie Miller has ever touched that kind of true shooting
on
such volume in the postseason, and only 3 players ever have scored at least 30 on plus 7% true shooting. This record-setting scoring forced opponents to react, which meant Kareem could set up his teammates. Entire defenses bent toward him. There's 4 in his airspace, and since the 77 Lakers lacked players who could create their own offense, a few extra feet for a jumper made a difference. He could skip it cross-court like this to find an open opportunity.
Underrated passer.
New Laker coach Jerry West constructed an attack where Kareem was flanked with shooters who could benefit from his double teams, which wasn't as destructive as today's three-point specialists, but still provided value for secondary players back then. Without the ball, Jabbar even generated gravity because defenders were so preoccupied with him. During their 77 showdown, Bill Walton was reluctant to leave Jabbar at times. He's preoccupied with his movement here instead of his usual help at the rim. And here's Walton just face guarding him with a second defender dragged over, creating another open jumper.
Created so much gravity.
Everyone is buzzing about how
I just smacked the hell out of my microphone. Sorry if you heard that. You gotta skip the ad here.
Kareem was also prolific finding cutters from these scoring hotspots. He wasn't the high post quarterback Walton was, Bill probably connects there, and he didn't have perfect feel for tight ones like this, but Jabbar had his share of impressive dimes.
That was nice.
It didn't always feel organic, but he was such a studious player that once he learned a situation, he could exploit it.
Ooh.
Kareem hit most of these little back doors and was comfortable with handoffs as well. And these late prime years were arguably his best as a passer. I think this play from his last great offensive season in 1980 sums him up as a playmaker, finding a teammate cross-court, then taking a second, but still finding a great layup pass.
Nice.
He was also a strong outlet passer, firing like an outfielder when he could set up a teammate streaking down the court after a rebound. Kareem's childhood love of baseball no doubt influenced this pass, slinging bombs nearly the length of the court at times, and these one-handed outlets are a forgotten part of his game.
Outlet passes are
All
insane.
of this took him to heights Wilt could never reach on offense. He was a more efficient scorer because of far better free throw shooting, and he leveraged his scoring to help teammates. This guard is sitting on Kareem's hook, so he audibles to an open shooter. Also, this might be my favorite Kareem play ever, where he fakes the guard off his hook just to set it up, and look, he slaps his hands in disgust at the mere idea that he gave up a hook. Using our best estimates, Jabbar created 5 to 6 open shots per game for teammates like this by drawing extra defenders. Cream of the crop numbers until the late 80s, when superstars reached 8 or 9 shots created per game, and that gravity made things easier for teammates too. Wilt would often park himself on the block and clog any driving lanes, but Kareem could flow into different spots in the paint to catch and score, and this offensive variety allowed teammates.
This whole series is a low-key a diss towards Wilt. He's dissing him like every video I've watched.
From 1977 to 79, the Lakers finished about 2 points ahead of league average on offense, without an abundance of offensive talent, a testament to Kareem's ability to raise a team's offensive floor. But Jabbar also fit next to better players on championship-level attacks. In 1980, when more talent arrived with Jim Chones, Michael Cooper, and Magic Johnson, and in the early 70s with the Bucks next to Bobby Dandridge and the aging Oscar Robertson. Robertson missed 18 games in 1973 and 74, and the Bucks actually improved their scoring differential by 3 points without him, playing around a 70-win pace. Strong evidence that prime Kareem could captain an elite offense with decent perimeter talent around him. While I don't think he could have replicated Walton's high post passing in Portland's system, the Lakers' offense in 1977, with its own cast of dependent players around Jabbar, was almost as efficient as the Blazers, and no big man could replicate those high-end offenses built around Kareem for decades. Here's every offense since 1955 where the team leader in offensive load, that is, the player doing the most heavy lifting, was a big man. Those high-end offenses built around the skyhook stand out, and Kareem's team stayed above water when the surrounding talent was bare. It's only in the mid-90s that names like Barkley, Malone, and Shaq led comparable regular season offenses that were built around big men. The bigger question about Abdul-Jabbar back then, and historically, is more about his defense, and how much it actually held him back.
Alright. Airplane.
You're the greatest, but my dad says you don't work hard enough on defense.
30 years after retiring, Kareem is still third all-time in block shots, despite the stat not being tracked in his first 4 seasons.
Yeah, he should be first
that
all-time.
incredible length
Actually, Russell Wilt should be
rim
first all-time.
making basic shots difficult for finishers with his giant swat radius. And on some of these rim contests, he got way up. There's another one of those baseball outlets for an easy score, but he occasionally had problems judging goaltending when he was so high. Kareem loved to spring off his left foot like this, taking a big plant step and extending the right hand to slap the ball. And that made for some incredible saves. Look at how gracefully he recovers for this chase down block. The downside of this left leg right hand two-step is that it requires time to unwind, and in more traditional vertical situations, he couldn't always target releases perfectly. At times, he's organizing his feet to jump, but then an extra dribble throws him off and he can't react in time. Same thing here, a touch late responding, so the window to load up and jump is too small, and that is Kobe Bryant's dad, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey.
Reaction time was an issue for Kareem. He bites on a fake here and then lacks a quick burst from 2 feet without clearly seeing the shot. This entire play, he's a frame behind, the head turning to the ball late, frozen by the pump fake, then swiping at air after the ball's gone. This is a subtle issue, but pedestrian reflexes chipped away at some of his defensive value. Here's one where his hands are down and he's frozen, expecting a shot, not a pass. But again, that lag in reaction time prevents a possible save. His motor played a role too. He logged so many minutes with a heavy offensive load that there wasn't gas left in the tank for bouncing around on every single defensive trip. This shows up in his defensive rebounding, where he was notably inconsistent about boxing out, often just relying on his huge reach to grab boards. His size alone made him a good rebounder, but a higher revving engine would have made him a great one.
Didn't Wilt criticize him about that?
Shifted into overdrive, the flashes were impressive, blending his size and athleticism into a human wall at the basket. His hands weren't always up, but he could make great plays with that length when he was determined to react and put forth multiple efforts on a play. Also, legendary traveling signal. Kareem didn't have many overt defensive breakdowns, and even when ceding ground, he could still reach many shots. So many of those were long-distance blocks, the kind that erase an attempt but don't prevent one. The very best paint defenders deter the highest percentage shots from even being taken, and so it's ironic that Kareem averaged more blocks per game than Bill Walton while appearing to contest fewer shots. Some of Kareem's best
That's an interesting take, actually.
weren't even blocks.
Never thought about
Here
that.
He alters Rick Barry's attempt, and then defending the pass freezes Barry into a travel.
Nice.
Abdul-Jabbar was also fairly mobile outside the paint for his time.
Garden wings.
There just weren't many jitterbugs who could punish him on switches, although again, there's no second effort here for a rebound, and it's a putback score. Yet these old school pick and rolls were a strength of his, sliding down to help or sometimes out to a guard when needed, and moving with him comfortably. His feet weren't cat quick, but his general mobility was superb in these spots for his era.
For his height, he's really
mobile. He
mobile.
wasn't always aware of all the threats around him. He telescopes in on the ball here, but completely loses his man behind him. Although his strong rim protection clearly made him a defensive asset. If we examine Kareem's missed games in the middle of the 1970s, the same method from last episode, we can estimate just how impactful his defense and overall game were. In 37 missed games, Kareem's team stumbled to a negative 2.9 adjusted point differential, about a 32 win pace for a season, and with him they played at a positive 3.6 differential.
Pretty good difference.
For a 52 win pace.
Pretty good difference.
It's not quite the absurdity of Walton's unique impact in Portland, but the story is the same in both Milwaukee.
Walton's underrated, man. I gotta watch
and
his
LA
videos.
In 1978, making it less likely he was situationally lucky, and that his impact was in line with the all-time greats. In a highly competitive league in the middle of the 70s with teams packed together, Kareem's two-way value lifted likely lottery teams to fringe contender status. By the way, we have to take some liberties with those 1978 games he missed because LA made a number of trades afterwards, but that seems fair given how those other pieces didn't move the needle. For instance, in 28 games without Jamal Wilkes, the Lakers were even better, playing at a 55-win pace. Adrian Dantley's fit on the team was also questionable, eating away post-possessions from Kareem. Without Jabbar, those teams primarily suffered on offense, echoing what we see on tape. His defense is still good enough, though, to include him among the sacred peaks. We should also note that his post defense had similar strengths and weaknesses to his paint help. His size definitely bothered big men who couldn't stretch him away from the hoop, but he avoided banging a lot. See that little separation he yields? And again, the reaction is a bit slow on this turnaround. Here's a clearer look. Notice how he pulls away with his hips instead of holding ground, and that's a decent contest, but this technique allows for too much freedom and space and can easily backfire. Hey, it's Big Red.
Hey.
If we ran the same numbers for Kareem that we did for Walton against all-star centers in the mid-1970s, the results would be more pedestrian. He shaved about 2 points off their normal true shooting. Although remember, Kareem never really had a bruising partner like Maurice Lucas to play alongside of. Off-court personality aside, it's easy to see how Kareem's defensive weaknesses and his cheat code offense could produce criticism despite incredible on-court results. He simply made it look too easy at times.
Yeah, just
In
one
many
shot.
Ways, his outlying height,
Just one
dexterity,
shot,
and
and
studiousness made
he's
him
using
the
his height on
ideal
defense.
two-way player of his time. Big man defense combined with offensive impact that wings struggled to match before the spacing of the three-point era. Our one-number metrics that reach back in time have him competing with just about the best multi-year stretches on record. PIPM also has him in the top 10 here, using 1976 to 1978. Sure, he could have had a better motor or sharper reflexes, but that might have just been unfair. He won 6 MVPs anyway, and made 11 all-defensive
Didn't need it anymore,
teams,
bro.
most of them warranted in my estimation. And so for me, he might have peaked on defense in Milwaukee with those younger legs under him, but the ascension of his offensive game, the robotic, soul-sucking mastery of the sky hook, and that arsenal of counters make Kareem Abdul-Jabbar one of the 5 best centers in NBA history at his peak.
Alright, do you guys think he's the greatest center of all time, number 1? Or where did you rank him above centers? Rank the top 5 centers of all time in the comment section. Because I know the big 5 that people always debate is Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem, Shaq, and Hakeem. Those 5, you can put them in like any order people put them. So definitely write that in the comment section below. And yeah, that was a great video by Thinking Basketball, really in-depth into Kareem. And yeah, I think he could have even been better that about his defense, having great defense, but not exactly the best defense, but having just a cheat code offense with that freaking hook shot, and that would just generate so much more points for other opponents, just made him completely unfair. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a great video. The Greatest Peak series has been great so far. We only got 2 more players in this GOAT candidates we haven't watched in this series where we're doing the highlights, greatest peaks, then making the case. It's just Jordan and LeBron yet left. So yeah, if you want more videos like these, make sure to do this little thing called liking the video, because if you don't like it, then I'm probably just gonna stop making them, and that's, I mean maybe you don't want me to make them, I don't know. And also subscribe, because 1, a lot of my Michael Jordan videos have more views than I have subscribers, which, like, bruh, what are you doing? And also, let's try to hit 700 subs. I'm at 644 as I'm recording this, so try to hit 700 subs, man. That'd be really cool. If you find me entertaining at all, I guess. Alright, let's begin.
You know Michael Jordan.
Obviously.
You know his legendary moments. You know that fadeaway. You know his aerial gifts. But do you know what made him unique as a scorer? The ins and outs of his passing game, his defensive strengths, and weaknesses. Jordan's mystique grew in the 90s, but did he actually reach his peak before he ever hoisted a championship trophy? And were those the best seasons that we've ever seen on a basketball court?
Let's see, man.
You are watching what greatness is all about. Where's Larry Bird in all this?
Has it blocked by Olajuwon. Michael Jordan saves the day.
This series tackles one question. Who was the best at his best? We start at the ABA merger and go through the best
this is an elite series,
stretches, examining the legends who provided the most on-court impact. These are the greatest peaks.
Episode 6, Michael Jordan, 89-91.
He's the best athlete. He's one of the best competitors. He's
Before
one of the most
Jordan's rookie season.
And that, to me, makes him the best basketball player that I've ever seen play.
In this series, we've seen how big men ruled the game for decades, and how the offensive brilliance of Magic Johnson and Larry Bird reimagined what taller players could do. But there were high-flying wings with offensive success in the 60s and 70s, too. Elgin Baylor was the first superstar.
Elgin Baylor, very underrated player. I think he's the greatest player to never win a championship.
Really attacked vertically off the bounce. Then Julius Erving and David.
We're going to do a video on Dr. J, by the way. I have that Clayton Crowley made a video, guy made the Making the Case series, made a video called The Legend of Dr. J. I have not watched it yet.
Thompson.
We're going to react to that.
Extended that approach. As a kid growing up in North Carolina, Jordan idolized Thompson, who combined an
we did a video on David Thompson as well.
Explosive first step with a little skywalking to finish third in MVP voting in 1978. Jordan was the next leap in that evolutionary chain, and his incredible first step set a new standard for attacking the rim. When he entered the league, Michael could just teleport around defenders with his burst, able to get around players in just a single step.
Oh my god, bro.
And even though he was a hair slower by 1989, this incredible acceleration was always the foundation of Jordan's success. He'd burn defenders to the right or to the left with this penetration, and he was so quick that blinking was dangerous. Joe Dumars flinches at a turnaround here and then becomes a turnstile. There wasn't anything special about
no room
this
for error when gunning Jordan, man.
Step. It was just mind-bending acceleration. Jordan's like a Formula One car racing against Priuses. That acceleration shot him out of a cannon.
Acceleration
and
underrated.
Speed was a launch pad for
Don't
his
really talk about his
finishing.
speed.
He's flying by the second step here, and that helps him actually fly. Really, the man spent so much time in the air he could have registered a tail number with the FAA. Some of these drives remind me of a running back turning the corner, where he'd take off and get really low, then transfer all that energy into his leaping. Note how his body protects the ball here as he hovers to the other side of the rim. And he leveraged his body as an airborne shield like this, especially when jumping off of 2 feet into contact.
Nice.
Michael was strong enough to absorb hits while airborne like this, and these physical gifts helped him.
No, he had no fear going into the paint, man. He would just take all those hits
at historically prolific rates. Magic kept defenses off balance with his playmaking, but Michael simply overwhelmed them with relentless pressure on the rim. His huge hands helped make
gigantic
some of this aerial wizardry possible, manipulating the ball in the air on these drives or holding it away from shot blockers. That's near the top of the square on the release,
god.
And these things were so big that the ball could slip off mid-shot, and he could still reset it in his catcher's mitts like nothing happened.
Or his hands, bro.
Of course, the hang time also makes this work too, contorting and bending his body around bigger defenders in the paint. Jordan displayed the most fluid body control of perhaps any player ever, slithering around opponents as he floated into a clear shot attempt.
The amount of adjustments you can do in the air is insane.
His footwork, which was balletic at times, allowing him to keep his balance while pivoting around like a top, and then that hanging aerial control to still square his shoulders on the shot. His legs were kicked out on the foul here, and it didn't matter. All that hovering and twisting helped Michael's mid-range game too. His typical pull-ups were supercharged with that elevation, hitting a trampoline and then firing over defenders. And whether he was twisting, leaning, or
can't block that, bro. He can't jump as nearly as high as him.
He could square his shoulders and still shoot. And this kinesthetic mastery made his famous dagger against Cleveland in 1989 possible, where he pumps and hangs, but right there squares himself comfortably and strokes it.
He's in the air for so long, man.
We shouldn't overlook his shooting from the mid-range either. He was an 85% free throw shooter during these years and was a knockdown shooter inside 20 feet when given space. But he also created space vertically with that leaping ability, changing directions and springing clear for a good look. Michael didn't make thousands of jumpers with a hand in his face. He made thousands by jumping so high
but there was
his
no hand.
releases were rarely ever bothered.
Jump so high they can't put a hand in that man's face, bro. We got, oh my god, we got the double ad by YouTube. Thank you very much. Make sure to subscribe. If we get enough subscribers, I can afford YouTube Premium, man. If you get annoyed by these.
As you've probably noticed, his handle was good enough to support sharp cuts, and he really liked this low in and out dribble to set up defenders and probe for open space. He wasn't an incredible ball handler, but he was good enough to knife around the court, and since he could also score at the basket with either hand, Jordan's robust repertoire made him the greatest scorer in NBA history.
There you go, he said it.
If we look at 3-year playoff stretches and adjust for inflation to 2020 scoring rates, Jordan scored an astounding 34 points every 75 possessions, on true shooting 7% better than average from 1989 to 1991. He holds the top 9 stretches in postseason scoring rate, peaking in the late 80s and early 90s when his explosiveness was still intact and his mid-range accuracy was dialed in. he could always fall back on his most iconic move, the fadeaway. You see what I did there? Sometimes MJ would get right into this off the catch, and that hang time and separation created really clean releases. He preferred going to his right hand on this move until about 1990 or 1991, when that vintage fade to the other side started popping up more regularly. I recommend J. Kyle Mann's History of the Fadeaway for more on this shot. Since the triangle offense organically generated post-ups, Phil Jackson's arrival in 1991 facilitated more fadeaways for Jordan. Here's a great counter cut, audibling off this route with the defender overplaying him and flashing right back to the low block for the catch and turn. Michael's agility helped him off ball too, using screens and setting up opponents for sharp changes in direction that freed him up. So much of Chicago's offense before Phil Jackson was bringing Jordan off picks from the baseline, and since he was comfortable flowing into attacks like this since his college days, the activity and principles of the triangle helped harness his off-ball movement. The triangle offense prioritizes balancing the floor and ball movement, principles that played right into Jordan's strengths as a catch-and-go scorer. While Michael could read screens and then flash to open areas well, he could also punish ball denial with that quick change of direction, and with increased space, he was so hard to contain. These back cuts were organic, feeling an overplay, then darting free to the bucket. And his movement meant defenses always had to worry about him. He cuts right out of traps like this instead of idling, and even when a teammate misses him, those cuts could lead to rebounds. All his activity and his athleticism made him an excellent offensive rebounder, which is often overlooked because he was usually doing the shooting, but this added additional off-ball value to his game.
Nice.
On the other hand, his weakness as an off-ball player was his three-point shooting, where he peaked at 34% on low volume. It didn't seem to matter if these were pull-ups or catch-and-shoot chances, but I do think Jordan's release at the apex of his huge jump limited his range to a degree. When the NBA shortened the line to 22 feet in 1995, Mike made 38% on over 750 attempts before struggling again when the line returned to 24 feet. Otherwise, Jordan was such a dynamic scorer that he flummoxed almost any defense of the time. The Bad Boys Pistons dented him slightly, but that's about it. And yet, despite his otherworldly scoring gifts, he wouldn't have 6 championships without a huge part of his game that is often overlooked.
Passing. Getting into this now.
Rumors. Michael Jordan is retired.
This is an elite ad. I've seen this before.
Retirement. I don't know. I know he loves basketball. He's probably playing in his backyard with his kids, but I don't think he faked his retirement.
When Michael was younger, he was often criticized for shooting into double teams frequently. And while his athleticism was breathtaking, his shot selection was questionable at times. Some of these were really difficult attempts. He was so skilled that it's hard to say he took poor shots per se, but MJ was frequently doubled or tripled and bypassed wide open teammates for some of these attempts. Given his high volume shooting,
it changed though when he gets to Phil Jackson later on,
who shot into extra coverage while a teammate was open more than Michael Jordan. Now, without strong three-point shooting teammates back then, missing these spot-up shooters probably didn't hurt that much. And more importantly, these missed passes were easily outweighed by all of the open shots Michael did set up. His constant penetration collapsed defenses into the lane, and when he did opt to pass, Chicago ended up with wide open looks. That last play was a jump pass, and Jordan often went airborne for a shot before checking down to an open shooter like this. That Luigi hang time helped him to react to defensive decisions before finally passing the mic to a bandmate. These jump passes set up more than just outside shots. Jordan preferred to hit teammates in the lane, and his go-to playmaking move was drawing a defender away from the rim as he hovered, then throwing one right to that vacated spot. Mike loved this jump and dump laydown, where he drove to the basket and then with the big man stepped up to help, found a way to drop it off for a layup. These were some of his best passes, and he really dialed them in during the 1991 playoffs when he anticipated these little openings more. And
91 finals, I was 11 assists a game.
To exploit them more consistently. However, leaving his feet like this caused some issues when he decided not to shoot, holding a hot potato while hovering with no clear outlet. When he was in the air like this, he was at the mercy of whatever was open. He switches to a pass here, but there's nothing really there. And another problem with passing like this is avoiding all the contesting arms and hands, so many of these balls were deflected. And as a result, his reactionary jump passes led to a number of his turnovers. Jordan rarely anticipated openings as a passer. This is a simple lead pass to the streaking Horace Grant, but he had to throw it early and he sees it late and then he thinks better of it. Here he doesn't realize this teammate is uncovered, and so it's a dubious jumper instead of a layup pass. On this one, Scottie Pippen's backdoor cut opens a lob, but Jordan sees it after it's free, then fires it, and man could Pippen pass. Most of Michael's best dimes were more reactive, seeing an opening and then whipping it to a teammate. Despite his reputation, he was always a willing passer, and learning more angles and reads over the years helped him drop higher level dimes like this. He threw in a bit of manipulation beyond that jump pass, going to the look away at times, and this is his peak passing in 1991, moving the defender with his eyes, then impersonating Magic in front of Irvin himself. Jordan was also willing to look ahead for outlet passes. This is one of his better ones, and he was a good transition passer, dropping a brilliant dime on the break every once in a while too. To be fair, he missed plenty of good passes in these spots as well. Pippen's clear here, and flying into the lane, that familiar drop-off is open. In studying passers over the years, the great ones will find about 90% of these open looks, whereas Michael connected on them about 66% of the time. But keep in mind the sheer volume of open chances he carved out by drawing attention away from his teammates with his perpetual scoring.
It's made up for his scoring.
In the playoffs, there are no more than 5 players in NBA history who created more shots for teammates than Jordan. And if we use the same playmaking estimates from the prior episode, Michael set up his teammates for an open look an estimated 14 times every 100 possessions.
But he doesn't
score.
score.
Only bested by the game's top offensive engines.
He doesn't make his teammates better, right, LeBron fans?
And so, well, Jordan was revered.
Westbrook in there.
From the last 15 years. And so, well, Jordan was revered for winning 10 scoring titles. He was one of the all-time playmaking machines in league history.
Damn.
That raised a weak roster and carried a strong one later on. From 1985 to 1989, before Scottie Pippen emerged and the triangle took hold, the Bulls' offensive efficiency was only around league average. There was only so much Michael could do as the lone offensive force on a defensively constructed roster. Pippen's emergence gave the Bulls another elite finisher and secondary scoring weapon, but more importantly, another playmaker. Scottie's passing is historically under-discussed, and he was a deadly grab-and-go player, either finding layups in transition or doing the damage himself as he came down the lane. Pip was also one of the all-time great wing defenders, and that, along with his unselfishness, made him a near-perfect complementary piece.
Perfect sidekick.
Michael.
Perfect
Jordan
sidekick.
himself improved as a passer at the end of the 80s and into the 90s, and with better teammates, the Bulls roared to some of the best offensive seasons on record, right behind Magic's Lakers. And when we think of Magic as having everything run through him on offense, Michael's combination of scoring and playmaking gave him one of the highest offensive loads in playoff history.
You got an ad. That was a really good playmaking revelation. Top 5 most points created for teammates in like a season.
While Jordan's passing.
Top 5. Yeah, points created for teammates. Not necessarily assist, but making teammates better because your scoring was so great that it attracted everything else and made it easier for your teammates to score.
Highs were mixed with some blemishes. His defense was even more boom or bust. The highlight reels where he's flying all around the court overlook all of his strikeouts and instead focus on his impressive home runs. For instance, Jumping passing lanes like this might produce his most valuable defensive plays. These interceptions could be huge, pick sixes that went the other way for easy points, and at times Jordan was like a cornerback sitting on a passing route with elite closing speed. In 1989, Tie aficionado and coach Doug Collins busted out a half-court trap at times, allowing MJ to size up cross-court passes and then turn them into easy offense. But these gambles whiffed as well. Michael would sell out for them frequently, and in this case he can cover this kick-out pass here, but is going for more with this steal, and that can lead to wide-open looks. By my eye, Jordan hit pay dirt more often than not, but there was a tax to pay for these steal attempts. He could get in passing lanes without gambling, reacting quickly in short space with the defensive equivalent of his first step. This is a bread and butter cross screen of the era, and Jordan not only switches it, but pounces like a black cat.
Ooh.
And he could shoot the gap with that burst. This pass is airborne for less than half a second, and, well,
here it goes.
Michael's airborne for more than half a second.
Clip.
Michael's quickness helped him keep smaller, shifty point guards in front of him, and on the outside he could churn his feet while swiveling his hips to the dribbler in textbook fashion. For instance, he often guarded Isaiah Thomas during the bad boy battles, and MJ's acceleration allowed him to recover laterally at times, and his combination of size, strength, and agility held Isaiah below his normal scoring numbers in those matchups. But that Kenny Rogers gambling was part of his man defense too. Michael would backpedal to recover a lot, and his preferred move there was to swipe down for the steal as he slid in front of a dribbler. There was a lot of swiping, actually, spamming the Y button at times.
Spamming the Y button.
Connected, but they also gave opponents openings that would have been way harder to find if Jordan had just played it straight up. When he wasn't swiping at the rock, he was reaching, first on Joe Dumars here, then another reach around for the steal.
Basically made a lot of steal attempts that
steals a lot on the block like this.
That was a big gamble a lot of time.
Brian Shaw turned clear for an easy look. MJ did flick plenty of balls this way, leading to deflections or turnovers, man, but he was usually overly aggressive with his move, lurching at air not once on this play, but twice, leading to a layup. He brought those same habits to the post, the swipe down move or a little flick, and while he stripped opponents some time, I think he was better off playing straight up against post players and using his athleticism and strength to contest. Against our old friend Magic in the 1991 finals, Jordan gambled, and then gambled, and then gambled.
A lot of gambling.
And was absolutely torched by the bigger Johnson.
I mean, he did like gambling, to be fair. I could see why he would do it a lot.
On occasion, Chicago sent a second defender, and you know what happened. Another defensive gambit Jordan loved was the surprise double team, where he ambushed unsuspecting players and let those giant hands pickpocket people.
It's really easy to pickpocket when you have that big of hands.
Well, these well-timed sniper shots.
Yep, that's the biggest steal of all time.
Post-ups of the 80s and 90s. Of course, there was a small price to pay when he couldn't cash in on these because it left his mark wide open without structured rotations. And even after this play turns into a more standard trap, it's Jordan's man who was wide open the whole time on the other side of the court. Michael just had an unquenchable thirst to make plays on defense back then. He's guarding a shooter here, but drifts into the paint looking for action, and that was Randy Whitman's fourth straight jumper. Jordan lurked like this because he did make a ton of plays from the paint. One of his favorites was swooping in at the exact moment post players were shooting, and MJ was one of the best shot blocking guards of all time. Able to
him and Dwayne Wade.
Athleticism to hang and reach shots, and this gave him a level of rim protection that most guards couldn't match. These saves at the hoop were high-value plays, and that defies physics.
You would be floating above the ground, never touching the surface.
Even with a little less verticality, by 1990 or 91, he could still fly in.
Oh my
and save
god,
the day.
the vertical leap, bro.
This play from 1989 demonstrates the big payoff of Jordan lurking near the lane. He's able to stop a dunk.
What a block.
This quick reaction and elevation
Look at this.
would be elite even for a big man. Those aerial superpowers even allowed him to protect the rim from behind. He served as a backstop here by flying in from the free throw line on this incredible rotation.
A Matisse Thybulle type defense.
I don't know about you, but I find Jordan's high-risk defensive style to be difficult to evaluate. If we look at our historical impact metrics, he's right at the top of the heap with a nice lead in my box plus minus model, but it's difficult for stats like these to handle defense well. And what we really care about is overall impact. So the team here at Thinking Basketball combed through nearly 200 old Jordan games to calculate his plus minus and give us a better picture of his impact. In the playoffs from 1989 to 1991, Jordan's Bulls were outscored by 12 points every 48 minutes when he sat on the bench.
Damn.
But they outscored opponents by 8 points when
Yeah, that's pretty damn good.
There's some noise in stats like these, but Chicago's 20-point increase with Jordan in the game would rank 9th since the league began tracking this in 1997.
I thought it'd be higher.
Which puts him up with the all-time results, but certainly doesn't separate him from the pack.
Damn, David Robinson.
As we've seen, he was quick to rotate most of the time. Here the play unfolds rapidly and Michael jumps on the threat. But I wouldn't say he had great help awareness. He's late recognizing this despite a teammate pointing it out, and he could become momentarily preoccupied with action in front of him, forgetting to rotate for a second. He was a strong enough defensive rebounder as a guard that it probably added some value to his defensive game. And given all of his defensive strengths and weaknesses, I view him overall as a strong all-league defender, but not quite an all-time defensive wing.
All right,
there are still larger questions to think about.
That's actually very surprising.
How would he fit next to a post player who wanted the ball more? Are there diminishing returns next to a ball-dominant star? And what's his legacy look like if Scottie Pippen never emerged? What's undeniable is that Jordan was the first perimeter player to dominate with mega scoring and playmaking, which puts him in the conversation for greatest offensive player ever. And given his defensive impact, it's easy to see why Michael Jordan is often considered the greatest basketball player of all time. For more...
All right, I know he's actually... I saw that at the end of this playlist, there is actually... he's doing the top 10... We're going to watch the entire Greatest Peak series, then we're going to watch... He has a video, top 10 peaks, in his opinion. So we're going to see if he is Michael Jordan #1, because he has his defense rated a lot lower than a lot of people do, but he does consider him up there as one of the greatest offensive players, if not the greatest offensive player of all time. So, yeah, that was a pretty good video. More detailed analysis on Michael Jordan. I like these more detailed analysis. Now, this video is 28 minutes analyzing his greatest peaks. It's by far the longest greatest peaks video we've watched. So, he's going to have a lot to say analyzing LeBron's game. So, let's see if how good he thinks LeBron James was at his absolute peak. Let's go.
The hardest thing to figure out about LeBron James at his peak might just be when exactly he peaked. LeBron hit another gear in the 2009 season, winning...
Yeah, because the highlights we react to were 2009, 2013, and 2018, and all of those have solid arguments as his best.
His first MVP and authoring one of the most incredible statistical profiles in NBA history. At 24, he had the perfect blend of youthful speed and explosive power.
Yeah.
And in his second tour of Northeast Ohio, LeBron's offensive mastery produced incredible playoff moments.
2016 finals,
and those seasons are great choices. But during those championship seasons in South Beach, his ability to do almost everything might have taken him to heights that no one has ever reached.
Potential GOAT case here, 2013 LeBron.
Where's Larry Bird in all this?
Has it blocked by Olajuwon. Michael Jordan saves the day.
This series tackled one question. Who was the best at his best? We start at the ABA merger and go through the best multi-year stretches, examining the legends who provided the most on-court impact. These are the greatest peaks.
Let's go, man. LeBron James, 2012-2013. In this season, I know he was one vote away from winning unanimous MVP. One delusional vote over Carmelo Anthony and caused LeBron to not win unanimous MVP, which sucks ass. Because he should have been unanimous MVP. He also barely finished second in Defensive Player of the Year, and Marc Gasol, who won it, didn't make the All-Defensive First Team. So it's very possible, and he was very, very close to winning unanimous MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, a championship, and Finals MVP in the same season, which would,
for me to be compared to Michael, Magic, Kobe, all the ones that's making so success in the league. It's great, and I'm going to just keep working hard, and someday it could be another one that could be compared to me.
From a distance, LeBron just looked bigger and stronger than other players. But zoom in and there's way more going on. During those Miami years, his game was built around getting to the rim, and he approached the basket in just about every way imaginable. He drops his shoulder,
one of the greatest drivers of all time,
goes off his left foot, and finishes southpaw here. But on this one, he dips the shoulder and jumps off 2 feet to float one in from short range. Here's another variant. He has a runway but springs into a jump stop, and fluid, adaptable athleticism was key to LeBron's finishing prowess. Of course, his size was a huge factor too, crossing back to the left, and notice how quickly the ball gets to about 10 feet so he can release it away from those long Tim Duncan arms.
Yeah, Tim Duncan, one of the greatest defenders ever.
LeBron's mass was arguably more important than his length, able to plow through contact from defenders.
The muscles,
Jimmy
man.
Butler gives LeBron a pretty healthy push here, and unlike lankier penetrators, it barely derailed the L train, and he still has the balance to explode for the stuff.
Jimmy Butler was giving him a good bit of competition though in the 2020 finals.
LeBron was probably the best ever at absorbing.
So he got better, a lot better from
blows
here.
In midair while still powering up a good shot, which requires incredible body awareness and reactivity.
Yeah.
These reactions are automatic, subconscious movements. This contact blunts his vertical leap, so he adjusts by pulling the ball back and arching it over the defender. This is unprecedented neurological wiring in such a giant explosive body. Here, he has the instinct to dip his shoulder in front of the defender, who bounces off LeBron as he organically twists into a layup. Some of this is just physics. A 275-pound body moving at high speeds packs quite a punch.
Yeah, you're not going to stop a guy like that.
Goes flying,
driving into your chest.
And again, LeBron adjusts off his right leg and finishes with the left hand. And yes, it was reported that James weighed in at 270-something pounds during these seasons, slightly heavier than the 250 to 260 he supposedly played at in Cleveland a few years prior, and that zapped some of his acceleration. In 2009, his first step was quicker, and his combination of speed and power were at video game levels.
Yeah, his speed in the early Cleveland days was absolutely nuts.
Entries into the all-time highlight competition, this first MVP year is the version to nominate. But that additional explosiveness was offset by a weaker outside shot, a game that wasn't quite as refined, and somewhat paradoxically, he wasn't a definitively better finisher on his drives back then. This is because he developed so many ways to finish at the cup, from contorting reverses to little spin moves that finished with a soft push shot. LeBron was a master of tempo, of controlling speeds.
I don't understand how a lot of people don't like LeBron. Looking at you, comment section. They're like, oh, he can only finish inside. But then their favorite era is like the 80s and stuff, when like barely anybody could shoot.
This drive into
and everyone was finishing inside. Like, what? Do you want people to shoot or not?
Duncan, where slowing down is the key to creating space for a gentle finish. Despite weighing more than Karl Malone, his agility and explosiveness were still guard-like, and with a screen he was surgical, attacking the position of the second defender. He leans the wrong way here, so LeBron rejects the screen and explodes in a straight.
Being bigger than Karl Malone and being able to be this fast is why LeBron is able to play literally every single position.
Yet on this one, he feels the defender too far left, so he builds momentum going around the pick And then he's an unstoppable freight train, and that is just bionic strength and dexterity that would make Isaac Asimov proud. Oh yeah. There were more subtle tricks.
I didn't get that one.
Too. He knows Duncan waits to commit to
Oh, look at this no headband Bron.
Shot, so he up fakes on an explosive jump stop before stepping through for the layup. All of this made LeBron one of the best finishers ever. Among qualifying players, he has the
better become the all-time leading scorer in NBA history. Most of those shots at the rim, bro. You got to be one of the greatest finishers of all time to do that, man.
Field goal percentage season at the rim this century, and since
when everyone knows where you want to go, and you were still able to score more than anyone else. I mean, it's pretty impressive.
Maintained comparable efficiencies in the playoffs. There's a great argument. These are the best finishing seasons ever. These superpowers were only amplified in transition, where he could build ahead of steam and attack into open space. He just shed smaller players like they were mosquitoes. This is the android upgrade of what we saw in episode 5 from Magic Johnson, out sprinting everyone and changing directions at high speeds.
What did I say? Bigger, stronger, faster Magic Johnson. So that last video.
Size and speed are one thing, but LeBron's ability to decelerate, remain controlled, and flow into a move supercharged his fast break scoring. He could use those same half-court tools, change of tempo, varied jumping angles, and so on, only with a head of steam against backpedaling defenses. Even with big men in the paint, LeBron could shift on the fly. He's angling toward the middle here, but then slides left for 2. And there is a cerebral component to many of these. He throws a head fake to freeze a defender, and he's unstoppable with all that space to attack. Bron did this stuff to great defenders too. Andre Iguodala's hips are facing left here, so LeBron...
Iguodala defended him well in 2015, though. He got revenge.
Then Andre recovers, so he gives him an inside out for
the finals MVP.
In real time, the whole thing is a blur, and it's free throws. It was basically impossible to slow down James in transition, running alongside him or recovering to the paint because of his width and change of direction. Here, the defender is basically even with him, but since he's so much smaller, he's essentially poster decoration.
If you're too small, you're not gonna be able to stop him, and if you're too big, you're not gonna be fast enough to stop him.
In short, LeBron was the most devastating.
Not the biggest, not the strongest, but faster than the strongest and stronger than the fastest
Scorer the league had ever seen. And 2012 to 13 is the best 2-year stretch in Synergy's database, averaging an insane 1.4 points per possession in transition on over 4 opportunities a game. Numbers he nearly replicated to a T in the postseason. The totality of all this,
but he's not a player performer, right?
Made LeBron one of the best scorers ever. With his playoff runs in
but he's not a scorer, apparently.
Stacking up incredibly well against just about anybody in league history when adjusting for opponent quality. Another key to LeBron's scoring during these years was the development of his post game. These plays weren't nearly as deadly as his transition game or half-court drives, but adding some back-to-the-basket skills kept defenses honest and gave him another arrow in his quiver. He often caught it in the mid-post and went to work, backing down smaller wings.
Post-ups.
And with his size advantage and great balance, he could wheel into shots down low or bust out that spin move that he loved. There's a Tim Duncan-esque use of the offhand to protect the ball against Kawhi Leonard. We often think of great scorers as having pretty fadeaways or nasty go-to moves, but LeBron's physical dominance and fantastic feel carved out hyper-efficient shots, and he balanced those
this is, by the way, as you say, is hyper-efficient. This is one of the most efficient seasons in NBA history. He shot as a small forward, at a high-volume small forward, shot 57% from the field this season. I mean, that's just insane. And also, shot 41% from 3. By far his best three-point shooting season. Shot over 40% from 3. While shooting 57% from the field as a small forward. One of the most efficient seasons of all time.
Shots with a respectable outside game. This was a shift from his younger years, where he was near the bottom of the league in outside shooting percentages, but in Miami, he jumped above league average on his long-range shots. Behind a slightly smoother shooting motion, LeBron was more patient getting into his jumper, and as a result, he made about 42% of his long twos in Miami, a step up from the 39% he made in his final 2 years in Cleveland. He also improved by more than 3 percentage points from downtown after making only 34% of his threes between 2009 and 2011. So, during these seasons, LeBron's outside shot rounded out his incredible scoring game, but that was only half of his offensive equation because his playmaking talents helped take him to another level.
Yeah. He's just talking about how he's one of the greatest scorers of all time. Now he's going to talk about how he's one of the greatest playmakers of all time. Well, he said with Michael Jordan as well. He said Michael Jordan's playmaker was severely underrated, and that he is one of the greatest of all time because of his scoring and shot creation that he made for his teammates. And now we're going to talk about the same thing about LeBron.
Training in the pool.
Baby, we can go anytime. You just let me know what's good for you.
You can't get through Detroit training in no pool.
You think Michael training in the
pool? No, I don't think so.
Stop looking at my lemonade.
Here I come, cannonball.
Because LeBron was so effective driving to the hoop, defenses would counter by packing the paint, forcing him to beat them with his jumper. Dallas did this to some degree in the 2011 finals, not overreacting to him as a shooter, and then loading up on his drives.
And it works.
Tyson Chandler spies James instead of worrying about the weak side, and so two big men are waiting for him in the paint. When the Mavericks clogged these driving lanes like this, they were content with Mario Chalmers or Dwayne Wade beating them with outside shots. There was
Dwayne
more
Wade, not a good
LeBron's
three-point
scoring
shooter.
drop-off in that series than just Dallas's defense, but 2 years later, a fantastic Spurs team packed the paint again and made LeBron's driving gaps as narrow as possible. It was common for multiple Spurs players to converge on him in the lane, and this strategy limited LeBron's effectiveness more than any other series between 2012 and 14, although that improved jumper still made it a solid scoring series for James. And this is where a more diverse scoring arsenal made him so difficult to slow down, not only with outside shots, but by playing out of the post. Post play provided a different angle to attack from. Defenses couldn't really load up on any driving lanes in these spots, and because LeBron was such a gifted passer, it made doubling him down there a bit tricky. If teams weren't careful, a double team could create short, easy kickouts to three-point shooters, and a huge part of LeBron's offensive value was unlocking long-range marksmen out on the perimeter.
Ray Allen,
With the Spurs...
Yeah, that's why you always got to build shooters around LeBron. Lakers, Rob Pelinka looking at you.
Clogging the lane, LeBron sets up a rim finish, but it's really a pass. And crafty deliveries like this gave shooters optimal breathing room. If he didn't throw it early, he had the strength to skip it across the court, where it was a longer recovery for the defense. That's just incredible speed from that position to beat the closeout. James might have been the best skip passer the league had ever seen, swinging it cross-court to his bandmates, and when teams tried to sit in his driving gaps, changing sides like this is a natural counter. Of course, LeBron also manipulated defenders. There's no indication he's passing as he turns the corner here, and the look away prevents this defender from playing the passing lane, and it's a clean shot.
Great no look.
He could hit these same passes in transition against a wall of defenders.
I wonder where he would, where he's gonna say that he would rank. Where do you guys say he ranks on the all-time passers in NBA history?
The velocity on that one buys the shooter more time. And again, he uses his drive to disguise a delivery.
Wasn't LeBron's
that
fault.
move sent Kevin Garnett in the wrong direction, giving Mario Chalmers all day to shoot.
Impressive, because Garnett's a great defender.
Pressure and a powerful dribble took him right into the teeth of the defense, where he could spray it around to wide-open shooters. Miami shot 38% from downtown, with LeBron on the court in his final 3 seasons there, surrounding him with better three-point weapons, and going to smaller, stretchier lineups. Unfortunately, their second best player, Dwayne Wade, was a poor three-point shooter, which wasn't an ideal fit next to James. Wade was coming off one of the great peaks in league history himself, and in many ways was functionally similar to LeBron. He was a dangerous finisher and difficult to keep out of the lane, and he could spearhead an entire offense with a pick-and-roll game as well. In effect, this made him LeBron's backup because the Heat could flank James or Wade with identical lineups. But since neither of them were really good spot-up shooters, on possessions initiated by Wade, LeBron was less valuable standing in the corner. A good shooter just ends up with a high percentage 3 there instead. Even though Wade-centric possession,
LeBron always had a lot of people say has problems playing off ball with stuff like this,
perfectly effective. Miami's
because of his limited
best
shooting
offense was LeBron ball, giving him the keys and letting him make the primary decisions. Miami actually excelled when James played without his sidekick, logging over 40 games without Wade during these seasons at a 57-win pace. With Wade, they were only...
It's like when the... Uh-oh. What the frick did I click?
That Heat offense...
Okay. Yeah, it's like the Grizz. I was gonna say it's like the Grizzlies going like 20-3 or something in 2022 without John Morant. Like you wouldn't think that the Heat would be on a 57-win pace in the 40 games they didn't have Dwayne Wade, but
reaching a 59-win pace, and most notably, the Heat's offensive efficiency was slightly better without Dwayne. That Heat offense was good in the regular season and fantastic in the playoffs. A pattern that is held for LeBron's entire prime, which is a testament to his
but he's not a playoff performer, right?
Scoring and playmaking ability, making him the centerpiece of a heliocentric system with the right finishers orbiting around him, produced historically good offense because of his decision making. For instance, take this pop quiz. Where's the optimal pass?
Right corner over here. Closest to the screen.
Congratulations if you found it,
Fuck.
because the Thunder were blindsided by that pass, and for
I was
good
blindsided.
reason. We've seen him snap it to this corner if the strong side defender slides over, and if he feels the weak side defender leaning toward the roll man, he could...
This is why I don't play basketball.
...fire it to the other wing for more target practice. Some of these require elite reflexes, snapping off passes when an opening emerges, and here the roll man pops away from the hoop, and as LeBron looks for him, it takes a millisecond before he processes the cut to the basket and delivers a laser. Great
Those reaction
passers
times.
not only
Let's
deliver
see
balls
that.
quickly, but they camouflage releases from a variety of angles. So when LeBron touched the paint, defenses had little indication of what was coming. A kick out to a shooter, a drop off to a big...
Well, yeah, when you're so versatile, it's really hard for people to do anything to defend you, because when you do something, they have no idea what you're gonna do. Like if you're not just a guy who finishes or just a guy who passes, you go into the paint and they don't know what to defend at that point. They don't know how to defend the rim, or the pass, or the lob, or whatever.
Or a score. They basically all look the same until the moment the ball leaves his hands, and he usually chose the best option. All of this takes great spatial awareness, tracking multiple defenders, so when one moves, he knows exactly where to attack.
Great googly moogly.
This one takes some grandmaster recognition, eyeing an angle with Tim Duncan's hands down, and throwing a rope the second his receiver gets inside position. Like all high-end passers, LeBron would try some into tight coverage that didn't pan out, and I think his vision and reads improved in later seasons. He almost never missed straightforward layups like this one, but he could overlook some slightly trickier hookups. That's there for the taking, and we've seen post players hit this cutter a number of times during this series. He also wasn't regularly tossing this lob pass to the roll man back then like he would in subsequent years, and sometimes his bounce passes could be a bit tough to handle.
So he's saying that this is LeBron's peak, but this is not LeBron's playmaking peak.
For his big man.
Basically.
Still, that vision and quick processing led to some spectacular passes in dynamic situations. Chugging down the court here for a lob, and then, yes, that is exactly what you think. A touch pass where he leaves the ball hanging right in front of the rim. Between his vision,
some Magic Johnson type beat there,
and that fluid athleticism, there were moments where he was almost bird-like with some passes.
This is insane. Yeah, these are literally Larry Bird, Magic Johnson type passes.
To anticipate openings and then snap off high-value dimes.
This is insane.
In transition, he was a little Magic-like, pushing the pace with speed and forcing defenses to commit so he could drop it off. This is a three-man wall in the lane to barricade his penetration, and that leads to wide-open threes. And here OKC forms a wall at an angle, which creates an alley that LeBron quickly spots for free throws. You might have noticed how many of these assists were to Wade. He and LeBron had really nice chemistry on cuts to the basket, and while Flash was still a great offensive player in those seasons, the more he receded into a secondary role, the better LeBron's numbers became. His shot creation estimates with Wade in the game were in the 93rd percentile historically in the playoffs, but with Wade on the bench, they would have ranked 8th all time, almost perfectly matching his earlier numbers in Cleveland. His free throw rates with Wade dipped to the 93rd percentile, but with
I guess because Wade had Wade having more control, I didn't show off as much of LeBron doing stuff in terms of stats, even though he's just as good.
Ranked 7th all time, again fairly close to his numbers as a Cav. So as a result, LeBron's scoring went to another stratosphere in those playoffs with his Slash brother on the bench, surpassing even Michael Jordan with what would be the best adjusted numbers in playoff history. That's not an entirely apples to apples comparison, but it's part of why the Heat offense was more efficient, playing a larger brand of LeBron ball. So while LeBron was the centerpiece of an incredibly effective attack, all of his athleticism and computational power helped on the other end of the court, where he was a key component in Miami's defense.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, so he nearly won Defensive Player of the Year this season, so now we're going to go to the other end of the floor.
During their 4-year run, the Heatles frequently attacked ball screens with a second defender, which meant other defenders had to scramble behind the play as everyone recovered. And this blitzing of the pick and roll created a kind of frenetic approach on defense that required a ton of coordinated rotations and also forced a lot of turnovers. Sometimes this scheme asked James to sprint across the court to a popping big man. This would be an impossible rotation if the screener flared to the three-point line, but LeBron was so fast in a straight line that he could arrive when these passes did. He had great awareness of on-ball threats, sliding over to help early here and choking off this pass, which leads to another turnover. In Cleveland, James's defensive success was more about brute force athleticism, but in Miami he played a more cerebral game. He isn't preoccupied with this cut because he knows a middle pick and roll is coming, and then he's big enough to battle with Duncan for the rebound. Here he needs to help on the roll man, but realizes he's in a pickle, leaving a wide open three or maybe a dunk, so he covers the pass while contesting the mid-range shot. He was an active communicator,
that was a really
calling
impressive
out
play.
for a switch so his point guard could find a more natural matchup, then instantly pouncing on a breakdown to help influence a block from Shane Battier. LeBron's on a sharpshooter here, and he chases him off 2 screens for a decent look, and all that action pulled rebounders out of the paint, and it's a foul. So the next time down, LeBron tells Battier to take his man coming off the screen, switches to the big, and just blows the whole thing up. Because of his size, he could comfortably switch onto bigger players like this and guard them in isolation. And
very versatile. He could literally play any position.
And he could
guard in those
protect
positions
him like he was a big man as well. This wasn't the incredible paint protection we've seen from the great bigs in this series, but LeBron added a ton of value lurking in the lane, and since the Heat would often play small ball, he was the primary vertical presence in many of these situations. He was potent enough as a shot blocker to deter shots. Duncan freezes when he sees him here and then is totally stuck, and some of these were elite rejections that you would see from high-end defensive big men. He slides over here in case there's a laydown pass and covers so much ground that he spikes it, and this play is spectacular.
Fucking Duncan
from the corner after Wade whiffs on a gamble to
kill. Oh my god. All the way from the corner to block a dunk.
Same numbers as a
or not block it,
shot-blocking
but, you know,
big,
stop it.
So these plays weren't always the norm. Sometimes they could be fouls, and other times he wasn't quite as loaded up and vertical on some of these contests at the rim. But his timely rotations in the paint and this big man-like skill were a major asset for the Heat. There was a horizontal component to these rotations too. He has to cover about 16 feet in the second that this pass is airborne.
Because, you know, the thing that's giving him advantage on offense, the combination of his size and speed, also giving advantages to his defense in his prime, because he's big enough to guard the interior, but fast enough to get out to the exterior perimeter, and guard perimeter guys well enough as well.
And that prevents Steph Curry from firing and leads to a bad pass and a steal. He could play a cross-court.
Also his incredible basketball IQ as well.
This, or explode to intercept a roll pass. And that closing speed allowed him to be in two places at once. These short little bursts of speed allowed him to cover tons of court like a rangy center fielder in baseball. And his hands were pretty good too, racking up enough steals to land in the 88th percentile historically. Some of these plays on the ball were certainly a bit risky, and so there were some occasional misses in there. On this one, he's in time on the rotation but lunges for more and comes up empty, and sometimes he'd sell out for a pick six, and when those plays failed, they often exposed the defense and led to a high-value shot. But he rarely
it's like the Michael Jordan thing we're talking about in his video, the gambling
track of the
on defense and in real life, I guess, for him, but not for LeBron.
Off ball. Here's a lapse on some screening set, although he was usually pretty aware of his own man and the basketball from the other side of the court. So, despite a few hiccups, he was a fairly low-error player away from the ball. He was highly knowledgeable of opponents' playbooks during these seasons, helping early and rotating on point in Miami's scrambling scheme. And he was even known to call out opposing sets. He switches this to blow up Indiana's screening action, and his pattern recognition skills were also a key to his defensive value. That value helped the Heat produce quality defensive ratings in the regular season and solid ones in the postseason. Among regular playoff teams, they were about middle of the pack in defensive performance during these years, despite playing smaller lineups than most teams at the time. LeBron also loved rear-view blocks, recovering to catch players from behind. And this was part of his chase down arsenal in transition, where he just sized up smaller players like an adult playing with young children. He tried a similar approach in the half court, although it was far less effective on drives like this when James lost a step to the dribbler. And containing ball handlers in space was probably his biggest defensive weakness. It wasn't that LeBron couldn't keep quicker or smaller players in front of him. He used his length and size to cut off angles well, but he also had to guess and react instantly to change directions on stops and starts. And he was vulnerable to these because at 270 pounds, it took a lot to break and re-accelerate in short spaces. His technique worked really well whenever those little hops and reactions were on time and in the right direction. But
it's great defense on Paul George.
When his man started to go, he couldn't laterally recover.
Oh, and then you get the Chris Anderson dunk.
This made LeBron an interesting on-ball defender because he regularly broke down to change of direction attacks, but when he sized it up well, he could keep really small guards in front of him. He was fairly successful, switched onto the shifty Tony Parker in the 2013 finals, and he was big enough to then switch onto Duncan and stonewall him in the post.
Which is insane.
Another downside to being so big was
being able to guard both those two guys.
Navigating screens
such different positions.
Endeavor. James didn't have that sharp cornering required to stick with some of these routes, and he couldn't really slide that much weight or rely on tap dancing feet to slip by some picks. You see him go wide here, so he can chase with more of a running motion versus sliding, and because he was so broad, he offered a large screening target, which made it challenging for him to stay with smaller players when they ran around like this. All the major one-number metrics view LeBron as a strong defender. And with his huge offensive value, his overall impact metrics are right at the top of the heap.
Second, 8th, and 5th.
These numbers were higher in his first 2 MVP seasons, when he was the lone star in Cleveland, surrounded by outside shooters who gave him space to attack the rim. In Miami, he didn't have the ball as much, and his off-ball impact paled in comparison to his on-ball game.
Right.
He could hurt defenses with timely cuts. He had good instincts for when to backdoor a vulnerable defender, but his spot-up shooting was only mediocre. And more importantly, playing away from the ball took the decision-making out of his hands. We've discussed scoring resiliency, but LeBron ball provided an overall resiliency that was difficult to scheme against because he could leverage his scoring and playmaking off of each other. He couldn't just plug into any offense and add the same value, but a well-constructed attack built around LeBron produced a championship-level offense. His high IQ, Swiss Army knife defense also made him one of the better perimeter defenders in league history, and that two-way impact probably made him the greatest floor raiser we've ever seen. So, given that he has a great argument as a top 10...
Yeah, floor raiser I think is a good point to say, because you put LeBron in any basketball team, he automatically makes him a championship contender. Literally any team.
Scorer and top 10 play.
GOAT level finisher on drives, power size, feel, GOAT level transition scoring, elite pick and roll and driving playmaking, elite scoring, resilient pick your poison offense, outside shot mediocre, poor fit with other ball dominant players.
However, it's easy to see.
Solid rim protection and paint presence, excellent speed on rotations and in passing lanes, very good awareness off ball, communicates a knowledge of opposing scheme, guards 5 positions with same success, vulnerable navigating screens and to quickness on outside.
Why so many people consider LeBron James the greatest player of all time.
All right. That was a very good analysis on both sides for LeBron, talking about all-time great scoring, all-time great playmaking, and all-time great defense with the Miami Heat. Also talked, of course, also about, you know, some of his flaws, you know, off-ball stuff. But, yeah, giving a lot of great arguments for LeBron. So, I'm very curious. I wonder, because he seemed to talk more positively about LeBron than he did Jordan. So, I wonder, thinking basketball does have LeBron as the GOAT. We'll see. We'll eventually get to his top 10 peaks of all time video, but I want to get through the series first. There's more series videos in the series about people who are not in the GOAT series, so we have to go through that. So we're just on to Kobe now, so let's go.
After Michael Jordan retired, there was a race to...
We're planning to do this the entire series, so yeah, we're almost done with it. We've done 9 players, I think, so far. Yeah, because we did all the 8 players in the Making the Case series. We've done the Greatest Peaks episode, and now we're on to the 9th, so yeah.
Crown the heir apparent, the next dominant shooting guard who could score, pass, and defend. As we saw last episode, Kobe certainly fit that bill when he was young.
You know you're good when you get called the next Michael Jordan and people are like, and then once your career's done, people don't roast you.
360-degree dunks, wild shots, and some huge defensive plays under Phil Jackson's tutelage. And that led Bryant to be seen as a Michael Jordan redux because of his build and style.
Some differences, though, definitely.
He wasn't the next Michael Jordan. He was the first Kobe Bryant.
Right. A lot of differences between their games. A lot of similarities, but a lot of differences as well.
Has it blocked by Olajuwon. Michael Jordan saves the day.
This series tackles one question. Who was the best at his best? We start at the ABA merger and go through the best multi-year stretches, examining the legends who provided the most on-court impact. These are the greatest peaks.
I'm ready to see this, man. Because Kobe all-time ranking, so this would be from the 06-08 times, his all-time ranking is like, a lot of people disagree. Some people have him as the actual like GOAT. Some people have him top 3. Some people have him not even in the top 10. So he's a guy that gets switched around the all-time ranking. I was curious to see what he would think about his impact.
This is my man. This is Showboat. We call him
18-year-old Kobe,
y'all
man.
know him as Kobe Bryant. This is my main man. Mark my words. Now, and I said this earlier in the season. It's going to be unbelievable.
Kobe was one of the most versatile, robust scorers in league history. He was kind of like a scoring artist, painting the court in just about every way possible. There were highlight finishes in the air, crafty, creative hoops. That's a street ball move in a playoff game.
What's that?
In a playoff game, that's tough.
Fadeaways
LeBron.
back to the basket, pull-up jumpers from the mid-range, pull-up jumpers from 3, even up fakes that sent opponents straight to the house of highlights. To illustrate this scoring diversity, take a look at the shot charts of the leading scorers around this time. Larger hexagons mean more attempts, so you can see LeBron's largely rim dominant, and dark red indicates a higher shooting percentage compared to league averages. Now here's Kobe.
Okay.
For better and sometimes worse, he scored from anywhere and everywhere. Some of this blossomed out of necessity. He didn't have MJ's first step or LeBron's bionic size and strength at the hoop.
He didn't have one speciality.
A
He was just
Bryant
he was
had
good
a
at
good first step
he was just pretty good at everything.
High-level athleticism to build off of as a base. He was quick enough to punish slower players or big men out of water. He turned the corner on Tim Duncan like this a few times in the 2008 Western Finals. But he couldn't just blast by players like certain guards who relied on quickness. And it wasn't really acceleration that made Kobe a dangerous penetrator. He used craft, guile, and feel, a little hesitation to start a drive, and he loved this hard spin back at the rim. He heads right here but is cut off, so the spin sheds the defender, and then off the wrong foot adjusts under LeBron to finish.
Adjusting in midair always would be impressive.
And then feeling the defender recover, he spins back hard and leads with his body for free throws. These counters took remarkable balance and body control along with great instinct. Kobe was only around 6'5" barefoot, and he couldn't always elevate over defenders at the hoop. So instead he might absorb contact while contorting to release a shot, although that didn't work every time. Instead, he was snake-like at slithering into different angles to release the ball in traffic. His crossover was sharp enough to shake opponents, and Kobe senses a recovering Duncan and angles it right up on the glass.
Who's better, Kobe or Duncan?
This time, the finish is different. He's strong enough to stay balanced without losing Bruce Bowen, but because Duncan is stationed under the hoop, Kobe throws his body into him and banks it at his apex. This is subtle, but his
a smart way to go
helped
past
him audible
big
at the
interior
rim.
defenders.
When attacking big men in space,
And body first.
he liked that in and out dribble, and then altered his stride length as needed approaching the goal. Perhaps the ultimate example of his malleable finishing was his instinct for flowing to the other side of the rim, where he'd throw off a potential shot blocker's timing by striding into a reverse layup. Now, these hesitation moves were so effective because defenses were worried about his
because he could shoot anywhere.
And he could play these threats off each other.
If you can shoot a little bit from anywhere, any fake is like really
As the
deadly.
screen comes over, Duncan and Bowen are worried about this shooting pocket, and Bryant uses that against him with a nasty cross. Yet the threat of a dribble drive was enough to create airspace for his jump shot. Defenders had to sell out hard on his mid-range game, and that could be a problem.
When you have to commit to like, because the entire point of defense is to make them shoot a difficult shot, but because nowhere on the court was a difficult shot for Kobe, you had to commit to like every single place he was. So if you commit to one place, he can get you to that place and then get you to another, so he can get to another place.
Kobe had
because he can shoot from score from anywhere.
Moves come from a triple threat position and involved up fakes or jab steps, and he was so proficient getting to his spot and then rising up. He could also fire fairly accurate shots off a variety of setups, heading to his right or left from just about anywhere on the floor. That one was a long 2, and Kobe trafficked in these jumpers just inside the arc, which made for impressive shot making, but also suppressed his overall scoring efficiency. From 2006 to 2008, he attempted more 2-point shots outside of 15 feet than anyone in the NBA. But he only made 41% of them, which is exactly what the rest of the league made on these shots during that period. Kobe's scoring numbers during those...
So he wasn't like crazy for the long 2s, but he shot way too many long 2s,
were
basically.
The best of his career, but his efficiency lagged a touch behind some of the other huge volume scorers in this series, in part because he bled.
That's the one thing people say when they're trying to dig around Kobe is that his efficiency. I want to see what he says about it.
Not making those long shots worth 3 points when they went in. He was a bit ahead of the curve with his pull-up three-pointer, able to make a respectable 35% of these at decent volume. Many of his shots were really difficult, often scoring despite a large hand in his face. Videographers have sliced together edits of Jordan and Kobe making similar shots, but on this one, Kobe's is way harder, going off of his wrong foot and double clutching before shooting.
Yeah, that's insane.
For my money, Bryant is the best tough shot maker in league history.
Yes, 100% would agree.
He'd regularly drill jumpers with a hand in his face and almost no airspace.
This is also partly because he had no goddamn teammates. So defenders fully committed to could fully commit to him without worrying about any of his teammates. Because I mean, who are you gonna worry about? Freaking Smush Parker, like for his absolute prime, he had to make all these difficult shots. So he eventually became better when he got good teammates. But yeah, his difficult shot making was insane.
And sometimes he'd fire these at all kinds of crazy angles. He's lost all momentum here, and his feet are actually crossed when he jumps, but hey, no biggie.
That's nuts.
We saw some of this feel with Larry Bird in episode 4. Subtle.
That's the kind of shots that you be playing and you just feel hopeless. Like, bro, I did everything I'm meant to do as a defender, and this guy still made the shot. Like, I don't understand what you want from me.
Adjustments to change the arc of a
Posting
shot
up LeBron in a lot of these clips.
And this concentration was especially prominent on the backside of his offensive peak.
Our 9 finals.
End of the 2000s, where it was a touch harder to generate clean looks, so this shooting adaptability took over. He could just come to a stop and pump fake players into oblivion and then shoot without any momentum, which is crazy difficult. On many of these, he's jumping from a complete standstill to find just enough room to arc it in. And he could trap defenders with these up fakes, which helped boosted his free throw rates, especially during these peak seasons where he was slightly behind the all-timers, but still went to the line more than most players. He was also an early practitioner of the rip-through move. As we discussed in episode 8 with Hakeem Olajuwon, these difficult shot attempts helped Kobe's playoff scoring numbers compared to his regular season ones, because he could still generate moderately efficient shots almost on demand, even against stingier postseason defenses. Of course, he could score with his back to the basket out of the post, where that balance and body control blended with his footwork nicely. He pivots into a tough shot here, but he could just as easily swirl into the lane in the same situation. He went to his post game a bit more by the end of the 2000s, and he was sturdy enough to bang into little turnarounds, or even use the threat of his fadeaway to set up defenders for the old up and under. In a sense, Kobe and Shaq were scoring opposites. O'Neal dominated with incredibly high percentage shots, whereas Bryant couldn't quite assault the rim with the same frequency, so he propped up his scoring with versatility and resilient shot making. But if there's one thing
Shaq always went dominated with the highest percentage shot that he just could not stop. Kobe dominated by shooting shots that would typically be low percentage shots, but for him were high percentage shots, so you still couldn't stop him. So they were both unstoppable, just in different ways.
Seen throughout this series, it's that score.
That's why I think it's really hard to determine who you would rank higher all time, Kobe or Shaq.
Doesn't make someone a great player. That scoring alone doesn't make someone a great player.
You talking about the defense.
But what I'm seeing is an opportunity to really demolish the spirit of their team by attacking
demolish the spirit
offensively. After watching this game, I was really, really upset with myself. I don't see Trevor sitting over there on the wing. Trevor's arms, after the shot goes up, pass it to me. Damn it.
In the 2008 finals, the Celtics' suffocating defensive scheme defanged Bryant, clogging his driving lanes and inviting him to take jumpers. The Celtics overloaded his side when he had possession, and this kind of early rotation would have been illegal.
So I'm going to be talking about his passing.
Or 90s,
I think this would be a weakness,
it was a strategic departure from what other high-end teams tried against the Lakers during their deep playoff runs. For instance, in the 2009 finals, Orlando played these driving lanes straight up, relying on rotations after Kobe penetrated. Without a lightning-quick first step to escape these gambits, or great size to pressure the rim, the Celtics held Kobe to 51% true shooting and shaved 5 points off his 2008 and 2009 playoff scoring. A good reminder that playoff matchups can heavily influence numbers. Boston also banked on Kobe looking to score in some of these tight spots instead of repeatedly passing. The exact point Kobe discussed in that clip against Denver when he missed the kick out to Trevor Ariza. Here he's covered by a bigger man and forces a tough fadeaway into a packed paint instead of kicking it out to a good shooter. Much like we saw in episode 6,
so yeah, this is a weakness people talk about.
Kobe
passing.
was always a little over-calibrated towards shooting versus playmaking. Here he has 2 corner options when Phoenix collapses into the paint, but probes for an extra beat and it's a turnover. I don't think this small imbalance chipped away at too much value because Kobe could make some of these double-teamed shots, and the rest of the time he was looking to punish defenses who loaded up on his scoring like this by finding open teammates.
Basically, we're saying for most players, if you took a difficult shot instead of giving it to an open teammate, you would get benched. But for Kobe, because he was so good at making the difficult shots, it was still like, it didn't hurt his team that much that he shot a difficult shot instead of a teammate shooting an open shot.
He was tactical and often patient about getting opponents to commit to then free up a shooter.
They fish.
As that Nuggets series progressed in 2009, whenever Denver slid a defender down to spy on him, he opted for the kick-out pass more and more.
Became a better passer later in his career.
Celtics, there were certainly moments where he missed early passing chances as he hunted for scoring angles that didn't end all that well. Yet, even in that series, he made plenty of early reads. A defender is slid way over into his driving lane here, so he shuffles it to the open shooter. Kobe was known for his studiousness, and he could certainly read and react to how teams shifted toward him in order to generate easy shots for his bandmates. Yes, he shot into plenty of double teams, but he dissected a ton as well. Boston sends help, and these 2 defenders are covering 3 Lakers, and Kobe threads a dart into the lane for free throws against the clock. Kobe grew up idolizing Magic Johnson, and while he wasn't his equal, he dropped some gorgeous dimes from time to time, or would-be dimes. Some of these passes in dynamic, non-traditional situations demonstrated a strong ability to map the court.
And his
that
one was nice.
Helped with a variety of passing deliveries. Here he feels the help in the air, looks for his big man, and just tries to slap it in his direction. Most of his best passes were to big men.
Fitting reaction.
There's that patience to wait for help to leave Pau Gasol, and this one takes even sharper vision, finding the rim runner with a jump.
I never seen this many Kobe passing highlights. These are great.
Over the course of his career, Kobe's best, most consistent pass was probably the laydown, something he always had great feel for. Occasionally he'd shoot in these spots, but if he sensed a defender coming over on a drive, he'd usually hone in on his open big man. Here he spots a teammate on the backside. Maybe the perfect pass arrives now, but Kobe knows if he collapses the zone, an easier angle will emerge, so he airdrops it over for the layup. And hey, Walton's back. Sort of. Where were we? Laydowns? Kobe would carve these out and then was able to deliver at a variety of angles depending on the situation, going with a soft lefty lob here after being corralled on his drive. The other option in those spots was the kick out, where if defenders pinched down from the perimeter, he could spray it back out for 3-point practice. After 2 hesitation moves, he runs into a wall here, but since the guard sinks in to help on Gasol, the kick out becomes the weakness to exploit.
So I need D-Fish in there, Robert Horry.
Kobe created plenty
Not
of
Robert
shots
Horry in
like
that
this
team,
for
but
teammates, ranking behind only Jordan, James Harden, LeBron James, and Tracy McGrady among non-point guards. Point guard is sort of a misnomer here, since these are all lead guards.
So his passing is not nearly as much as a weakness, if a weakness at all.
Kobe ran plenty of
as a lot of people say.
Notice all the extra space compared to prior episodes, and he could score or play make out of this action. He didn't really have an ideal pick and roll partner before Gasol. although Andrew Bynum's emergence as a role threat provided a little chemistry in 2007. When Pau did arrive in 2008, Kobe ran the two-man game with him more frequently, and he could pop or roll comfortably next to Bryant. There's a little manipulation from Kobe by using the no-look pass to hold the defender. That one didn't always work, but it shows the capacity for higher-level ideas. He could also make the little pocket pass. This one is delayed until the big commits to Kobe, and then he threads the needle beautifully. And, well, he didn't anticipate tons of passes. He could drop wonderful dimes after reacting to the defense.
Ooh.
The big man contests, so he audibles by bouncing it through a tight window.
Yeah.
The Kobe Pau pick and roll was a nasty option to fall back on late in a possession. That look-away technique holds the help defense. This time it's successful, and Pau could pass off the roll too. On this one, the defense sits on Gasol's roll, so Kobe whips it to Lamar Odom, who makes the extra pass, and both Laker big men could pass or finish in these spots. 2008 was a huge upgrade in roster construction from prior seasons, where mediocre shooters and passers
very big
Kobe,
upgrade.
Lamar, and utility big men. Odom was always able to create some offense and act as a secondary playmaker next to Kobe, but Gasol took the Lakers to another level with his diverse offensive
Right, save the
package.
Lakers.
His post-game made him an all-NBA level player, stocked with a full pantry of post moves that includes soft touches with his right and left hand around the basket.
Definitely deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
After his arrival, the Lakers' offense exploded. From 2008 to 2010, LA's playoff efficiency was about 6.5 points better than what their opponents allowed in the regular season. Since Kobe's offense slowed down a bit, chopping off 2010 might better capture this team at its brief peak, a fantastic stretch that was a rung down from the all-time greats.
Wow.
There were a few holes in Kobe's passing game. He was willing to try tight passes. This one is picked off, but it's also a delivery issue where if he doesn't throw it higher, he needs to throw it earlier or with a different delivery angle altogether. He didn't really whip fastballs off the dribble at different angles like some players, and instead he often tried some of these tight
it wasn't like
a
all-time passer.
These all might be
but
audibles out of
it's definitely not a
shots,
weakness
but I wonder
from what
went to the
we've
jump
seen
pass
here.
because he wasn't that big. Size could bother him on traps and lead to some blind spots. We saw the much taller Lamar.
Size is
Odom
definitely an
make this
issue in
exact
passing when you're
pass
getting
a
covered by that
second
many
ago.
defenders.
And Kobe was inconsistent about hitting the roll man on this action when the defending big man jumped him hard. He also missed some straightforward passes. That's there for the taking, and in my study, he mostly seemed to miss wings and smalls in these home run situations. So while he had some limitations as a passer, his playmaking was an enormous part of his offensive attack, but his offense wasn't nearly as polarizing as his controversial defense.
Ooh, okay.
Bryant's size was also a small factor on the defensive end. For instance, he had mixed results holding down the fort against bigger, stronger players in the post. There are some plays where the engagement isn't entirely there, and then others where he battles hard with more success. Similarly, Kobe wasn't much of a vertical presence around the basket. When he was near the rim, he often went to a swipe down move, and sometimes
definitely more of a perimeter defender.
On occasion, he'd turn a running start into a highlight block, but these high leverage plays were less common. Kobe averaged a block every other game during these years and only provided occasional rim protection as a guard.
Those blocks
These
are satisfying,
rotations
though.
in the paint can provide tons of value for a wing, and Kobe could be floor bound on them, and he couldn't afford to arrive late in these spots. He should have rotated here once the double team arrived. Although in general, he was usually pretty buttoned up with most of his rotations, tagging the big man in pick and roll either from the baseline or elbow area. And this is a great sequence where he re-helps on the drive, then recognizes the corner is open and runs the shooter off the line. Unlike the facial he received a second ago, this time he's really helping the helper. And being early on these rotations is key for a wing versus a big man. He can deter the pass or deflect it, but arrive a step later, and he would swipe for the ball, and that's a foul. Around 2000,
you gotta be good at predictions, predicting, like seeing into the future and like predicting what you're gonna do, predicting what the player is gonna do before they do it, regarding someone larger, so you can do stuff like getting a steal. Okay, I'm sounding really stupid, but like, you know what I mean, right? It's if a big man gets the ball and you're a much smaller player, you're kind of done for, unless you get significant help. Okay, you have to do stuff before they get the ball to play good defense on them.
Bryant emerged
most
as
of the
a
time.
vocal leader on defense. You can see him pointing on this play as LA switches a number of actions here, and this was in conjunction with the Lakers playing more complex schemes. They zoned up or switched the weak side constantly as the league adopted more pick and roll offense. Although these rotations weren't always super crisp, for example, he's a little late sliding here, and that leads to a desperate closeout. In general, Kobe wasn't super active on the weak side like this, not making a ton of plays. That's sort of an errant gamble there. And when he staked out these situations, he was quite vulnerable to backdoor cuts. He was actually vulnerable to backdoors in general throughout his career, tracking the ball a bit too hard, and when zoning too, he took a somewhat extreme stance toward the ball handler and could idle a bit. And this responsibility is really about anticipation and effort. It's what made Larry Bird dangerous in these spots, and I'm not sure Kobe had the motor to go full tilt on plays like these and carry his enormous offensive load. Back on offense, Bryant drained additional fuel by moving without the ball, regularly working.
It's hard to give 100 like full, like insane level effort on both ends. You have to like some end you're gonna have to slouch a little bit, you know.
Better position in the post and staying active in order to
on some plays
defenses.
At least.
When he was overplayed, he had a nice back cut himself to escape defenders, and he could comfortably flow into catch and shoot options in the mid-range. This meant he could fit well next to other high-level passers, but it also meant that he couldn't rest much on offense. So without an all-time motor, Kobe couldn't go full throttle on defense for 40 minutes as well. Here he lapses for just a moment and loses contact with Ray Allen. They wisely switched him off Allen for the rest of the series after this. And while he could do solid work chasing players around, he wasn't ideal for this kind of task at this point in his career. He could get a bit stuck at times navigating around screens, especially against bigger screeners like this, although he was pretty good at dipping his shoulder around them and staying fairly connected to his man. His footwork in these spots wasn't always perfect. Big steps can make it tricky to bypass screens, but Kobe works hard to recover and stay in front of the ball here.
Yeah, that was really good.
He couldn't always bring this level of intensity. He kind of hops his way out of position against a dangerous pull-up three-point shooter here, although when he did go all out, he could provide good point-of-attack defense. And this on-ball defense is what kept him on all defensive teams long after his defensive peak that we saw in the last episode. He was versatile guarding the perimeter, able to chip away a little at bigger forwards, and in particular, switch on to point guards.
He seemed to be a really skilled defender. He just didn't go 100% of the time because of so much energy he was putting on the offense because he was carrying them on offense by so much.
In their 2008 series, Kobe had successful moments against the lightning-quick Tony Parker, and here you'll notice he shades him left by design into the help. Bryant seems as studious and technical with his defense as he was with his offense, only he wasn't that disruptive as a defender, blowing up screening actions or flying into the lane to choke out advantages. This is a great bit of awareness in transition, sliding over to stop the ball, but plays like that were rare during these years, and Kobe's steal rate was around the 75th percentile historically, which was good but not great for a guard. As we've seen, he could attack the ball by pawing at it like this, although there were a number of plays where he was reaching for a steal, and that left him out of position. In a 2007 game, Phil Jackson
that always
said
happens,
he had
though.
some riverboat gambler in him. And while I don't think he gambled nearly as much as someone like Jordan, he had his fair share of whiffs.
Literally.
He liked to shoot the gap, and this was also how he collected some of his steals, and those interceptions were more memorable and look great on highlight reels. Kobe also had his fair share of blow-bys off the dribble against quicker guards, although some great defenders can be susceptible to breakdowns like this, so I don't think they chipped away at too much of his value. Impact metrics like adjusted plus-minus or PIPM tend to view him as around neutral on defense, and I think that's in the right ballpark given his lack of involvement in the paint and sporadic guarding of opposing lead guards. But despite his lack of a defensive motor, I think his understanding of schemes combined with his versatility to provide effective point of attack defense against 3 positions makes him a small positive on that end.
Only a small positive.
The question is just how high were his offensive heights. He could be shot heavy at times, but his insane shot making provided a ton of resiliency in the playoffs. After all, the only defense to really slow him down during those years was the historically great Celtics.
Right.
While most of his value came with the ball, his off-ball skills were strong enough to provide impact next to other high-level teammates. And so, while his defense might
we didn't see that much. He didn't have many high-level teammates after Shaq.
Best, it's easy to see why so many people view Kobe Bryant as one of the best offensive players to ever grace the hardwood.
Alright, so main thing I was shocked about this video is that the defensive end. I thought he would, because Kobe Bryant made so many all-defensive teams. Do you think he incorrectly made those all-defensive teams, or do you think he's underrating his defense a lot here? Is the main thing I wanted to know about this, because we all knew Kobe Bryant was an all-time offensive player. He did correct the notion that he's not as good a passer. A lot of people say, oh, Kobe Bryant, he was not as good at playmaking, you know, he was selfish, but he kind of said, well, he saw some point to that, but he mostly said that he was a positive on the passing end of the playmaking, and he was a major part of his game. So, yeah, where would you rank Kobe Bryant all time? And do you agree or disagree with the points he made in the video? Walton, episode 2, Bill Walton's passing and defense was insane. Bill Walton is one of the most underrated players in NBA history. He won an MVP and a championship, and yet people still don't call him the Blazers' all-time player when no other Blazer has won an MVP or a championship or a Finals MVP. So I don't know. I don't understand why he is not the best Blazer of all time in people's opinion. But yeah, let's go. Let's go. Greatest Peak Series.
There's a mythology about Bill Walton that few players can match. Blazer mania, that fiery mountain man beard, and countless injuries that ended his prime. As
so many injuries. Insane.
His first 2 seasons were shortened by an assortment of ailments before a brief 2-year stretch in 1977 and 1978.
He only had, that 1 2-year stretch was really the only we saw him playing Bill Walton, but he is so much in it.
He did an NBA championship and an MVP trophy. So, just how good were those 2 seasons? Was that brief peak enough to compete with the most dominant centers in NBA history?
Very brief peak.
Was he the greatest passing big man of all time?
Well, not all the time now, you know. This guy named Nikola Jokic, but I haven't seen the series in a minute, bro. I'm glad to see this intro right here.
This series tackled one question. Who was the best at his best? We start at the ABA merger and go through the best multi-year stretches, examining the legends who provided the most on-court impact. These are the greatest peaks.
I'm excited, man. Let's go. Greatest peaks, episode 2, Bill Walton, 1977 to 78.
Before we can estimate Walton's impact, it's important to understand the way the game was played before the three-point line. With so many shots funneled into the paint and no extra point for stretching out the court, defensive big men were titans back then. The definitive basketball archetype wasn't a high-flying scoring guard, but a dominant center. And no, not Wilt Chamberlain, but his rival, Bill Russell. Russell's defense
it was better than Chamberlain
over the prior decade,
all time,
where he won 5 MVPs
I'd say,
without being a heavy scorer on offense. That's worth repeating. Wilt Chamberlain once averaged 50 points per game in a season, but the zeitgeist of the time was to play like Russell. In 1967, after years of volume scoring, Chamberlain's own coach asked him to play like Russell, shoot less, pass more, protect the paint. And this led to a new record for wins and an end to the Celtics' 8 consecutive title streak. The search for the next Russell peaked in 1969 when a rookie, Wes Unseld, won the MVP by playing a team-centric pass, rebound, and defend role that Russell was glorified for playing. And that's exactly how Walton played, only with greater scoring skill than either Unseld or
Kareem.
Russell. As a sophomore in college, he was compared to both Russ and Chamberlain, and as a junior,
his college career was insane.
The greatest single-game performance in
absolutely
NCAA
insane. That
history,
shooting form, though,
going 21 of 22 from the floor, en route to 44 points.
That's insane.
60th win
Absolutely
in
insane.
60 college games up until that point.
Bill Walton has a case with Kareem and Pete Maravich and stuff like that as the greatest college player of all time. Like, oh my god.
The grainy signs of his offensive repertoire were on display. The bank shot, his activity, dexterity, and of course, the passing. Like most players, Walton probably peaked as a passer later in his career, especially with slightly more space to work with in the 1980s. Back in 77 and 78, at the height of his overall powers, his passing was defined by hitting swirling cutters from the mid and high post area. Some of these were like water polo passes, just flipping the ball over heads in really tight quarters.
A Jokic type beat right here.
The characteristic of these passes was speed and accuracy. Older centers could occasionally throw flashier passes than Walton from these cornerstone spots, but Walton's volume and efficiency was
Wilt Chamberlain also up there is
point in time.
One of the greatest passing big men. Look at this.
Create a better delivery angle over the top. Portland's half-court game was largely built off cutters buzzing around Walton like this. He has multiple options here if there's any opening, and his speed-accuracy combination resembles a modern quarterback throwing tight short yardage completions. Today we might just see a crowded lane where everyone's covered, but Walton sees a pass behind the hoop, the only window to thread this needle.
Wow, that's great vision right there.
Compare that to another Blazer big, Lloyd Neal, who misses a Walton special here, only to have Big Red show him how it's done. Walton's vision stems from reading the game so well at the team level, knowing who's supposed to go where and what options are available. With the overplay on the pass, he leads the cutter into space, and again, what accuracy on the release.
That was great. That was
Walton's
great.
Also known for his outlet passing, and he mostly flung these toward the mid-court after ripping down a rebound. It was almost like a single motion, grabbing and firing to start Portland's vaunted fast break.
Kevin Love type beat.
He wasn't throwing touchdowns on these like some of the other great outlet passers of that era already were, and in the limited game footage in public, the one he tried got away from him a bit. His more notable weakness to me is passing on the move. His handle wasn't really functional, and that meant that his half-court passing was largely stationary, limited to whatever outpost he caught the ball from. Of course, most big men at the time couldn't pass on the move, nor was the game conducive to them running pick and roll, so relative to his time, Walton was certainly among the best
player,
MVP
MVP
to come along, and perhaps the best ever at finding cutters. All of Walton's missed games from injury give us insight into his value for Portland. In games where Walton was the only missing rotational player, Portland assisted on 54% of its field goals in 1977 and 1978. Add Walton in and that number jumped to nearly 58%. His outlet passing had a similar effect on pace. With Walton, the Blazers played at a slightly above average pace for the time, and without him, they averaged 4 fewer possessions a game, which would have made them one of the slower teams in the league. The total effect on offense was that the Blazers were 3.7 points better than average with him, but only 1.2 points better without.
The thing is, these are all offensive stats. I also know that Bill Walton was also an all-time great defensive player, so it really shows you how great his peak was and how the missed potential could have been. Because look at how greatly he's improving his team on offense, but also I think we're gonna get into how much he would improve, how much he would help his team on defense as well.
That is still a solid offense without Big Bill, largely because his replacements were good scorers. Tom Owens averaged 19 points per game and 4 assists in 1979, and the aforementioned Lloyd Neal was a good scorer too. Walton was a similar scorer to those two, at least statistically, going to that jump hook as a bread-and-butter move.
It's a weird
nice
shot,
touch
though.
on this, and while it certainly wasn't the sky hook, that's for the next episode, Bill could release
Watch
this
that one.
cleanly most of the time without too much of a setup. It was a back-to-the-basket move, but it was also used at the end of a little face-up like this when headed right. He could also knock down mid-range jumpers, preferring to go glass on these whenever possible.
Ooh.
Big Red could walk into these,
Ugly
but
bank,
also
but it
liked
worked.
a turnaround after a single dribble. His range on these jumpers was maybe out to 17 or 18 feet, probably limited by that funky form that kept
Pretty
his
good
free
for a
throw
center at the
shooting around
time, though.
70% at
Yeah,
his
that's a weird
peak.
form. Definitely a weird
His
form.
scoring moves were decisive like this, but he didn't possess an overwhelming scoring arsenal. Adjusted for inflation to 2020 numbers, Walton averaged about 20 to 21 points per 75 possessions during this 2-year peak, and his scoring efficiency was 4 to 5 percentage points ahead of the league. Interestingly, his scoring did slide a touch in his 19 playoff games, averaging closer to 17 points per 75 when adjusting for inflation, with slightly lower efficiency than in the regular season. During that 77 playoff run,
It's
Walton
already to
was
win a
the
championship,
second
though.
leading scorer on the team, but only the 4th leading scorer when adjusting for pace, a testament to Portland's balanced attack built off of Walton's passing. But the Blazers weren't a dominant playoff offense, in part because of Bill's shortcoming as a scorer. He also added value with his activity, first as a cutter, knowing when to read this opening for a dive cut and lob. This kind of off-ball play adds value around higher-end talent, and it led to this vintage Blazer Mania sequence in the 1977 finals against
Oh yeah, this is
Philadelphia.
an iconic play right here. This.
Walton was always
I've seen that
looking
iconic
for
sequence
little
before,
soft
yeah.
spots in the defense, finding offensive rebounding opportunities and high percentage second chance points that cleaned up for his teammates.
Great rebound.
He wasn't a skywalker, but his size and quick leaping allowed him to finish plays around the rim and score off of rebounds like this, boosting his scoring numbers a bit in the process with these high percentage follow-ups. By the way, Walton was huge. His height is debated, but he wasn't much smaller than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who stood
Damn.
7'2" without shoes, and here he is next to Robert Parrish, listed at 7'1", and Kevin McHale, listed at 6'10".
Yeah,
That
well over 7
size
foot.
contributed to his crippling
Well over
injuries,
7 foot.
as his feet weren't anatomically
Yeah.
capable of supporting his big.
That's why I'm so worried for Wemby. Victor Wembanyama, man, that's why I'm so worried for him. He's like 7'5".
And the shock of all that running and jumping. Walton missed 3 full seasons before ramping his career back up in 1983 in San Diego. Again, he's not dwarfed by Kareem here at all, but boy did that size and mobility help him protect the paint. Walton's massive impact on the game, his very inclusion in this series, is primarily because of his defensive value.
Well, he's insane because we were talking about his offense the entire time.
Motor. Most 7-footers aren't super active and able to read the game, but back before the three-point line, this was arguably the most valuable trait in the entire sport. We'll see why in a moment.
Filming birds of prey is not for those who have a fear of heights. I graduated from the practice tree to the 200-foot monster.
Beautiful.
To fly and hold the eagle was a landmark of my life.
Walton was a classic paint protector, and because of the rules back then, he almost served like a goaltender, patrolling the area in front of the hoop and challenging all comers. The dangerous Doug Collins runs into a wall here, or I guess a Walton. There's a good joke in there somewhere.
Great pun. Great pun.
But Bill was always really well positioned. He sagged off players without the ball in textbook fashion, but was ready to pounce in these spots. He was one of the most active big defenders in league history, helping when needed or stepping out and challenging shots
Over
in the
Pistol
mid-range,
Pete.
ambushing Pete Maravich here, who thought he was
Yeah.
in the clear. You'll notice his hands are always out, clogging passing lanes so teams don't sneak those dimes through to cutters like the Blazers did, and his hands were active targeting the ball, here deflecting this jump pass. Like great rim protectors, he was accurate jabbing at the basketball, and he would pull his hand away to avoid fouling at times. Bill's quick bunny hop couldn't get him over the top of the square like some of the great modern shot blockers, and this meant that occasionally strong athletes or crafty finishers could slip one through. Here he slides down in position, but mistimes his jump, and that throws off the contest a bit, but his typical reactions were quick, and with sound position, he
if you're like 7'2", though, if someone's getting a shot over you, bro, good look for them, bro. Like, there's no way you're gonna stop it. If you're a jumping 7'2" dude, like, you know,
many shot.
Yeah, they're still shooting over you. Fair play.
He wasn't a stiff either, comfortably chasing wings outside the paint to harass their jumpers. Remember, back
versatility
then,
right there.
Couldn't really be exposed on an island against quicker players because they didn't have to chase out to the three-point line.
Yeah.
The game in those days was built more around the post-up, with offenses running through the center. Unlike Walton, most high-end big men were looking to score more than pass, and that created even more defensive responsibility for the bigs of that era. In the 1977 Western Conference Finals, Walton famously battled Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for 4 games, trying his best to sit on Kareem's lethal skyhook and force him left, with mixed results. That's better than most against Jabbar.
Yeah, it's Kareem, so, you know, not going to stop him.
Helped slow Kareem a bit compared to normal centers. Here he tracks him well without the ball, happily forcing Jabbar left, but sometimes there's no stopping Kareem. Walton also stayed active, working for better defensive position, here leading to a steal, and against more mortal figures, his man defense was highly effective, banging and then going vertical against Daryl Dawkins in the 77 finals. Squint a bit and you'll see Hall of Famer Dan Issel, more of a shooting center, get stuffed by Walton on this jumper, and
was
Bill
recorded
was
with a damn
using his
toenail.
size and positioning to defend opponents like this. He was the original big fundamental, taking a textbook approach to activity, positioning, vertical contests, and so on. We can see the effect his man defense had on opponents during this 1977 and 78 stretch by looking at the 48 games he played against other All-Star centers. For instance, Kareem averaged 25.9 points per 36 minutes on 61% true shooting against everyone else.
That's insane.
In 8 games against Walton, averaged 24.5 on 57% true shooting.
What I say, bro, Walton, bro, severely underrated, bro. Like, how do you, like, you're a premier offensive player on the team, and you're also one of the greatest defenders. It's showing like he's been the greatest defenders in history with the stats right here. I mean, slowing down literally Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I mean, that's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good, can't lie. Yeah, it's just that his prime was so short. It's one of the most unfortunate injuries of all time. He could have been like a legitimately like top 10 player of all time if he didn't just destroy his feet, bro. Like, his feet got demolished.
If we do,
luckily he had that little bit of a comeback, won 6th Man of the Year, won a championship with the Celtics, 86.
But
for
the other 7 All-Star centers,
wow,
during these
McAdoo,
years,
bro.
Only Big Bob Lanier and another southpaw, Dave Cowens, avoid a pretty clear drop-off against Walton. Now, team factors influence data.
Moses too?
Like this, but numbers like these crystallize the effect of a superstar defender.
Hardest?
In total, these
damn, bro. Oh my God.
2 fewer points per 36 on 4% worse true shooting against Walton, an effect that compares favorably to all but the all-time great post defenders. In many ways, Portland was built around Walton on both ends. Their guards could be more aggressive pressuring the ball with Big Bill behind them, while Portland didn't need another paint protector out there to take away from its speed and skill game on offense. If we go back to those games Walton missed, we can see how insanely valuable his defense was. The Blazers gave up about 103 points per 100 in the 26 games with just Walton missing, but only 95.6 with him in the lineup, a jump from the 3rd worst defense in the league to the very best defense in the league.
That's nuts. That's actually insane.
Beyond the offensive impact of any player in the first 30 years of the league, perhaps save for Oscar Robertson or Jerry West. Overall, the Blazers were actually outscored in those 2 seasons without Walton. They had a negative adjusted point differential equivalent to a 37-win team.
Bill Walton, Jokic with defense?
64 win pace.
Oh, sorry.
But with him, they had a plus 8.5 point differential, a 64 win pace.
That's
among players
insane
to
difference.
At least 20 games over a single or multi-year period. That nearly 10-point increase with Walton is the second largest in the first 70 years of the NBA.
Wow.
And that came in an era of parity where winning 55 games was rare. Only Nate Thurmond, another defensive stud, was associated with a larger increase. But his team
that means really underrated.
Was far worse than those Blazers, who went a stunning 87-28 in those games with Big Bill and just 10-16 without him. Again, most of that value was defensive, so fittingly it was the Blazers' defense that shined in 19 playoff games, holding opponents nearly 5.5 points below their regular season scoring efficiencies. In those 2 seasons, Walton and company also played 8 games without their only other All-Star, Maurice Lucas, and in those 8 games, the Blazers went 8-0. These indicators, with players moving in and out of the lineup, do still have some noise. We can't say for certain Walton was worth 9.5 points, but 26 games is enough to know that he was likely worth at least, say, 6 points to those Blazers, and that's an historically huge number. Combine that with other factors like Lucas's missed time, the playoff performance, and what we can see on film, and it's clear Walton was the linchpin of a budding dynasty.
Ooh, poster
in
on
1979
Kareem.
With Michael Thompson, Clay's dad, replacing
Yeah,
Walton
Clay's
in the
dad.
starting lineup.
I'm an overall
and some
pick.
minor bench changes, the Blazers reverted back to playing just over 500 basketball, reinforcing Bill's massive impact. I think it's fair to look at their team construction and think that there isn't another center in league history who could have maximized that fit as well as the big redhead.
Wow.
Our
Duncan
best
and Irving
impact
there.
metrics that reach back in time view Walton as having, say, a top 40 peak in playoff history. His 2-year regular season numbers were similar, by the way, and these metrics respect his defense, likely reflecting how excellent his fit in Portland was. But even in a less optimal situation, they still suggest that he belongs in this kind of conversation. And given how well his defense and his passing would travel to other teams,
all-time mid-post passer to cutters, solid but not great post scorer, short mid-range shooter, active lob threat and rim finisher, good offensive rebounder, defense, elite paint protector, super active and aware, handling threats, strong post defender, uses length and positioning well, can switch out to mid-range in spots against wings.
I don't think there are 10
pretty good
centers
analysis
in NBA history who peaked higher than Bill Walton.
I'd agree with that. After looking at all that, I definitely would agree with that. Hi, my name is Lyric, and today we are continuing with the Greatest Peaks series by the legendary Thinking Basketball with episode 7, which is the Forgotten Megastar of the 1990s, and this episode is about David Robinson, reacting to his highlights yesterday, and we're going to react to his Greatest Peaks episode, learning more about him. And yeah, let's just not waste time. Let's get into
Adonis David Robinson generated some of the best regular season numbers in league history. He and Michael Jordan are the only players ever to
one of the greatest
win a
two-way players.
scoring title and defensive player of the year.
It's actually insane. Scoring title on DPOY, only 2 players, Michael Jordan and David Robinson. Wow, that's actually really crazy. That is not talked about nearly enough.
Tiger, did he crumble in the playoffs? Or
this is an interesting question I want to see.
A complex, multifaceted superstar and one of the most valuable players of the three-point era.
Let's see.
Watching what greatness is all about. Where's Larry Bird in all this?
Has it blocked by Olajuwon. Michael Jordan saves the day.
This series tackles one question: who was the best at his best? We start at the ABA merger and go through the best multi-year stretches, examining the legends who provided the most on-court impact. This
is a legendary series, man.
Peaks.
Absolutely legendary series. Episode 7, David Robinson, 94-96.
Doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand that he's very special. It's ghostly. It's not recognizable. You think of it as normal quickness.
Oh my God.
It transcends
defense.
Goes to another level.
In the 80s, we saw some of the greatest offensive players to ever grace the hardwood. But Robinson was a callback to defensively dominant big men like Bill Russell. In college, David's quick leaping drew comparisons to Russell. It took a millisecond for him to reach 11 feet with a quick hop and his long, outstretched left hand. Listed at 7'1", Robinson was a good 2 or 3 inches taller than Russell, and his combination of size and jumping speed made him a devastating rim protector. NASA should have conducted lab testing on how quickly Robinson launched off the floor. All he required was a little knee bend to spring up off of 2
Oh my
feet.
God, yeah.
And he was almost entirely a 2-footed jumper, often using a quick hop to organize his feet and then swat. Here's another look. There's the little hop to load up, and he's still on the floor when Wayman Tisdale nears his apex, and in less than 0.2 of a second, Robinson arrives above
Oh my
the rim.
God. That's no, when you break it down like that, that's actually insane.
Typically took Robinson about 6
oh my
or
God.
0.7 of a second from the time he started his gather to meet the ball above the hoop. For comparison, this crazy
nuts.
Michael Jordan block took over 0.8 from his windup, and when Robinson went directly into his bunny hop to contest, he was comparable to Russell himself in time to reach 10 feet.
Wow.
Throw in Robinson's length, and he could just materialize out of nowhere like a shot-blocking wraith. On the offensive end, Robinson can feel unspectacular. His upper body stiffness lacks a certain sexiness for most people, but that's because he was a 7'1" bionic human whose best move was just being quicker and more explosive than normal.
I mean, look at him, man.
Despite his height, he preferred to turn and face
So
the
large.
hoop from the mid-range and go to work out of a classic triple threat position. His
Yeah.
first step was
We saw those
overwhelming
mid-ranges
for
last
most
video.
opponents, and he was strong enough to power around slight contact like this. Even though it's only one hard dribble, he was a boatload approaching the basket with a short runway. This face, jab, and go game was too fast for many fives of the 1990s, and it led to a parade to the free throw line. Robinson's free throw rates peaked right around Jordan's during their best playoffs.
Free throw rates, okay.
Stretches, despite David having the ball left.
Of course, number one, Shaq. And Dwight Howard, LeBron goes to the paint so much than Jordan.
Than MJ and not receiving deliberate fouls.
Pretty much the top three in here are just not good free throw shooters. I mean, LeBron, he's not terrible. He's not on Shaq and Dwight Howard level, but, you know, not the greatest.
Like Shaq and Dwight Howard. As you can see from
Joel Embiid right there. I wonder if that's gone up or it's probably gone up. That's probably probably gone up since that's from 2018 to 2020 and before his MVP years. That's definitely gone up.
That list. It's hard for big men to create signature
James
shots
Harden obviously
when
in there.
marching to the free throw line constantly.
Probably not higher.
But as a 75% free throw shooter,
damn, 17 for 29.
This was incredibly effective offense. He even threw in his own mini
These are free
Euro
throws for a
step
center.
where he'd swing back the other way if he felt his first step cut off. They didn't call this pivot foot travel as much back then, even though they were stricter in forcing 2 steps. In a sense, his physical gifts made Robinson the 90s version of Giannis Antetokounmpo, except instead of attacking from around the three-point line, Robinson
Mid-range.
set up shop near the elbows and relied on a quick first step. Unlike Giannis, the Admiral blended his rim attacks with an effective face-up jumper. He could fake a drive.
Is he better than Giannis then?
To create space, then fire.
Giannis with a mid-range?
In the data we have access to at the end of the 90s, Robinson hit 43 to 44% of his mid-range twos, landing him somewhere between the 60th and 75th percentile among volume mid-range shooters this century. And he could even drain those off the dribble, although he appeared less comfortable moving into his shots like this. His outside shot then allowed him to sell up fakes and beeline to the rim. That resulted in more layups or trips back to the free throw line. Back in those days, he was occasionally criticized for playing like this, seen merely as a jump shooter who lacked the traditional back-to-the-basket game to dominate like a classic.
They saying he Porzingis.
Big. But remember, back-to-the-basket offense isn't incredibly effective unto itself. Kareem was basically the only big man to spearhead great offenses for the first 35 or 40 years of the shot clock, and he did so next to elite guards. Besides, Robinson did have a solid low post game too. His physical advantages allowed him to power into certain opponents, and once again, that pressure led to quality looks at the rim or more free throws. He also had a nice little fadeaway to his left shoulder, and he could flow into this quickly, and his size and high release often generated a really clean look. By 1995, this shot was fairly polished, and he used it quite a bit against smaller defenders who gave him problems like Karl Malone. Malone's bodybuilding strength and quick feet prevented Robinson from
those two are just so goddamn muscular.
Blasting by him, and he could hold deep position against
That's truly a battle of
and
titans right there.
His setups despite giving up 4 inches or so. Agility and strength were an antidote to Robinson's first step, and once a drive was walled up, he could target the ball with that patented slapdown move, and in today's jargon, he would be an admiral stopper. In general, bigs who were fairly strong and could move their feet well slowed Robinson down by taking away the quickness advantage he held over so many traditional centers of the 90s.
Pippen?
David could occasionally turn back to that right shoulder, but this was a tougher shot for him. He doesn't rotate that quickly, and so squaring his shoulders to the hoop takes an extra, sometimes awkward beat. Against weaker defensive teams of his era, Robinson was less likely to encounter matchups like this, but his scoring took a major haircut against stronger defensive teams who were more likely to have versatile big men. That 6% drop in efficiency is on the large side for modern superstars, and in the regular season,
that makes it a lot harder for you to be really good in the playoffs because everyone at least is a good defensive team by regular season standards in the playoffs because there's so much more intensity.
Robinson was able to juice his scoring numbers a bit more than a typical star player by picking on weaker teams, which meant that his peak regular season numbers overstated how effective his scoring arsenal was in a playoff setting. Now,
in playoffs,
this is still good scoring. It's just not great scoring. The Admiral even threw in a little spin move occasionally, but this was also stiffer than versions from other superstars at the time, like Hakeem Olajuwon. Even Robinson's really impressive shots, like this turn over Olajuwon, didn't leave the same mark as Hakeem's crazy, high-difficult fadeaways. And this
That's much prettier.
aesthetic gap helped create the impression that Olajuwon dominated Robinson and was light years ahead of him as a player. But that narrative misses a critical part of the story and overlooks Robinson's actual value on a high-level team.
That was interesting.
You're just a little bit too tight, man. You need to loosen up. Over the top, man. Be an individual. So what do you want me to do? Well, you can start by eating your pizza the wrong way. Crust first.
After a number of near wins, Robinson finally grabbed an MVP trophy in 1995 and led the Spurs to the Western Finals, where he ran into a buzzsaw. Robinson was tasked with guarding Hakeem, often without any help, and while he defended him fairly well on most possessions, a heads-up battle with Hakeem was a bad matchup for the Admiral. Olajuwon had some monster games in their regular season meetings, and Hakeem's quickness could take away Robinson's first step. Well,
we're going to get to Hakeem, I think, next episode,
by the way. Robinson couldn't really take away his dream-shaking and wild shot-making.
Yeah,
Robinson was a really good man defender. He used his length to contest shots well, and he was able to hold his own against the powerful brutes of that era, grappling with a young Shaquille O'Neal here before his quickness wins out for the steal. Even though he wasn't great moving laterally, he was long and springy enough to recover, but he was susceptible to up fakes, and at times he could be a little too quick off his feet, which showed in a number of different defensive scenarios, especially near the hoop. Jumping like this fed into Hakeem's hands as a ball-faking Houdini.
Oh, yeah, that's really bad for Hakeem. That's his whole move, bro, the dream shake.
Throwing his dream shakes into Robinson and setting him up for memorable scoring highlights. Combine Olajuwon's tough shot-making and his own natural quickness, and it makes for a lopsided game of one-on-one. But that's the thing about Robinson. He's a good one-on-one player, but he's a 5-on-5 star. His off-ball game was just as, if not more important than his isolation scoring. His face-up jumper made him a viable catch-and-shoot finisher in the mid-range, but more importantly, it made him a pick and pop weapon. This wasn't the spread pick and roll that is so popular today, but the Spurs ran plenty of ball screens inside the three-point arc where Robinson could pop to open space and knock down positive value shots.
Okay.
By 1994, this shot was pretty dialed in for David, and he could even turn it into an up fake and go in these situations. His athletic gifts also made him a natural finisher around the basket. This play against the Rockets shows just how easy he could make it look, catching the ball 10 feet away and casually gliding by a fleet of defenders without a dribble.
Yeah.
His athleticism made him a weapon in transition as well, where he used his straight line speed to outrun slower, burlier centers of his time. It's less common today, but this penalized bigger lineups who crashed the glass, and it was normal for Robinson to outsprint opponents multiple times in a game like he did to Shaquille O'Neal in this 1996 matchup. David was one of the better lob threats of that era, a giant explosive target, and that's two-time Defensive Player of the Year Alonzo Mourning he just ragdolls.
That's crazy.
I do think he was a touch more fluid flowing into these in his first few seasons, but lobs were certainly part of his offensive package in those peak years. San Antonio started to unlock this talent in 1996 when they ran more side pick and rolls with Avery Johnson, who grew comfortable with these reads, and I think between his mid-range shooting and his finishing skills, Robinson would have made a wonderful partner for a high-level pick-and-roll guard. Instead, he was asked to carry the entire offense in the mid-90s, which wasn't quite an ideal role. The Admiral was best suited to anchor a team's defense and play a hybrid role on offense, acting as a co-pilot or second-best offensive player. The
but he was the number one in both options.
After his peak,
with Tim Duncan
arrived in 1998.
Damn.
Duncan shouldered a larger isolation load, while the flexible Robinson played largely the same style out of the high post. Robinson's off-ball skills allowed him to fit in well with another talent, where he could still co-anchor some of the offense, here drawing a double for a huge three in the title-clinching game in 1999. And he could mix in his own isolation scoring in more select doses. The result was a decrease in volume for Robinson with an increase in scoring efficiency, a slightly above average offense for the Spurs as a team, and, more importantly, a dominant defense behind those twin towers.
Duncan and Robinson.
Engineered arguably
that's an all-time great defensive duo right there.
In league history, holding their playoff opponents about 7 points per 100 below their regular season efficiency, a feat matched by only a few teams, and those teams had weaker regular season defenses. While Duncan was a great defender out of the gate, it was Robinson's impact that led the Spurs on defense, and while many view Duncan as the clear alpha dog on those teams after 1998, Robinson wasn't far behind because of his two-way impact and ability to blend with Duncan on offense. Robinson was a good entry passer in the mid-90s, and his best passes were from the perimeter, where he could face up and survey the floor.
Oh, Jokic.
In this position, his height allowed him to see the action unfold, and he could fire to cutters with decent speed, or he could feather in deliveries with a bit more touch.
Oh, the nice one.
He was always a willing extra passer. In this 1993 play, he can see the court and quickly flips it to a high leverage spot.
Oh, nice
and
quick
by 1995, I thought he was better at processing cutting action in front of him. This is a really nice read here, quickly spotting that his cutter's defender goes behind another Laker in a kind of half-hearted tag, and while there's no quick shot, it's the kind of pass that demonstrates some understanding of what defenses are doing, and it shows some anticipation. Although he wasn't elite in these spots, he misses the potential Draymond Green special here, and in my film study, I'm not sure he ball faked in a situation like this one time to manipulate the defense. Here's another one from the same game, where he doesn't have time to really process the backside action and misses a potential layup. When he couldn't survey the floor, the results were choppier, He can't quickly process that the corner is open here.
Oh yeah, that
and
was.
With his head down, he desperately flails this to an outlet. With his back to the basket, as long as he could see
these are
coming
some
from the top,
misses
his
here.
kick-out passes were pretty solid.
Some bad
and
misses.
This created plenty of open
Okay, that was
shots for
good.
the Spurs when they spaced the floor around him. Here he turns to spot the help, and in trying to locate his teammate, the delivery gets away from him a bit. Here's another one where he can't see the double coming, and his instinct is to turn and pass, but again, it's not the smoothest delivery, and it's deflected in front of his body. His lack of a handle and that lateral stiffness hurt him in these spots where well-timed double teams could prevent him from quickly moving it. And in this case, he's clamped up and misses another possible
Clamped.
Still, I think that high post extra passing prowess, along with his massive defensive impact,
he has some nice
was the
passes, to
key
be fair.
Unlocking
He just
Robinson's
misses some
value
of them.
as a defensive superstar and offensive number 2. From 1998 to 2000, Robinson logged 37 minutes per game in the playoffs, while Duncan played 41 minutes a game. When Robinson sat on the bench during those years, the Spurs were outscored by 16 points every 48 minutes. But when Robinson played, they were a whopping plus 11.
Whoa, that's
and
a big impact, man. Holy shit.
Since 1997, that is the largest change among any rotation player on record in the postseason. In the 98 and 99
and that's past his prime.
Playoffs,
Holy
the Spurs were actually better in the limited minutes Duncan was on the bench. We're only talking about a few hundred minutes here, so there's plenty of noise. But this is a huge reminder of how impactful a hybrid player like Robinson can be without being the team's clear-cut number one scorer. This makes
That's really
sense
interesting.
when we remember these were dominant defensive teams that were slightly above average on offense. It also brings us full circle back to Bill Russell, who, as we examined in the series prelude, dominated the 60s
without being the number one offense.
Best offensive player.
Right.
I wonder what Robinson's career would have looked like with another offensive star next to him, and furthermore, how would we view him if he was the one who joined a 32-year-old Duncan in 1998 and propelled the Spurs over the top, launching the Popovich era? Robinson was clearly a better offensive player than Russell, although despite that incredible speed off the floor and his considerable defensive impact, he wasn't entirely on Russ's level at that end. His reactions to threats were quite quick, especially if he could see the threat in front of him, but Robinson could be a bit too stationary in subpar positions. He wasn't really down in his stance, pivoting around a lot like Bill Walton, but I think he didn't bounce around a lot because of his limitations moving laterally. His lateral movement wasn't really poor, but it was more laborious and stiffer.
Laborious, that's a
to
word.
His straight-ahead quickness, and so he couldn't easily slide horizontally in the paint, which limited him compared to some of his normal straight-line movement in help situations.
Definitely struggling there.
Just like we saw in his passing game, he wasn't great at mapping the court that he couldn't see, and sometimes that allowed breakdowns behind his field of vision. Pick and roll also wasn't a huge part of the game then, but Robinson's horizontal movement meant this wasn't really a defensive strength for him, and in general, he tried to avoid stretching to the perimeter. Still, a strong offensive game and nearly GOAT defense yields some massive overall impact.
That's massive impact still. Nearly GOAT defense.
Going back to 1994. And on a per-game basis, Robinson looks like one of the best regular season players we've ever seen.
Wow.
Using our historical box score estimates, his playoff value during these peak seasons looks good, but not quite what we'd expect for a top 10 candidate. However, the Admiral moves up a rank when we use his numbers from 1998, and we know when we add in plus-minus data for those years, he looked like a Titan.
Right.
This reinforces what the box score can't capture. Robinson's combination of quality isolation scoring and off-ball offense, along with that massive defensive impact, make him one of the most valuable players of his era. His two-way skill set.
Ideal for 1B offensive role, strong off ball and roll, pop spot up in offensive rebounding. Great first step versus slower bigs. Solid back-to-the-basket game. Good passer when serving floor. Weaker back-to-the-basket and receiving double. Defense. All-time quickness off floor. Elite rim protection. Great straight line help reactions in paint. Excellent man defender. Mediocre moving laterally and on perimeter. Good, not great awareness of threats.
Scales well on a variety of championship rosters, and as a result, there aren't 5 centers since the ABA merger who I think have peaked higher than David Robinson.
Since the ABA merger, so no Wilt, no Russell. Yeah, I'd agree with that. 100%. I mean, what did you say? Hakeem, Moses Malone, Kareem, I guess, post ABA merger, yeah, and then probably David Robinson. I think that's pretty understandable. I mean, maybe you put Jokic in there nowadays. But yeah, I said that was a really good, introspective analysis. I feel like I learned a lot from that. And I feel like it's a good analysis of his game. Let's just get right into it. And he's saying his post moves were only his second best skill. I'm guessing his best skill was his defense, and we're gonna get a deep analysis into his defense, post moves, and everything about his game.
Olajuwon's 2 championships
so let's go.
In the middle of the 90s as a kind of interim title belt on rent while Michael Jordan swung away at curveballs. But maybe Hakeem should have been in the best player conversation before Jordan retired. Maybe his dazzling scoring repertoire unlocked something special in the playoffs. And maybe that incredible defense made him one of the very best players of the three-point era.
I'm hyped. Let's go.
Where's Larry Bird in all this?
Has it blocked by Olajuwon.
Hey, that's what we're looking at today.
This series tackles one question. Who was the best at his best? We start at the ABA merger and go through the best multi-year stretches, examining the legends who provided the most on-court impact. These are the greatest peaks.
Hakeem Olajuwon, 1993 to 95.
Soccer, volleyball, field hockey, high jump, more of an all-around athlete. But the coach was telling me that basketball is your game.
Hakeem's defensive highlights have the grandiosity of some NFL films montage. No one in NBA history recorded more block shots than Hakeem Olajuwon. Even though he was closer to 6'10" than a true 7 feet, his incredible combination of athleticism and timing made him feel like
insane
a very
timing.
Tall Oliver Kahn on the basketball court. This sequence epitomizes how impregnable he could be at the rim.
Impregnable.
Turns the corner with Dream pulled up top, and Otis Thorpe has no chance against the explosive Pippen. But when Chicago runs this with Hakeem as the low man, Olajuwon spits the dunk back in Scotty's face, and
no
Pippen
chance at that, bro.
Runway and is above the square, and he still goes
above the square is nuts.
It's not any easier trying to glide around Hakeem because that long right hockey stick finds the basketball as he twists in the air.
His arm never seems like a miss.
The of his shot blocking brilliance was his accuracy targeting the ball with that domineering
right. The accuracy is nuts.
Notice the hand tracks with the path of the ball as it's shot. Even in his younger days, when he was slightly less polished, he was incredibly accurate targeting the rock. And growing up as a handball player primed him to zero in on the ball like this. Hakeem didn't play basketball in Nigeria until he was about 16, so it was
actually nuts.
Volleyball that groomed his jumping technique. He'd patiently prepare to spring up and wait till the...
Basically, I think what you can see from this, because I think I've also heard they got his footwork from playing soccer or football. And basically, he didn't start playing basketball until later, but he incorporated all the elements of every other sport he played into the game, and it really helped him.
Precise moment
Again,
to
much
commit
skills.
To a shot. He holds until Sean Elliott's airborne, then spikes this thing. This is subtle and requires great reflexes, but when Olajuwon
amazing
moved around
reflexes.
The paint, he was constantly ready to jump, which allowed him to attack after a shooter left his feet. It's on display here, where he slides over to contest, but when Elliott hesitates, Hakeem shuffles his feet into a new jumping position and sends it back in his face.
In your face!
Incredible skill, allowing him to slide into position for a save, yet he doesn't jump. instead controlling his body and waiting for the moment the shooter
always ready to jump.
He probably learned
that's actually insane.
Playing his third major sport growing up.
Yeah, there you go, soccer.
Where, fittingly, he played goalkeeper, foreshadowing his career
Makes sense.
as the NBA's all-time leader in blocks. Hakeem registered at least 5 blocks in 35% of his playoff games from 1986 to 1994.
That's actually nuts.
2 years, had 5 in nearly half of his postseason contests.
That's actually
when he was
insane.
Younger, he was more of an athletic force, but
God damn.
fairly raw since he picked up basketball at such a late age. And by 1990, his defensive techniques were more polished, and he still had that whirlwind athleticism. But his 1993 season blended some sage tricks with his incredible body control that was so rare in someone his size. For example, Hakeem learned to lurk closer to the ball than most big men of the illegal defense era. You see Joe Klein point here because Olajuwon should be above the foul line, but Dream was so quick to the ball he was rarely called for these violations. With David Robinson at the top of the key, Hakeem loads to the ball at the edge of the legal boundary, the bottom of the little circle, so his quick reaction time can erase a layup.
This is a bit complicated because of legal defense rules.
Was especially valuable on the weak side. He's not glued to Robinson and was always tracking the ball, ready to materialize at the rim. Poor Sean Elliott. Olajuwon's quick help was a
always going for the blocks.
Opponents who were reluctant to shoot when he went into fly swatting mode with that right hand.
You can't shoot at the rim near him, bro.
And was so quick to come into the lane and suffocate any attempt around the basket. When Hakeem went to the bench, opposing teams could finally breathe. All of a sudden, those high percentage shots around the hoop felt much easier. Back in the game, he swarmed to the ball, even with his man up high, and that response speed generated more high leverage contests than any contemporary that I've tracked. He didn't get
he might be the best defender ever.
He pounces on this back cut, but it's a touch too late. And every once in a while, he missed a cutter coming through the lane. But he was usually quick to rotate, plugging up gaps in the back line. Although by 1995, he was a bit slower, sometimes arriving late on these save attempts from outside the paint. And a slightly slower motor meant he wasn't itching to jump at everything on command. Hakeem's agility
some defensive weaknesses.
The perimeter too.
Just a little bit.
He was rarely ever attacked by wings on switches. They also didn't run as many pick and rolls in the 90s as they do today, and coverages weren't as developed then, yet he was still comfortable stepping out and taking on smaller players in these spots without
which is insane for the time. The versatility on defense.
In 1993 play, Hakeem realizes there's too much space between him and the ball, so he closes it quickly, then sort of lingers near the lane so he can blow up another shot attempt. Here he blitzes the ball handler to completely blow up the play, although maybe he's too overzealous hounding the dribbler into the backcourt.
Yeah,
still, this
that's some intense-ass defense.
Allowed him to erase weaknesses in these outdated ball screen coverages. He's really low and lunges at the ball from this crouch, then somehow slides back on the chest. He's hugged up to Shaq on this pick and roll, but that fluid footwork shifts him into position.
The footwork is so good, bro. It's actually insane.
From sliding to jumping, and preternatural timing stamps the layup. The culmination of Olajuwon's volleyball timing, soccer agility, and handball accuracy led to the most important block of his career. This John Starr
stopping the
shot
championship
title in 1994. Hakeem slams on the brakes, then somehow recovers backwards and times this leap off the wrong foot to save the season.
Yeah.
This matrix
one of the most underrated plays in NBA history.
But he does somehow block it to force a 7th game that Houston would go on to win in large part.
Second greatest block in NBA history.
Offense, which may have been even more gravity bending than his defense.
I remember one time I gave him a ball. And he just laughed. nice elbow, brother. And then he came out and gave me
nice elbow, brother.
And by Shaq means the dream shake, Hakeem's twirling array of head fakes and spins that set up so many of his moves.
Yes.
His blend of size and balletic footwork made him a deadly isolation weapon, and these were skills he possessed early in his career, drilling crazy fadeaway jumpers, or faking one way to freeze defenders and then spinning for a jump hook. That agility and balance,
insane versatility
over most bigs of that time. But shot selection was an issue in those early days, launching into triple teams at times, and in other cases just firing deep jumpers early in the shot clock. By 1993, Hakeem's scoring game was more polished and under control, carving out shots like some sort of basketball ballerina. All of his moves
spin
together,
moves,
which made them so difficult to slow down. A spin one way, then back the other, throw an up fake, and then a hook. From there, he
so many moves at one time
to set up his fadeaway to the opposite shoulder. And at around 250 pounds, he was able to pivot with power and find clean shots in traffic.
He's got a little bit of everything, man.
Teams couldn't always stop his fadeaway because he could twist and contort into the shot comfortably. And Dream could also face up from the perimeter and wheel his way into those.
Much more, so much guard-like.
7-foot guard, because Hakeem's handle was secure enough to drive into open space, and that quickness was a challenge for most opponents, who worked really hard just to keep up, only to be juked right into Highlightville.
Just juked.
After all of that,
Hakeem's highlights are so insane. Oh, that's nasty over Ewing.
Hakeem's array of pirouettes
around Ewing, I should say,
dizzying pump fakes crescendoed in the 1995 Western Finals against David Robinson, who was often left on an island to defend him.
Robinson again destroyed, man.
Into that single coverage. This series wasn't actually that different from Olajuwon's normal scoring these years. There were a number of those
these highlights, man.
Some of which were still really difficult and didn't always go in, along with an assortment of drives, up fakes, spins, and hook shots. A lack of double teams made life easier for Hakeem, who obviously welcomed the chance to dance with Robinson.
Oh, this is the famous clip right there.
Olajuwon is one of the few players who improved his scoring numbers in the playoffs. And from 1993 to 95, he was just behind the all-time scoring juggernauts in volume while scoring on positive efficiency. As a primary scorer, he compared...
Which is insane considering he's also arguably the best defender ever.
However, the brilliance of Hakeem's shot-making was a double-edged sword. These moves were difficult for defenses to take away without hard double teams, but they also were hard shots to make. Most players manufacture easy points against weak defenses, but are forced into harder, low-percentage shots against elite ones. But Hakeem's attempts were already difficult in the first place. He just made a bunch of them. And since he could generate shots almost on demand, stronger defenses couldn't really take away his scoring because he was already taking those hard shots.
Yeah, his entire game was rolled around hard shots. So, because the entire purpose of defense is to make your opponent shoot the most difficult shot possible, the least likely to go in. But if you're just used to always, that's just your entire offense, just making those difficult shots, no matter what, how good or strong the defense, it's not going to stop you.
Meant Olajuwon's numbers weren't dented that much when he faced stiffer defenses. Compared to other players in this series, Olajuwon shows some of the smallest change among volume scorers when facing high-end defensive teams versus facing weak defensive teams. One way to limit Hakeem's scoring was by sending effective help that forced him into a pass.
Damn, I got a quadruple team there.
He was dangerous enough that defenses frequently doubled him, and that created plenty of outside shots for teammates.
Yeah, great passer as well.
Was not a natural passer. His instinct was to catch and immediately shift into a scoring move, which is why he jacked up
not
so
a natural
many
passer.
shots
Okay.
when he was younger. In 1993,
meaning more likely to shoot than pass.
Grew comfortable trusting his teammates to knock down their open shots.
And there you go.
Rudy Tomjanovich implemented a more Olajuwon-centric.
Coach Rudy Tomjanovich also, when he was a player, got nearly killed by getting punched in the face so much, so hard.
Shooters around Hakeem in a kind of spoken wheel model. He was more patient in spots, allowing the defense to commit to a double team before making a decision, and this substantially helped his playmaking during these years by punishing defenses with some basic passing instead of scoring. His balance and body control allowed him to flow from his scoring dance steps into passes if he felt too much pressure. This is a stark contrast to Robinson in the last episode, who could get locked up by hard doubles. Hakeem, on the other hand, easily segued from a dribble to a pass. This helped replace some difficult shots with passes. He misses a teammate in close, but at least finds the open shooter. And here he feels the double, misses a more advanced interior pass, but still calmly kicks it to a teammate.
Yeah, he's not the greatest vision, but he's still
even in those
great
years,
passer.
Olajuwon still took his fair share of double-team shots, where he left shooters stranded. His instinct to just catch and immediately look to score was still strong.
Yeah, definitely a scoring instinct more.
But I think a bigger
Mama mentality
was a
there.
lack of vision. This looks like it's in his periphery, but he misses it, and he rarely ever hit these kinds of passes. It's still there when he shoots. Some of this was a byproduct of playing with his back to the basket and not turning and surveying the court. But Olajuwon wasn't someone who mapped the floor or kept an eye on advantages like this. His primary focus was reading the double team, and here he spins away from it and loses track of where his teammates are.
Oh, yeah.
To be fair, he could hit passes if he felt an extra defender on a drive.
That was
and
nice.
He certainly had the athletic dexterity to drop dimes in those situations. Still, more of...
Basically what I'm seeing is he has a super good ability to drop some dimes. He just hasn't seen them a lot as often as other great passers.
Mixed. Maximizing Hakeem's playmaking really required shooters who were spaced around the three-point arc, and this likely raised his offensive value in 1995 when the NBA shortened the three-point line. Higher percentage shooters amplified Hakeem's playmaking by charging more for those double teams in the post. In 1995, the Rockets set a new NBA record for threes in a season, making nearly 8 per game at 37%.
That's why I think Hakeem could be very effective in today's NBA. One of the reasons, because one, I think because he was such a great mid-range shooter at the time, I think if he played nowadays, he would expand his shooting to be like, potentially even like a three-point shooter or something. He'd be a good spacer, but also with his post moves causing so much gravity of needing so much help on the post with all his damn moves. If they got shooters around him with today's shooters, there are a lot, better three-point shooters. I feel like he would be a lot more dangerous in that scenario.
Then in the playoffs, they were closer to 9 threes per game at a hefty 39%. The record they broke was held by the 1994 Rockets, who made 5 a game in the regular season and then nearly 7 at 36% in the playoffs. And you'll never guess who held the playoff record before that. The 1993 Rockets. They made 5 per game at 37%. Some of those playoff percentages might be boosted by hot shooting, but playing inside out was clearly the viable way to construct.
Not high shooting for 3 straight years.
And the results were pretty good, but not great. The shortened line in 1995 made this a more attainable strategy, basically doubling the number of legit 35% three-point shooters in the league overnight. But Houston's offense wasn't great because of Hakeem's passing limitations. He didn't look for extra passes like this naturally, and so it's unclear how he would fit next to another offensive star. The other tools were there to fit next to a playmaking perimeter weapon. First, he was a really solid mid-range shooter, and that allowed him to play the pick-and-pop game effectively.
Right.
Dream was nimble enough to move into some of these shots, and the data we have on his long twos near the end of his career suggests he was fairly efficient from the outside. He wasn't as big and explosive as someone like Robinson, either as a lob threat or headed downhill, but his agility made him a strong finisher, and this meant he was always a scoring threat as a roll man, using his gracefulness to
he was like a
near the rim.
Very strong two-level player.
Furthermore, Hakeem was also a fantastic offensive rebounder. Some of this is related to his shot.
Look at that.
Where he could
Look at that jump. Oh my god.
In one motion. The other part is that he just constantly pursued the ball on misses. And
he's always going for the ball on defense or offense.
And shakes, along with his physical strength, made him a pain to keep off the offensive glass. He was particularly dangerous sneaking in from the perimeter, swimming past 2 players here to steal Shaq's board. So the building blocks were certainly there for Olajuwon to play a fairly effective off-ball role. It's just a question of how many post touches and hero ball shots he was willing to forego. His defensive prowess alone makes him interesting to build around because in theory he guarantees his team a passable defense, and with the right pieces, he can anchor an elite one. Before Hakeem's defense started to slide in 1995, those first two Tomjanovich teams held opponents about 4 points below their regular season efficiency in the playoffs. That's around the 70th percentile historically, which is impressive for not fielding a defensively slanted team like Detroit's Bad Boys or the Twin Towers.
Right, it's really just Hakeem doing that.
Some of this impact stemmed from Hakeem's man-to-man defense. His shot-blocking instincts made shooting around him tricky, while his agile feet kept quicker big men in front of him. His balance and timing gave post players a ton of trouble, which stood out in the 1994 finals against Patrick Ewing. Ewing struggled to find any clean shots when isolated against Olajuwon and ended up posting an unheard of 39% true shooting in that 7-game series.
That is
Hakeem
atrocious.
had incredible hands too,
Especially for a center, goddamn.
And one of his defensive tricks when guarding the post was to time
these steals, yeah.
once his man started dribbling. Sometimes just
he's so good at getting the ball.
was a chore against him because he gobbled entry passes.
He never misses the damn ball.
Just about any center ever. He was constantly repositioning himself into a slight overplay to take away the passing angle, then quick enough to toggle back to the other side in a bait and switch. All of his handsiness produced historically great steal rates. Among big men, he posted 8 of the top 100 seasons in steals per possession, including the highest on record in 1989.
3 steals per
Hakeem
75.
also borrowed a little Bill Russell move where he kept his left hand low to target passes when he left his feet. Back
that's
in
smart.
episode 2, we saw Bill Walton limit other All-Star centers as scorers, but Hakeem was even more impressive against All-Stars at his defensive peak. He held them over 5 percentage points below their normal true shooting while denting their volume. Numbers matched by only a few of the other defensive giants.
Bill Russell down there, Wilt.
Since we have plus-minus data going back to 1994, we can get an idea of how valuable all this defense was. Using that same hybrid metric from the last episode, his impact looks great, but it's short of the all-timers. Keep in mind, though, his 1993 numbers were likely even better, and he seems to improve in the playoffs. The box score numbers we do have for those postseasons view him as around a top 15 peak, and that's with limited information to capture his defensive worth. Given how much of Houston's success was driven by a strong defense, I think it's fair to assume much of Olajuwon's impact was defensively driven, which is hard for the box score to capture. In a sense, Hakeem's isolation scoring and monster defense were functionally closer to a young Wilt Chamberlain. Players who can carry subpar offensive talent, but who might not help good offenses as much. Hakeem's three-point shooting offenses did generate better results than those early Wilt teams, but I have some doubts about how he'd scale up next to another high-end talent, given his passing limitations and shot selection.
That's interesting.
On the other hand, he did have the tools to add off-ball value as a rebounder and pick-and-roll partner, while providing an inside-out option for any offense. And his prodigious defensive timing, mobility, and aggressiveness made
offense, elite isolation scorer, difficult shot making is inelastic, big words here. Subpar shot selection and vision, solid basic playmaker with 3-point shooters, subpar shot selection, excellent offensive rebounding and good pick and pop skills, defense, GOAT level rim protector, incredible timing and agility, challenging shots, quick response to threats and paint, will extend to perimeter effectively, and elite post defender, great hands on ball or denying entries.
Him arguably the best defensive player of the three-point era, and at his apex, one of the very best big men of all time.
All right, so that was the greatest peaks of Hakeem Olajuwon, a deep look into his skills. What did you think about this video? Do you agree or disagree with it? Do you think Hakeem Olajuwon is, where do you think he ranks among centers all time? And I think the next one we'll be doing will be Shaq, and the Hakeem versus Shaq debate is actually really interesting. So yeah, who do you think is better, Hakeem or Shaq? And yeah, let's just get right into it.
In the last 2 episodes, we've seen two-way big men dominate in the golden era of centers. But
that was the episode on Hakeem and David Robinson, which we both reacted to.
Goliath of that era was the biggest, Shaquille O'Neal. O'Neal was, quite simply, the most physically overpowering athlete in the history of basketball.
Damn
or
right.
maybe any sport. He
Damn.
was more nimble than players he outweighed by 100
Look at this.
pounds.
Oh my god.
And at his apex,
Absolutely
there
insane.
was far more to his game than just bullying people under the rim.
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm saying.
What were those other pieces? And were they enough to make him the best offensive big man ever?
It's a good question, man. It's a good question. Oh, shit. This intro's hype, man.
Has it blocked by Olajuwon. Michael Jordan saves the day.
This series tackles one question. Who was the best at his best? We start at the ABA merger and go through the best multi-year stretches, examining the legends who provided the most on-court impact. These are the greatest peaks.
Amazing series, man. We're almost done with it too, which is kind of making me a little bit sad. But I'm hyped to get who his top 10 players. He brought down the shot clock. That's a violation. Stacey Erickson scored 50 points off the bench that game. What?
1993, Shaq was already a 300-plus pound physical marvel. Before O'Neal, Wilt Chamberlain was the benchmark for power on the court.
Right.
But Shaq took things to a whole new level.
Wilt didn't play a power game, though. He played more of a finesse game, even though he had the ability to just dominate anyone.
After his rookie season, they actually needed...
Because, you know, he's the best athlete of all time, at least in NBA history.
...to Shaq-proof the baskets.
Right.
And by his peak years in Los Angeles, he tipped the scales at around 340 pounds.
Nuts.
His
Absolutely
power
nuts.
game actually started without the ball. We rarely think of off-ball movement like this, but O'Neal created advantages by working for an extra 3 or 4 feet that made all the difference.
Yeah, man, you
With
can't
the
let him
ball
near
in
the
the
paint.
wing, Shaq flashes to the post but is doubled, so moving it to the top creates an easier entry. And notice O'Neal sit down and drive backwards at an angle to get deeper. Same position here, only Reggie Miller sags to prevent a pass to Shaq, but O'Neal sneaks a step or two closer to the goal, and so when it's swung to the corner, Shaq again seals himself
Yeah, he gets those
deeper
extra
to
steps because he's
set
so
up a
powerful.
dunk. This was decidedly different than Wilt, who often parked himself in a spot and waited in a fairly upright position for an entry. Right here, he could seal Bill Russell under the rim, but in general, he wasn't looking for positional advantages like this. And while some of this is specific to an era with less bully ball in general, it's also a
less physical
difference in philosophy.
The 60s
when
was.
Shaquille moved across the lane, he was trying to get closer to the rim. Wilt would move more toward the ball. He doesn't duck in front of his man, but instead flashes to a spot like a finesse player.
Well, yeah, because Will could also hit those fadeaways and stuff, so he wasn't always trying to get directly at the
Ball
rim.
reversals, for example. This is okay position, but changing sides allows Shaq to get a quarter step and then chisel out a much deeper catch, and that's unstoppable. To prevent O'Neal from getting that step, savvier defenders took away his cut, but then reversing sides opened a new door because he was such a massive target. These counters are similar to perimeter players cutting backdoor off and over. Getting that step, savvier defenders took away his cut, but then reversing sides opened a new door because he was such a massive target. These counters are similar to perimeter players cutting backdoor off an overplay, only Shaq's counters were about grappling for position in the paint, and he's sprightly enough to make catches like this. If teams tried to overplay the baseline, he could spin out the other side for the lob.
Spin move
Remember,
right there, yeah.
his defender is worried about Shaq getting inside that low leg to the baseline, where it's game over if he seals him off. Yet, O'Neal's quick enough to punish that overplay in an instant with those light tap dancing feet. This
great footwork
is
for his
some
size.
basketball jiu-jitsu,
100%.
feeling more weight on his right leg and then rolling off to go time up the lob.
Beautiful
this
move.
explosive lateral athleticism is often overlooked in Shaq. Moving quickly at oblique angles was the basis of his
big
power
ass
game.
word.
He would drive through his
Edward Norton.
victims from the hips to overpower them with angles, Wilt didn't have that same low base explosiveness to spin or pirouette quite like O'Neal. His footwork was stiffer and he lacked the handle to set up these moves, whereas Shaq's agility combined with his weight carved out so many of his easy buckets. Shaq unleashed violence from the floor with his...
He's comparing him to Wilt. I don't know if that's a great comparison, though. I think they had different types of games. Wilt was more of a finesse player. I don't know.
Trunk and massive lower body. Wilt has said he was sensitive to being seen as a mere brute at the time, but Shaq leaned into this power as a way to displace opponents before he even jumped. Chamberlain was strong enough to have this effect too, moving players with his lower body, but it wasn't the norm for him like it was Shaq, who bullied players onto their heels like a basketball Yokozuna, turning 260-pound Tim Duncan into a piñata to set up this drop step.
Nuts. Just casually posting up Tim Duncan.
O'Neal had some finesse too. He's setting up the drop step, but Dikembe Mutombo stays square with him, so Shaq switches to the fade.
Ooh.
This was a go-to move for him for years.
Telling you, Shaq's way more skilled than people get credit for.
Often spinning to the baseline like this. And because of his 7.5-foot wingspan and jumping ability, he could fire this over giant defenders like Arvydas Sabonis. He also had surprising range on this shot, not quite to the foul line, we'll get to that in a minute, but out to about 12 or 13 feet.
That was a decent faraway floater,
you know. The drop step or that little turnaround to his right, he also had a jump hook over the other shoulder. He's denied here on his cut across the lane, which triggers that ball reversal, but Dale Davis stays with him well, and Shaq just falls back on a huge jump hook. It certainly was no
Those jump hooks are deadly, bro.
Sky hook. Shaq thought that shot was uncool, but it was hard to defend given his size and speed off the floor. Between his hooks, powerful spins, and fadeaways, Shaq was an all-time great playoff scorer. At his peak, he
38 points a game in the finals.
Posted some of the best adjusted numbers in league history, trailing only Michael Jordan in number of stretches at this volume, doing so on similar efficiency. I do think Shaq added a different dimension with his off-ball game. He racked up nearly 750 makes from close range in his MVP season, an outlier since those records have been kept back to 1997, and about 2/3 of those shots were assisted by teammates, which lands him between the 75th and 80th percentile historically. During the
so much more than everyone else.
Shaq didn't even attempt a shot outside of 15 feet in the playoffs, and nearly half of his shots came right at the rim.
That's actually crazy.
So he lived off a diet of the highest percentage attempts in the sport.
Which is why I think that he would be more effective in today's NBA, because the paint's less crowded.
He added even more value without the ball as an offensive rebounder. His low post positioning battles organically segued into offensive rebounding position. Here comes that cut across the lane. It's jammed nicely, but Jackson lingers to double Shaq. So now Sam Perkins has to help off him, and the bull is loose in the china shop. Some of his prowess on the glass was just wedging himself near the hoop and out jumping people.
Yeah.
His 7'7" wingspan helped here, and so did his incredible springiness
wingspan, bro.
For someone that size, and he cleans up this mess with the sledgehammer. Again, check out his feet on this play and how his twinkle toes let him reset into a bunny hop multiple times. It was almost unfair to be so nimble at that size, and boxing him out was unenviable.
Oh my God.
Shaq-proof basket
Did you see that, bro? That rebound followed by the amazing
all kinds of tactics. In the 2000 Western Finals, Portland went with the tag team holding method, but even those kinds of tricks weren't foolproof. Okay, that's not right.
Let me hear you say, that ain't right.
That's not fair, bro.
That ain't right.
That Blazers team was really the only defense to slow down O'Neal during the three-peat years, swarming him regularly behind the giant Arvydas Sabonis.
4 players. Everyone's on him. Every player's on him right there.
Pounds himself. Sabonis had the mass to keep Shaq from completely overpowering him.
Sabonis could have been such a greater player. They actually let him play in the damn NBA when he was in his prime.
And the basketball IQ to overplay that baseline move he loved.
Ooh.
He also tried to deny Shaq's cut across the lane, making him catch it 3 or 4 feet farther out, And that makes a difference versus the Diesel.
Right. Every foot that you don't allow him to go in, it's like a really effective because he has such short range.
Realistic way to slow Shaq down was to foul him. There's the traditional method where he's in close, or the legendary hack-a-Shaq, where teams intentionally fouled him at the end of the quarter. It often felt like Shaq was playing on a Nerf hoop, and the downside of that was at the line
It's difficult, bro. Have you ever like played with like one of those little itty bitty hoops that you like put on your door or something with like a little phone, like a little Nerf ball or whatever? That like fits in your hand like this, so we have to hold it like this, bro. It's hard to shoot those, man. I think it's harder. It's harder for me to shoot those than actual basketball, man. I can see how Shaq would struggle, man. He was too powerful.
Shot a Nerf ball.
His hands were too big. Everyone with big hands has a really tough time making free throws, man.
And the downside of that.
Well, I guess like Michael Jordan had pretty damn big hands. I don't know, but it's Michael Jordan, but you know what I'm saying. But like, if you're like big and powerful and have big hands, it's like hard to shoot a basketball.
At the line, he shot a Nerf ball. I've never understood how deliberately fouling a 53% free throw shooter was a winning play. That would be great half-court offense back in those days. Although when Shaq was powering up next to the hoop, 53% was way better than the 75% or so he shot at the rim. Because of this, he put entire front lines into foul trouble, forcing playoff teams to keep unskilled bruising bigs on their bench just to buy minutes against him.
Oh my god.
So Shaq's attack...
Dude, watching Shaq highlights just don't make sense. It just does not make sense. Like how... Bro, look at this. Look at this rebound.
Forcing playoff teams to keep unskilled bruising bigs on their bench.
How did he get that rebound?
Minutes against him.
Knocks him over and they have to foul him.
So Shaq's attack warped the entire game like few players ever have. But were the other...
Yeah, he's one of the players that, like, once he's on the court, the entire game plan for everyone changes. For both offense and for the defense of the other team. Like, he collapses all the defense in the paint. He fouls out all your players. He opens up shooters. And he's a great interior defender. He just does everything.
Elements enough to make him the best center ever.
Birthday present. Shaquille O'Neal, who turns 27 tomorrow. Not bad. That's it from the Forum. I'm Lauren Sanchez. Back to you.
Shaq,
Part of the benefit of Shaq's positional sparring is that it led to quick-hitting catch-and-shoot plays, or in his case, maybe I should say catch-and-dunk plays.
And
by scoring immediately, he didn't take away many opportunities from teammates by monopolizing the ball. If Shaq wasn't in a position to catch
most of the time when he had the ball, he would just either pass it immediately or score immediately.
One card he could play was the repost, giving the ball up to find that superior position without dribbling. This was a natural bridge between his scoring and playmaking, where if he felt a double team in these spots, he quickly kicked it out and could repost. But if that didn't lead to deeper position, he'd play the same game again.
I think Shaq was one of the best passing big men in his era.
He was quite patient in these situations, waiting for defenses to commit to blitzing him.
From what I'm seeing.
And he would move it to the direction the help came from to
a nice pass.
If the double dropped down from the top, Shaq surveyed and comfortably tossed it back out to a teammate. If it came
that's what I'm saying about the opening up the shooters.
Opposite corner, right away he looked to that corner, and in general he was really good at attacking the location of a double team. Allen Iverson doubles off a different Laker, and Shaq gashes it, and then still cleans up the play himself with
the rebounding.
He could work his way through progressions too. Here's a double from the top, but New Jersey shifts its defense to take away the basic kick out.
Every single player is looking at Shaq.
So Shaq looks to the cutter, and that's picked up well, which leaves the skip pass to the opposite wing. Notice how he swivels his head when he catches an entry, so he can see the action unfolding and find the optimal play. And his processing speed in these spots was quite strong. He spots the double before he lands here, and then holds the defender with a no-look pass.
I'm telling you, man, these passes.
Before the ball hits his hands, he's surveying the floor, so he knows the lane is open if his cutter has half a step, and hooks up Robert Horry with perfect touch on a bounce pass.
Bro.
Shaq was willing to try tighter path.
Yo, Shaq might be the best center of all time, bro. Oh my god.
He sends this to open space in the middle of the lane with a little hop and a soft touch. Shaq was right-hand dominant as a passer, treating the basketball.
One of the best scorers, a fantastic rebounder, possibly the best passing big man at the time, one of the best defenders. I mean, what more can you ask for, man? Oh my God.
And that led to some limitations or awkward deliveries at times. He would occasionally throw one too hot or miss his target like this, although he also had some brilliant deliveries too. This looks like a skip pass, but it's a changeup that drops perfectly to a cutter.
Dude, Shaquille O'Neal, man.
He sees Iverson fall asleep.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Those giant hands make this touch pass an easy bucket. Some speedy neurological processing also helped him audible at times. He's flowing into a catch and shoot here, but switches to a pass at the last second after spotting a double, and as Coach Bird can attest to, that is just
amazing.
Too good. For my money,
Shaq might have like a top 3 peak ever. Like, this peak is actually
Shaq
insane.
Is the best low post passer among the great 90s centers, but there were some holes in his vision. He could miss openings on the opposite block. He threads it once he sees Horace Grant, but a great pass arrives 2 seconds earlier.
Well,
here's that same action again over Shaq's left shoulder, and he's blind to it, and this is a connection that excellent post passers make most of the time. Similarly, he could also miss the
lacking a bit of vision
cut
here
from the same side of the court, and I think this is the trade-off of conditioning himself to spot the double team instead of holistically reading the floor. He misses the easy layup here, but is quick to hit a spot-up shooter. Since
better
he
than the
was
shooters than the
quick to
cutters.
react to doubles, his teammates had some wide-open threes.
Yeah,
this
bro.
is similar to what we saw last episode with Hakeem's Rockets, where surrounding him with capable shooters punished double teams, and dotting the arc with these players, and even a stretch 4, optimized Shaq's inside-out value. Outside of a white-hot playoff run in 2001, those Lakers were never really a good three-point shooting team, but they had enough respectable shooters on the court to space the floor and keep defenses honest, which allowed a more defensively slanted supporting cast to play off Shaq while maintaining those offensive heights.
Need some 3-and-D
As
players
a result,
around him.
LA's attacks were very good in the regular season and all-time good in the playoffs, able to maintain their regular season efficiency.
Shaq got better in the
against
playoffs
those
all the time.
Super stingy playoff
Clutch-ass player.
defenses of that era, because almost no one had a way to slow down these Shaq-centric offenses. With Shaq on the bench, the Lakers' playoff offensive rating dropped by nearly 12 points during those repeat runs to about 98.
And that's with Kobe Bryant.
Points per 100. Even a young Kobe Bryant couldn't carry that kind of roster with a replacement level center subbed in for Shaq.
All I'm saying is, you really think about it. You take out Shaq off this roster looking like a worse version of the 2006 Lakers. That's all I'm saying.
Although Froby was a great fit next to O'Neal. He was
Froby.
already an elite offensive wing who could play make and generate his own shot.
Yeah, he was like an all-star level player at this time, and then in 2000, he just wasn't like a superstar level until like the next year, like 01.
With Shaq probing for position, teams were less likely to throw defensive attention toward Kobe, who already had a bevy of isolation scoring moves to unleash, and because of Shaquille's off-ball activity, he didn't take away many touches from Bryant.
Nothing prettier than a fadeaway. Nothing more satisfying in the NBA than a clean-ass fadeaway.
Incredibly well next to penetrators like this, because his defenders were so reluctant to leave him near the hoop, and this gave Kobe a little more airspace when attacking the cup. When bigs were forced to help, it freed up Shaq on the glass for cleanup duty. What a ridiculous...
So also, if not only do you free up the shooters, you also free up the slashers that are trying to go to the rim from not where Shaq's at.
Duo they were. I also think there was a strong
best duo ever, man.
Defense, especially when Bryant was at his defensive peak in the year 2000. Shaq could be statuesque at times, not venturing far from the lane and often dropping deep on pick and rolls. And Kobe's ability to chase ball handlers
I know for his perimeter
and
defense.
at times hound guards at the point of attack shored up O'Neal's stationary defense.
Kobe, one of the best
and
defenders
the Diesel
ever, baby.
could be stuck in neutral for entire possessions. He stretched that 3-second rule on both ends. And despite Kobe's ball denial on Iverson here, they still give up an open
That
jumper.
might have been 3 seconds, yeah.
There were a bunch of reasons why Shaq just camped out in the key a lot. First, his defensive strength was protecting the rim, especially against smaller wings who challenged his massive frame and his giant reach. And when he was loaded up and in position to contest, he could get to shots like this quickly.
Oh my God, the
Second,
jump
he was
reach on that.
conserving energy. It takes a lot to move 340 pounds around the court.
That
and
makes
Shaquille
sense,
was
to be
asked
fair.
to play 43 minutes per game in the playoffs at his peak.
Yeah.
And in his condition, he
Jalen Brunson type
lacked
beat.
the motor to do that while stepping out to the perimeter on defense, or even sitting down in a stance and moving more in tight spaces. There were a number of instances where he was slow getting back in transition, jogging down the court at a leisurely pace.
I mean, bro is 340 pounds playing 43
And
minutes.
in
What do
some
you expect, to
instances,
be
he
honest?
never really made it back into the play. And in their playoff matchups, the Kings had some success running him until fatigue kicked in. Also, Shaq parked himself in the paint because his change of direction wasn't swift enough to make recovering easy, and he wasn't fast enough to help down from the outside like the last two centers in this series. On offense,
like Robinson and
he
Hakeem.
could dictate where all that mass went, but having to react on defense wasn't as easy. He's not agile enough to toggle around here smoothly, and kind of bear hugs his man and ends up on the wrong side of the play. All this was compounded by inconsistent awareness, where on some plays he was a bit slow to read potential threats, and on others he was sort of asleep at the wheel with a play unfolding in front of him. This shows up when we look at how opposing teams shot at the rim when O'Neal was on the court.
So this could be a reason why you would maybe say he wouldn't be as good at the modern game, because the game is faster, and if he's like slower, like at this time, it could be a bad sign for, like, you know, the faster game now. And also he'd have to guard more perimeter because, you know, centers be able to shoot threes now and shit. So he wouldn't have to be, he couldn't just be in the paint a lot of times. So maybe you could say on defense, you know, he would actually get worse in the modern NBA.
Slightly
100%.
worse than average in 2000, and at exactly average in 2001, which is a far cry from elite defensive big men like the Spurs Twin Towers or the Georgetown Center.
Right.
On the plus side,
Yeah.
teams didn't take too many of these high percentage shots in the restricted area against O'Neal, probably due to his intimidation.
Deterring
In other
factor.
words,
My guy's got an intimidator badge.
there was some benefit to him lingering in the lane. Many opponents didn't want to challenge Shaq's shot blocking or take the physical punishment he could dish out on hard fouls. On occasion, he would
Yeah, you don't want to get fouled by a 340-pound, 7'1" dude.
shift into fifth gear and string together really active defensive possessions, leaving the paint, moving his feet, and giving us a glimpse at what his
Here we
defense
go.
would have looked like with a high-revving motor. Of course, most of the time he roamed around
block,
the lane
bro.
like a grazing elephant, so teams with jump-shooting big men would punish him on the perimeter.
Yeah, like him. He wouldn't be able to
Shaq
guard
did
Jokic.
not want to switch onto wings and was reluctant to come out on them. Here,
A lot more switches in the modern game, too. So, yeah, you can see how that could be a
help, and
weakness.
it leads to a clean three, and teams would go at him in pick and roll, leaving his teammates on an island against the screener and ball handler, and Shaq's reluctance to venture out helped Allen Iverson in his famous 2001 outburst, and the ultimate example of this was Mike Bibby's pull-up jumper parade in the 2002
Mike
Western
Bibby.
Finals that nearly unseated the Lakers. This also made it really easy for big men to pick and pop their way into wide-open jumpers, so when teams started
Which is a lot more
torching
prevalent
LA
in the
like
modern
this,
NBA.
they
A lot more
would
prevalent.
bring Shaq up to the level of the screen, where he could contest pull-ups. This was actually a major tactical adjustment in that big Game 7 comeback in 2000 against Portland, and there's one of those high-energy defensive possessions. Note that most of these shots then were long twos because there weren't many pull-up three practitioners in the league at that point.
Steve Smith, though, got
In
that.
2000 and 2001, the Lakers posted a 103 defensive rating without Shaq on the court, slightly ahead of league average. With him, they were about 2 points better, and more complex adjustments for teammates and opponent quality view him as a solid positive on defense in those seasons, although not a star. We see a similar story looking at his missed games, the same method we used back in episode 2, where in 25 contests as the only starter missing, LA was almost a 500 team. But when Shaq returned to the lineup, they played at a 62-win pace. Most of that change was on offense. Equally as impressive is how the Lakers fared without Kobe in those years. In 29 games where he was the only starter missing, LA played at a
Kobe fans about to be mad.
4-win pace with an offense nearly 3 points ahead of the league. And that's without a playmaker replacing Bryant.
Kobe fans mad.
Shaq's offensive floor raising with a 3 roster. Similarly, one-number impact metrics rank him among the all-time greats, primarily because of his offensive value.
Third.
To me, there's enough value from that paint protection for him to be a decently positive defender. He was even somewhat effective as a man defender during those years, just based on his size and sheer athleticism. And the overall nature of his offense,
spacing,
which was off
first
ball,
percentile,
quick hitting,
16th all-time scoring rate,
to slow down, made him unique among big men in NBA.
Offense, all-time level interior scoring, good post passer to cutters and three-point shooters, off-ball game, rebounding and paint movement, plus gravity fit well with wings, all-time foul draw weight, no outside game whatsoever. Defense, high-level shot blocker when in position and paint, / size equals strongman defender. Low motor plus super stationary in paint, not quick to help, easy to stretch and pick and roll, or with jump shooting big men.
History, and gives him a strong argument as the most dominant big man ever.
Alright, so that was the making the case on Shaq. Comment below. Do you think Shaq is the greatest center of all time? If so, or if you don't, comment why, and who you have above him, or why you think he's the best. Quite a long analysis here of his game and what made him one of the best two-way players of all time, and a basketball unicorn, as he describes here. So, yeah, we're almost done with the series. We only have 3 episodes left, so it's been a real journey going through this series, and I'm excited to see an in-depth analysis of KG, the big ticket. So, let's get into it.
You
don't want to hear me talk?
Garnett,
well, you do, but not now you waffle. You want to hear me talk about the video.
He nearly claimed back-to-back MVP.
He was the best player in the world at one point.
Before team failures derailed his stature. Critics called him a weak offensive player who couldn't lead a team to a championship. But was that true? What if his team's weaknesses actually drowned out his strengths? What if KG's championship value came from everything besides scoring? And what if Kevin Garnett was actually a blend of offense and defense that made him one of the best two-way players ever?
Oh, let's go, baby. We got the intro here. Intro is giving me chills.
This series tackles one question.
Hey, there's KG.
Who is the best at his best? We start at the ABA merger and go through the best multi-year stretches, examining the legends who provided the most on-court impact. These are the greatest peaks.
Kevin Garnett, 03 to 04.
You're doing as well as you did last year, personally, but I tend to get the
this
feeling.
Ain't golf. This ain't golf. This ain't tennis. It ain't about me.
Throughout this series, the defensive greats that we've looked at have all been big, active shot blockers who patrolled the paint. But Garnett was an evolutionary leap forward. At nearly 7 feet without shoes, he had the height of a traditional intimidating center, yet moved like a perimeter player.
Super great
This unique
movement for a 7-footer.
Mobility allowed him to cover large swaths of the court in only a few steps, which turned him into a basketball octopus on defense.
The snatch block, baby.
Toward Kobe Bryant from about 30 feet away from the hoop, slides his feet twice, and just
the lateral movement
his drive from behind. These long tentacles
Great
could
defense.
erase shots from the top of the circle like this, but it was Garnett's incredible mobility and awareness that separated him as a defender. His large hops quickly took him from the perimeter to the rim and positioned him to jump on a whim. And agility like this for someone his size is unheard of. He's running backwards here, swivels inside toward the ball, then back to the other side in one motion and defends.
Great lateral movement.
Position. With those huge strides, he could slide in front of quicker players on the perimeter and stay with them. Against the lightning quick
versatile
Allen Iverson
defender.
here, he makes it look easy. And
Yeah, that's actually super
in
insane.
Every direction, recovering backwards here before a Dr. Octavius arm breaks up the pass. And even with those physical gifts, I think his best defensive attribute was his mind. This is nanosecond processing to let his teammate contest, and the awareness to follow the shooter's eyes makes the steal possible. KG
Smart
tracked
basketball
the ball
IQ,
better
baby.
than maybe any player in NBA history. He was a hardwood
Wow,
sentinel,
that's actually insane.
materializing in the paint the instant he detected a threat. He's chasing a wing here, but lingers when he senses danger in the pick and roll. Then when it's kicked out, he knows this teammate can rotate to the shooter, but his radar detects an up fake, so he stays and just destroys what would be a layup.
That's insane basketball IQ right there.
It takes a second look to realize the brilliance of some of these decisions. This play seems pretty vanilla, but Minnesota's actually in a zone. Michael Olowokandi should slide here with Garnett staying in the middle.
Not Olowokandi.
But Garnett recognizes that would leave him on an island against Kobe, so KG audibles to slide up and protect the whole weak side himself, and because wings can't blow by him, it turns into a long three.
Wow.
Watch the ball on any Garnett play, and he feels like a normal rim protector. But watch more closely, and the plays become remarkable. He cheats over to the strong side early to take the roll man if needed, then still pounces on the dribbler at the rim. These plays were the norm for him, stalking the ball like a middle linebacker and shrinking the dimensions of the court.
Damn, this is making his defense into insane perspective.
Jealous. The second Carmelo Anthony has space here, Garnett moves, and his pogo sticking puts him in position to spring up at any moment. What a sequence. He reacted so fast at times it looked choreographed. He's moving in sync with the crossover from the other side of the court, then teleports to the front of the rim, and it takes a circus shot to beat that defense.
That's actually
KG
nuts.
was just everywhere, all the time, and he never stopped moving. I mean, he still really hasn't stopped moving. I think the man might hop around in his sleep like a shark, and this perpetual motion let him bounce from one threat
Shout
to
out
the next,
Stanford.
over and over. And his combination of length, agility.
This is, I think, the most I've seen him praise anyone's defense in the entire series, which is actually nuts.
The highest revving motor in NBA history meant KG was never out of any play. My word.
Whoa!
And on top of
that
all
block.
of that, he knew
God
every
damn.
trick in the book. He sends his teammate to double the post, zoning up these two big men, and he knows in this set his man is looking for the entry pass instead of shooting, and he can break it up from the free throw line. His positioning.
Yeah, I didn't know his basketball IQ was this insane.
Tactical. Here, sitting in a driving lane, and as the ball approaches, he slides to play the pass, but keeps himself within arm's length, and Garnett's hands are too good to escape that gambit. He had that Bill Russell move from episode 8,
Bill Russell move.
Potential passes with his offhand as he contested shots, and Garnett played drop-off passes like this.
That's insane praise right there.
Well,
That's
not
an
always
insane
going
thing to
after
have.
a block or
Bill
contesting
Russell.
in the air, and frequently jabbing toward a penetrator and then peeling off it if he felt a pass coming instead. Here it is against a teenage LeBron James. Garnett reads his eyes and court position to quickly play the passing lane, and then still recovers back to contest. He hopped on the up fake there, and that was a minor crack in KG's armor, but there weren't too many other weak spots. He was vulnerable to power only against the strongest of the brutes, which meant Shaq and maybe a few other really strong big men at the time. But I think playing at around 240 pounds in those years, with his high center of gravity, made his incredible help defense slightly less effective in traffic, where he couldn't lodge himself firmly under the rim to disrupt these kinds of plays. But it's hard to
not
find
a power
him
player.
making defensive mistakes. On this one, he actually relaxes when the shot goes up. He usually plugs the passing lane here instead of ball watching. And here he's chasing a wing around, and that prevents him from turning around and covering up this breakdown. In situations where he needed to rotate into space, Garnett was an excellent rim protector, and he's perhaps the most schematically sound defender I've ever studied, almost never flubbing assignments. Avery Johnson actually once complained that he would call out your plays on the court because he scouted opponents so well.
That's nuts, bro.
Helped him play passing,
literally the coach.
Where those cephalopod arms suction cupped a number of balls and made even basic passes difficult. KG averaged nearly 2 steals per 100 during those years, elite for a big man, and with him on the court in 03 and 04, the Timberwolves defense was the equivalent of a top 10 D, but without him they played like a bottom 5 defense because his defensive teammates
insane impact there.
Mediocre to porous during those seasons. PIPM, which uses this kind of plus-minus data along with the box score, views these years as a top 15 defensive peak since 1997, and using only plus-minus data and adjusting for teammate and opponent quality, these are seen as 2 of the very best defensive seasons on record.
Walls and Duncan.
KG was also an excellent man defender against nearly anyone. His length made shooting uncomfortable, and he was one of the few players in league history who could truly guard 5 positions. Wings who attacked him were met with heavy resistance, and a number of dangerous perimeter players wouldn't even go at him on switches.
Truly versatile.
Those who did attack him, even in the open court, could meet the long arm of the law. And his capacity to change directions with those tap dancing feet made the impossible look easy. This is a 60-0 stop and swivel to block Kobe.
The ability to stop. The ability to can't stop. The ability to stop and then start again on like so fast is a super insane skill to have in basketball. It's so useful in so many situations.
That doesn't make sense.
Shaq was probably the only true mismatch for him in the entire league. But even against big centers, he still held his own. Here, he doesn't bite on a fake from the 280-pound Vitaly Potapico, although, again, occasionally up fakes could be a problem. Chris Webber gets him with the second move here, but Webber desperately needed up fakes against Garnett because he posted a 44% true shooting mark against him in these seasons.
That's ass,
Kevin
bro.
also really bothered Tim Duncan.
44% true shooting? That's not even a good field goal percentage.
Under 50% true shooting when they were on the court together from 2002 to 2004.
That's crazy.
That's about 7% lower than Duncan's normal efficiency. And amazingly, when both KG and Duncan were on the court in those 12 games, their teams scored the exact same number of points.
Wow, that's crazy, actually.
Unfortunately, since Garnett was emerging from an era of golden centers, blocking under 2 shots per game wasn't quite enough to win over Defensive Player of the Year voters who were looking for 3 or 4 blocks from a 7-footer. But his defense was rarely under fire after each playoff elimination during these seasons. Instead, the questions were about Garnett's offense, and specifically, his ability to score.
Here we go. I'm going to be a little more critical at this point, I think. 100%.
Kevin Garnett does not have the supporting cast. If he had James Worthy, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, or Kevin McHale, Robert Parrish, he would be winning championships right now.
By far, the biggest criticism of Garnett was his inability to take over games with his scoring in key moments.
Yeah.
Where Tim Duncan was celebrated as a classic low-post weapon, Garnett was lamented as just a jump shooter. The same stigma attached to David Robinson back in episode 7.
Oh, yeah.
Ironically,
Remember
Garnett
that.
was actually one of the best outside shooting big men of his era. He made
100%.
43% of his long twos in 2003 and 4, which was the 7th best mark in the entire league. This was better than Nowitzki in those seasons. And much like what we saw last episode from
obviously Dirk had more volume.
KG could pull these from deep off a jab step. And since he had an incredible handle for a player his size, he could probe into these shots like he was a guard. KG's ball handling was so secure that Minnesota had him bring it up at times when they ran out of point guards, And sometimes he just worked that right into a pull-up jumper. Of course, there's still that trade-off we've discussed on these long outside shots. Even though Garnett was 4 percentage points ahead of league average on his long twos, they weren't that efficient as a half-court shot, at least early in the shot clock, and that can limit a player's overall efficiency. Unlike Robinson, Garnett didn't have a first step that just marched him to the free throw line constantly. His initial move wasn't quite as quick, and more importantly,
it's
he
pretty
had
though.
the strength and power to drive through minor contact. Hand checking like this derailed his penetration, and old friend Karl Malone bothered him this way in the 2004 Western Finals, pushing him off his spots and rerouting him with little nudges and arm bars. It's subtle, but you can see it here. A little push sends Garnett toward the baseline, instead of being able to explode up on the strong side of the cup. Then he thinks better of challenging.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, not much of a power player.
The brick wall that was O'Neal deterred KG's forays to the basket in their playoff matchups, primarily because Kevin couldn't rise up and finish through contact well. Instead, he avoided contact in many of these aerial situations, which suppressed his free throw numbers. Unlike sturdier big men with broader shoulders, Garnett couldn't power through shot blockers like this.
Amari,
He
baby.
didn't have the balance to drop step and claim that space on the near block. He often adjusted into trickier shots, although he never gave up on a play.
Hey, nice steal.
Some of this was from his high center of gravity. It only took minor contact to throw him off balance when he was upright, but this was more of a limitation than an Achilles heel. He was still able to lean into some contact at the rim, and Garnett's free throw rates during these seasons
definitely a much better defender than offensive player.
Typical 20-point scorers. He didn't always shy away from contact either, sometimes backing down softer players until he was fouled or found a closer look.
Not dirt.
When he could turn the corner on his drives, that downhill pressure also drew fouls, and he was more comfortable jumping off of one leg into open space on these flowing attacks. In instances where he was cut off, that handle helped him probe closer and closer to the rim, and he often went to this spin back move when he was walled off on his penetration. Have I mentioned he's a 7-footer? KG added another layer to
casually.
Drives
Oh yeah, he's also 7 feet tall.
Which is functionally how perimeter players spearhead great offense, collapsing defenses and then dishing to open teammates. And in this sense, Garnett's desire to play like a 6'12" Michael Jordan traded in hook shots for perimeter playmaking, and some of these passes were really nice, finding layups at the end of drives like a great
Ooh, yeah, that was nice. We didn't see many passing highlights in the last episode.
Manipulate defenders occasionally, using the look away here on the drop off.
Very nice.
Rarely a great finisher on the end of these connections. He also dimed up cutters from the top. His
As you know, he played for the fucking Minnesota Timberwolves.
Quickly moved the ball, helped him find most of these openings. Man, it was hard to score on those Pistons. And on this one, he's reading the primary screening action to his left, so he's a touch late firing this inside to his teammate. He was arguably better as a passer out of the post. He'd pick teams apart if they fell asleep.
Very nice.
He could find some gems on tight cuts like this too. With all of that said, I think his most impressive passes were on the interior, where he could wheel into scoring position and punish defenses in narrow quarters after they helped onto him. Some of these were just ridiculously good. He's anticipating a double because he's matched up with a guard, and he even busted out some misdirection from the post too, patiently looking to the perimeter here before shipping a Nikola Jokic special.
Boom, just like that. It's perfect.
Of course, Garnett could also score
nice
out
clip
of the
there.
post too. He didn't live on the low block like traditional big men, but he was effective down there, especially on deep catches. He threw in an up and under move every once in a while. Goodbye.
Ooh, faking Duncan.
From Kevin McHale, I think he could have used pump fakes more down there to keep defenders honest and draw fouls. Instead, KG lived off a steady diet of fadeaways over either shoulder. And again, it's easy to see Jordan's influence on Garnett's offensive approach.
Oh, 100% with that fadeaway, 100%.
Moves. The incredible height of KG's release made this shot nearly unblockable. and he could flow right into the fade or set it up with a quick spin in one direction before falling back in another.
Hell yeah.
The earliest synergy data from 2005 and 6 pegs him as the third most efficient post player in the league and first among volume scoring big men.
That's actually crazy.
So while he didn't live on the interior or at the free throw line like other big men, there was enough in Garnett's bag to make him a good but not great scorer. Because of some of his limitations, his playoff scoring numbers lag behind most players in this series. Although his regular season numbers are strong enough that he might have been more efficient with a larger playoff sample or with better teammates. Garnett never played with a grade A shot creator or passer during these seasons, instead suiting up next to scoring-oriented point guards like Sam Cassell. These guards could play the pick and pop game.
Most hands-on player in NBA history.
He scored tons of points by floating to the perimeter after a screen and comfortably draining long jumpers. But he was missing teammates who could take advantage of his movement with high-quality passing, let alone spoon-feed him easy baskets. This is an easy roll pass or even a lob for a layup, but it never arrives. And they couldn't unlock his size and athleticism rolling downhill that much, despite his ability to get way up on lob passes.
Yeah.
Many of Garnett's easy bunnies were in transition because he sprinted so hard on every play. Scientists might check if he was powered by cold fusion, because like clockwork, he took off on every breakout and could beat other big men down the court. And even though he never played with a road runner point guard, KG flashed his downhill finishing ability on these fast breaks. Despite his intensity, he played 40 minutes a game in the regular season and 44 minutes a night in the playoffs.
Never see that anymore. Never see that.
And he did make some uncharacteristic plays late in games from what seemed to be fatigue.
Well, yeah, playing 44 minutes.
Another issue with those teams was a lack of three-point shooting. They took a ton of long twos and surrounded Garnett with subpar three-point shooters, which meant they couldn't penalize teams for doubling in the post or take advantage of his kick-out passes.
Minnesota, you suck, bro.
27th in the
poverty
league
franchise.
Attempts in these seasons, taking half as many as Hakeem's Rockets did a decade earlier, which feels criminal given Garnett's timing and feel for kick-out passes.
Yeah, it could have really helped.
We've seen three-point shooters have surrounding other big men who weren't on Garnett's level as a passer. This might be one of the reasons the Timberwolves offense fell flat in the playoffs, moving from the 89th percentile in the regular season to the 30th percentile in the postseason. Although I think injuries were likely a larger factor. Minnesota played without a viable backup point guard on the floor 1/3 of the time, and the Wolves' offense dropped by 9 points in those minutes. Even with just half of that drop-off, their playoff efficiency would look much closer to their strong regular season offense. Like Robinson before him, so much of the Big Ticket's value was his ability to play off another high-end offensive talent while simultaneously leading the defense, the precise role he would play after moving on to greener pastures.
Number 2 offense, number 1 defense. These ads, bro. Kareem.
Cap the legend.
Greetings, King Garnett.
Know my name.
It's pretty clear that Garnett could ramp up his scoring volume another 15 or 20% to the levels we've seen in the last 3 episodes. But his scoring numbers certainly would have been boosted with teammates who could have created easy shots for him or optimized his activity without the ball.
Nice reverse.
That off-ball game was a big part of his offensive package, where he could catch and go right into his moves, and whether he was attacking a closeout after picking and popping, or just moving into a catch-and-shoot jumper like a supersized guard, Garnett could score quickly. You may have noticed that he often passed quickly too. There's another long 2. And split-second decision-making like this, such as short-roll passing, helps maintain advantages. And a quick-hitting game doesn't take away opportunities from teammates. Here he gives it up and
super well fitting onto a already great roster.
Misses a pass but wheels right into a big.
But not the greatest on a terrible ass roster.
Most of these short roll connective tissue kind of passes. And
Very
we
nice.
saw this with Larry Bird, where dynamic, sometimes touch passes create a kind of frictionless, low viscosity offense, where speedy actions kind of grease the rails for teammates. These skills add value next to better and better players, which is exactly why
which is what you need.
Later, Boston
scaling
took the
up
league by storm behind an
right.
older, less agile Garnett. His extra passing fit next to Paul Pierce and Ray Allen, as did his off-ball scoring game in those catch-and-shoot situations. Add in Garnett's nonstop activity and
why did the quality get so much better from 2004 to 2008?
Ability to fill in any role or
this quality is so much better.
And Boston produced a good regular season and postseason offense. But it was their defense that carried them to a championship. Garnett lifted Boston to historical heights on that end and was the linchpin of a unit that locked down a scorching Lakers offense, authoring one of the most impressive NBA finals I've seen from a defender. He couldn't leap quite as high or slide quite as well, but he stalked Kobe Bryant on a number of plays like this and won a high-level game of basketball chess, anticipating specific passes and plugging any gaps in the backline.
Kevin Garnett, all-time. Well, okay, so it's looking like he's ranking Kevin Garnett among like one of the, if not the greatest defender of all time.
This drive, and then instantly somehow processes James Posey helping off of Bryant, so he rotates back and then smothers Bryant at the hoop. A key part of Boston's defensive success was Garnett's ability to defend the pick and roll, and he was even better at
which is even better, would even be even more useful in modern NBA.
Art during his peak. All of his S-class abilities intersect.
See, why is this quality so much worse, bro? Only 4 years earlier.
Sliding in front of smaller players, blanketing the entire court, and recovering to the ball.
That's insane. He's literally doing everything out there in that clip.
Absolutely incredible at containing dribblers in this coverage, somehow preventing a split here from Chauncey Billups, and at times it looked like he was a mirror of the ball handler.
This is insane.
Sliding with him, but almost always recovering back.
Yeah, he might be one of the best defenders of all time, bro. Well, he is.
If he needed to stay with a guard, that was.
But he might be in the combo as GOAT defender.
Again, the hand tracks the basketball for the steal. Thanks to his positioning and size, Garnett was also an excellent defensive rebounder, and he did a ton of little things like this so well. For instance, he was the first player I saw use this screen move to seal off a shot blocker for a driving guard. This play is from the year 2000.
Wow.
Add it all up, and Garnett might contribute positive value in more areas than any player ever. Which is why he boasted some of the very best plus-minus numbers ever recorded from the regular season. These scoreboard-based stats tend to view KG as a strong all-star on offense too, although playoff metrics that rely on the box score are lower on him primarily because of his scoring numbers. But remember, those box score numbers don't capture his smothering horizontal value on defense, and they are based
defense harder to track than
on a
offense.
Sample against only a few opponents.
Yeah, you be able to the playoffs.
For the huge minutes that he played, he'd look more like a top 20 peak or so in box plus minus and PIPM, but I still think that undersells his impact. Despite his warts as a scorer, Garnett's quick passing, offensive versatility, spacing, and defense make him one of the most scalable players in league history.
Hold up, so the offense there. Good score and post and mid-range, lack of rim pressure, too many long twos, hurt efficiency, excellent short roll and interior passer, good passer from the post, top and on drives, off-ball, quick-hitting game, pick-and-roll finishing, spacing makes offense highly scalable.
Spacing and defense make
100%.
him one of the most scalable players in league history. Perfect for supercharging any remotely contending.
Also, as a shooting power forward, I feel like he would make a lot more... he would perfectly fit in a modern NBA, especially with versatility on defense, which I think now is more important than ever with the amount of switches and stuff that happen.
Offensive number 2 and defensive superstar, and that combination of all-star level talent,
GOAT level mobility and awareness for a big man, elite low level paint protector, elite low error, paint protector, GOAT level in show and recover pick and rolls, elite man defender who can bite on up fakes, high IQ, super switchable, plays passing lanes, well in entries and drives. Yeah, he might, from this description right here, looking at the analysis, man, he might be the greatest defender of all time.
On offense and historically great defense gave Kevin Garnett one of the NBA's greatest peaks. For more
all right, so that was Kevin Garnett, greatest peaks. Yeah. Do you think Kevin Garnett is overall an underrated player? I mean, it really looks like it from this. People are superly underselling his defense. I mean, I always know that he was an all-time great defender, but I mean, there's a good argument from what I'm seeing here that he's the greatest defender of all time, which I've never heard anyone claim that. So, yeah, I say from this analysis, this really makes him seem like he was underrated. And yeah, let's just get right into it. Kevin Durant, greatest peaks.
At the slender age of 21, Kevin Durant finished second in MVP voting on a league-best 30 points per game. Over the years, he improved his ball handling, playmaking, and defense.
A big argument people have is, was Kevin Durant ever the best player in the world?
MVP in 2014. But just how good was he in those areas? Should he have been an all-league defender? And was his combination of size, agility, and world-class outside shooting enough to make him the greatest scorer of all time?
Let's see. Amazing it. We got the hype-up intro.
This series tackles one question. Who was the best at his best? We start at the ABA merger and go through the best multi-year stretches, examining the legends who provided the most on-court impact. These are the greatest peaks.
Kevin Durant, 2016 to 18. Wow, so we're not even going 2014. That was when I reacted to earlier.
Better than anybody.
We're going him on the Warriors.
And you don't have to be humble here. We're just
Wait, what?
KD, what is it that you do better than anybody? And you don't have to be humble here. We're just a small group of friends and people with cameras.
Honestly, I think I score better than anybody.
In Oklahoma City, Durant was
a
scoring animal, claiming 4 scoring titles in 5 seasons. The Slim Reaper was just the 4th player in league history with a dominant scoring stretch like that, joining Wilt Chamberlain, Michael Jordan, and the one and only Iceman.
You figured it out yet?
No, not that Iceman, but George Gervin, a 6'7" point machine who was all arms and legs too.
Underrated.
Gervin had a soft, sweet stroke, lived in the mid-range in that era, and of course he could finger roll. He was also so long he could shoot right over defenders, which made him a pre-3-point era prototype for Durant. KD was an upgrade in just about every area. He was even bigger, standing 6'9.5" without shoes, and like ice, he could work on.
No one calculates shit without shoes, bro. Bro is 7 foot, damn near.
And find little sweet spots to detonate from. But Durant could also launch from behind the arc, and 39% three-point shooting during these seasons juiced his scoring efficiency. You'll notice how many of these shots involve movement, because sliding around to find scoring pockets and then catching and shooting was a huge part of Durant's success. 59% of his outside shots were assisted, around average among high-volume, long-range shooters. He wasn't a jitterbug without the ball, but he could throw off some defenders, flipping this cut back
you gotta push him there
beautifully. And because he was a supersized wing with a 7'5" wingspan, he could
7'5" wingspan's nuts.
Strong contests from big men. Yet he had enough agility.
Yeah, you're not gonna block a 7'5" wingspan shooting a 3.
Him to backdoor this action when he felt an overplay, and this takes nice feel to read a defender, and his size made these lobs easy to finish. Because he was such a large target, guards could throw over the top to him like this, and he was slithery enough to catch off a screen and attack all the way to the cup. So in addition to great shooting from the mid-range and deep, KD could put it on the deck and finish in traffic with those praying mantis arms.
His arms are nuts.
Game was a huge part of his scoring prowess, because if teams tried to run him off the line, he was one dribble from a layup with the size to finish. Kevin could initiate.
That's what's so scary about people who can shoot threes and finish at the hoop so well. Big guy shooting threes.
And finishing nicely here. But if that big man sagged off in the pick and roll, he could burn them with his pull-up three. This put defenses in a serious pickle because he had the long-range precision of a modern guard, but if they overreacted to his shooting, he could blow by and finish among the trees at the rim.
Three-way scorer, man.
Ball handling and
potentially the greatest three-way scorer of all time.
Shiftiness boosted this penetration game, but he also had some burst in his engines, covering a ton of ground in just a dribble or two.
Wow, he was looking legs.
Preparing to use this screen, this defender is worried about a pull-up three, so he crosses back over and accelerates downhill for free throws. By the way, putting KD on the line was a bad idea.
Yeah, 90%.
He shot a little under 90% in those years, and he was able to get there with some regularity thanks to tricks like the rip-through move.
Had to make a whole rule because of that.
He also would drive into some contact. There's a huge crossover, and he just plows into the help for the +1. But Durant's rim finishing was more about his speed and long strides than strength or physicality. He builds up ahead of steam here, picks up his dribble at the free throw line, and sidesteps to create a little opening, and he's so long it's a drop in the bucket. That's usually some smothered chicken by Tim Duncan against a smaller player. Durant used these
he's the same fucking size as Tim Duncan.
Like steps to slip past defenders in space. And here Kawhi Leonard runs him off the line. Durant wisely attacks his front leg, and then look at all the ground he covers with a single stride. Big men were often worried about Durant's pull-up. It was a larger part of his attack than getting all the way to the hoop.
Yeah,
so
he always does the pull-ups.
To freeze them and then gallop home with those long legs. He didn't get to the basket as often as someone like LeBron did, but when he did, Durant was extremely efficient, finishing with the 14th best field goal percentage,
higher than LeBron,
since 2001.
That was insane.
Like LeBron, KD was a weapon in transition. Sometimes he'd turn up the speed and pressure backpedaling opponents, and he could also run to the three-point line and drop daggers from there as a finisher. These skills work together. This defender jumps to the three-point line, but Durant just floors it for the flush. And
yeah, he's just faster and better.
Between long-range shooting and hard drives like this made him an elite transition scorer during these seasons. He also liked to walk into threes in semi-transition. There's that range again. And
yeah, those are the pull-ups on every level he does. So much of.
On these was nearly
so high. Yeah, you can't block that, bro.
Hops and hesitation moves force defenders to worry about his drive, and that creates enough airspace to stroke these pull-ups over the outstretched arms of the longest defenders in the game.
Gobert there.
Even more so than Irvin before him, Durant's ability to just rise up over players and rain jumpers on their head gave him access to mid-range shots almost on demand. Of course, this is the least efficient of his scoring zones, but by 2016, he improved his mid-range accuracy to about 49%, a jump of
his mid-range is least efficient? Damn, that's actually crazy.
Points from his earlier seasons when he won MVP, and enough to regularly land him at or near the top of the league from this distance. However, as a three-point shooter, KD was far more accurate in catch-and-shoot situations than off of these pull-ups. From 2014 to 18, he was a scorching 43% on catch-and-shoot attempts, according to Second Spectrum's optical tracking, but he was just under 35% on his pull-ups. So he wasn't quite as lethal on these self-generated attempts.
Well, in this one, though.
He could.
Oh, wait, no. I thought it was the one where it's like really clutch. He did it really clutch at the end of the game. He did this exact same shot later in the game with a clutch of foot.
He could certainly generate shots with his back to the basket. Again, using his size to just rise up over defenders while comfortably working out of the mid-post area.
His size is just too OP.
Fadeaways or turnarounds like this. His post-game included a mini Dirk Nowitzki impression, occasionally flashing a ridiculous one-legged fall-away, like the big German himself. Durant's height allowed him to take smaller players to the block. Undersized guards like this offered little resistance that close to the hoop, but stick bigger forwards on him, and he could torture them by running around screens.
Too fast for the big guys, too big for the small guys.
Aren't used to chasing world-class outside shooters, and Kevin was most comfortable catching and shooting without a dribble like this. Durantula's ability to score at three levels, both on and off the ball, made him arguably the greatest regular season scorer we've ever seen.
Wow.
In the playoffs, however,
insane.
His effectiveness fell back to earth just a bit, which
okay.
still made him one of the great scorers in league history.
Like
all players, his statistics were influenced by his teammates and his opponents. Without a teammate to break down defenses and set him up for easier looks, Durant's numbers as the lone offensive focal point look quite different than when he plays next to another star.
Stars with the Warriors, fucking first and greatest shooter of all time on his team.
Or Steph Curry on the court next to him, KD's scoring efficiency looks really good compared to other high-volume scorers. But without those star guards occupying defensive attention,
all I'm saying, I think a lot of people would be really efficient if they had the space to fucking Steph Curry and Klay Thompson on the team. Okay.
He took a sizable dip in efficiency because he had to create more of his own offense. There was a significant increase in his unassisted field goals in those situations. Now, thinking basketball regulars know that carrying an offense as a lone star isn't the be-all, end-all. There's arguably more value in creating scoring next to other high-end talent. Still, both roles are relevant, especially since so much of Kevin Durant's impact is rooted in his scoring game and the opportunities that scoring game helped him create for his teammates.
Oh, here we go, playmaking.
Another vicious dunking last night. Here's what we know. Suspect is 6'9", wiry, short hair, nice smile. Wiry?
In 2016, the Thunder took a 73-win Warriors team to the brink before New York City
blew a 3-1 lead.
Thompson went into NBA Jam mode in Game 6.
Yeah,
helped
11
Golden
threes.
State survive in a classic 7-game series. That was one of Durant's bumpier series during his prime, largely because the Warriors overloaded his side while ignoring his weaker shooting teammates.
Oh yeah, fucking Westbrook.
Defender, smack into KD's driving lane, allowed for greater ball pressure and pushed him into difficult contested jumpers. This made it harder to attack the rim, and a decent decline in shooting percentages at the hoop was one reason why Durant's playoff scoring lagged behind his regular season output.
Defense tough in the playoffs, man.
Defenders hugged in and up into Durant's driving gaps. Klay plays him tightly, and Durant fumbles it, which kills a ton of clock.
Klay, good defender.
A desperate attempt. Andre Robertson's open because he's a 28% shooter from the corner.
Right.
When KD played in Golden State, defenses couldn't pack the paint on him because of the Splash Brothers' threat to shoot, so scoring became easier for him. There's an entire video on this channel about these extreme differences if you're interested. For instance, the Warriors just ignore Serge Ibaka on this play to drop a defender into the lane, and that leads to a...
Well, yeah, I'm not going to be worried about Serge Ibaka 3. You're worried about the fucking Kevin Durant.
Some of these slick crossovers that helped him penetrate or pull up, he had his share of fumbles and flubs as such a tall ball handler. Dribbling through a sea of defenders might work for Leo Messi, but in basketball, passing is the natural counter. We've seen this from other modern wings in this series, where soft doubles are attacked with timely and accurate skip passes.
Right.
Durant could throw these passes at this point in his career, although it could take him a beat to recognize one of these. This is a bit of a floater, which makes the first closeout easier, but still leads to a good shot. Again, notice he gathers himself first, but then flicks a quick pass, the kind that makes it harder to close out to, and it ends up in a 3-ball in the corner pocket. KD did have some diversity on his releases, and passing off the bounce with his right hand like that exploited gaps. Defenders can't anticipate the pass, making slingshots like this much harder to react to.
That was great.
Here's a great delivery out of pick and roll, blending a dribble into a skip pass, and again, throwing early
bullet pass there.
More time for any shooter who was good enough to close out to, and Durant's handle and some passing flexibility let him play make out of these pick and roll actions. Remember, defenses still had to focus on him as a pull-up weapon off of screens, and he could use that threat to find passing creases, here going to the hesitation and then passing after freezing the defender. And he could make little pocket passes like this too with his rolling big man.
Yeah, that was really
this particular pass was actually
tough pass.
a thorn in his side, leading to plenty of batted balls
turnovers.
And turnovers. These passes can't just be mindlessly flicked into empty space.
Right.
And KD had lackadaisical moments as a distributor, throwing deliberate or even telegraphed passes.
Wow, that was bad. That was real bad.
There's one where he fires it off a leg initially, but on the recovery comes back to it with a little drop off. And these were some of his
there we go.
passes.
Got it right that time.
Able to punish helping defenders when he got downhill. I like that he threw some of these laydowns early. That's a pretty quick reaction to nearly set up a dunk, and it requires solid vision to identify openings like this as they begin to emerge.
Okay.
He's still not someone I'd call a natural playmaker, though. He was thinking score first. Here, instinctively.
Yeah, definitely a really, really big score first guy.
This meant he wasn't a really strong off-ball passer, in part because he was looking to catch and score on these. He could make this pass off a curl, but it wasn't a consistent find.
The fact that he was such a score first guy, though, and still was like one of the most efficient players is nuts.
On this one, he just misses a wide open look under the rim, and this looks like one of those problematic ball handling situations where he wasn't smooth picking up his dribble. This one's a more basic pick and roll attack, right-handed dribble into tons of space, under control, and he gets below the free throw line for a gorgeous little drop-off. However, he didn't always take that extra dribble. That's a nice little pocket pass, but if KD attacks the gap, it gets his roll man a step deeper and potentially opens up the corner pass.
Yeah, not the best
saw
vision.
LeBron James regularly take that dribble last episode, whereas Durant was often quick to pick it up near traffic or not always attack these gaps. This is a 2-on-1 with the roll man, but even though the defender starts retreating, he pulls up for a tricky jumper instead of applying more pressure. In transition,
Sells a bit too much maybe.
To the paint because his speed and pull-up shooting provided enough pressure to draw extra defensive attention. And when he did push, having his head up and more space made these more comfortable hookups for him.
That was good.
Speaking of transition, he played with a one-man fast break in Westbrook, who carved up defenses himself with violent bursts of speed.
So energetic,
that
man.
Thunder team was really a two-man
so much energy.
operation with role players flanking them in support, and Westbrook had some chemistry setting up Durant as part of his off-ball game. KD couldn't create.
Well, they were teammates for like 8 years.
Westbrook, but estimates of his shot creation land him at about 85% of Kobe Bryant's peak from episode 10, making him a grade A offensive centerpiece.
Yeah.
Durant might not have been ideal in a heliocentric role as a lone offensive creator, but his off-ball game added tons of value.
Fits in with other superstars perfectly,
playmakers,
which is what made him go into the Warriors so much worse.
For his teammates, especially as a power forward, and his shooting provided some gravity that made things easier for other players on offense. This is a highly scalable attack, able to plug in next to other superstars without the ball and add value as a secondary playmaker. Between his elite scoring,
made him go to the Warriors so much worse.
Shooting, and solid ability to create for others, Durant's been part of some seriously high-end offenses.
The
First
Warriors.
OKC, in spite of some of their spacing issues, and then as a key piece in Golden State,
right.
He joined an incredible attack and made them even better. On defense, Durant's versatility played right into the Warriors' switching scheme. This allowed them to play the vaunted.
He's a pretty damn good defender for being one of the best scorers of all time.
Adding an element of rim protection to a smaller group. That expansive 7-foot.
Well, yeah, he's a 7-foot small forward.
Some rim protecting chops, and as a small forward, he was a high-end shot blocker. Take this play where he's actually late to rotate.
The long-ass arms.
But once he arrives, he can defend a big right at the rim. So as a wing on the court, he was an additional paint defender who could challenge high-value shots like this, And when he played the 4, he was still able to plug up the back line with all that length. And of course, he could switch multiple positions. He starts out guarding.
Yeah, he's so versatile in offense and in defense.
Play out of this scrum and then slides up and defends the goal with those pterodactyl wings. Here's a clutch play.
Pterodactyl wings, I like that.
Ball screen because good luck attacking Draymond Green. So that leaves Thompson on a bigger skilled post player. And with Draymond on the perimeter, Durant can still come over and defend it. This kind of length and versatility is perfect for these spaced out switching defenses that became more popular during these seasons. Now, despite Durant's size, he wasn't a defensive big man by nature, and that meant he wasn't that physical down low and didn't take up space in traffic or throw his body onto powerful players.
Right, he's not as strong as the other guys.
Planting himself in driving lanes and playing goalkeeper, and would often contest shots from deeper under the basket. He didn't have the best timing as a shot blocker. He jumps way before the shooter here, and it's a foul.
Oh yeah, 100%.
This held
way
him
too early.
back a little bit as a shot blocker, but the more important issue was not always being in position to defend some of these shots. Kevin could be a bit spacey at times. You see him check the corner, then stare right at this cut as it unfolds, yet he doesn't react until the ball almost arrives.
Yeah, a bit of slow reaction times there.
He's not going to be buried under the rim, or there might.
I'm just thinking of the play in the 22 playoffs against Tatum when the Nets got swept and he was just staring at Tatum before he hit that spin layup. He was staring at the clock.
Plays were classic cases of ball watching while a cutter flew by, and he could have momentary lapses, assuming this was going to be a handoff, and there's that mistimed jump on the recovery. Vision could also be an issue too. There were moments where he struggled to locate the basketball, and I'm not sure he knew a pass was made when he was called to switch onto the shooter. Chasing players off ball like this occupied some of those limited attentional resources, and his size made navigating screens a bit tricky, especially in an era where offensive linemen, screeners, can move pretty liberally.
Offensive linemen.
On this one, he's preparing for one screen, but it's reversed, and without tight cornering skills, Durant takes a wide path back to the shooter, so it's a clean look.
That was a bad pass.
When he was guarding the dribbler directly, he could still get hung up on ball screens like this, but he could also fight through some of these screens, battling the pick while keeping ball handlers within that giant reach of his.
That was a physical fight back.
Switching schemes were ideal for KD, precisely because he had some success against
against Curry
players on the perimeter. The emphasis here is on some, because he could author really effective possessions against elite wing players when all of his lateral movements synced up with the ball handler, or when he didn't have to react to sudden stop and go moves, and then that length could work wonders. Against shiftier opponents, he was vulnerable to sudden changes in direction. It's a lot for him to snap his
can't stop and
Curry here.
He's too big. He can't stop and start that fast.
Acceleration from a standstill when he was in a defensive stance like this. Compare that to a more straight line attack with KD swiveling his hips at an angle to stay with the drive, and that's a nice defensive stand. Here's another one against a Curry pullback, and because Durant can decelerate well, his length just eats this up.
Damn.
Good post scorers with some muscle could find success against him near the bucket.
Right.
He was rarely a mismatch when checking bigs down on the block, since he was often just as tall as them.
Yeah, have the same height, just the same strength.
Perimeter responsibilities with big man responsibilities, like rotating back to the paint after guarding a pick and roll, is a nice value add in any flexible switching scheme. The kind that tends to have more value throughout the gauntlet of the postseason. His impact metrics on defense are a bit up and down, but on average they see him as a small positive, and I think that's in the right ballpark.
It's a small positive.
Which puts his overall numbers in the vicinity of some of the other greats in this series. His numbers were actually better in Golden State, swapping in his injured 2019 playoffs in place of his final run in OKC, where he was dragged down by some poor shooting. Some of that shooting might have been bad luck, but some of it was being a primary focal point that defenses could load up on. In Golden State, he was able to blend his on-ball
Right.
scoring.
You know, the Warriors, he was just one of the three-headed monsters.
Hybridized role that didn't strain his self-generated scoring or ask too much of his playmaking. This hybrid package helped him generate impressive offenses next to a ball-dominant player like Russell Westbrook, and then turn a great offense into the best one ever in Golden State.
Yeah, best team ever all time right there.
Classic offensive quarterback, his incredible shooting,
18th all-time spacing
package, along with his versatile positive defense.
Offense, all-time level hybrid scorer and off-ball shooter, slightly weaker self-generated scorer, on-ball creation via pick-and-roll game plus drives, off-ball from spacing and some gravity. Some handle issues, don't always apply rim pressure on drives. Excellent shot blocker for a wing, lacks strength and timing of a traditional big. Very switchable, uses height well in post, vulnerable to quickness on outside, inconsistent awareness on rotations and finding the ball, some issues navigating screens.
Combined to give Kevin Durant one of the greatest peaks in NBA history.
All right. So that was Kevin Durant's greatest peaks. Where would you rank Kevin Durant all time? It's a pretty weird topic because, you know, people are talking about his rings and all that, but as an actual player, he's definitely one of the best to ever do it. So yeah, where would you rank him all time?
My name is Lyric, and today we're going to be reacting to why Steph Curry might be the best offensive player ever. Greatest Peaks, episode 15. This is the final episode of Greatest Peaks. There is one more that's like his top 10 greatest peaks, like a list, which I'm super hyped for. But this is the last like normal episode of Greatest Peaks. So it's been an amazing journey going through this entire series, and yeah, we're on the last one here about Steph Curry. So yeah, we watched his highlights yesterday. So let's get into it, man. Steph Curry, potentially the greatest offensive player of all time.
Superstars have either been really, really tall or really, really athletic. Every other player in this series is at least 6'5". Except for this guy, Wardell Stephen Curry.
Wardell,
baby.
He's
rightfully considered the greatest shooter in NBA history.
And that's not close.
Just how good can someone be with outlier shooting? How much did his lack of classic athleticism hold him back on defense? And was his radical offensive
I don't think he's a bad defender. I think he's an above average.
Changing that it made him the most valuable offensive player
at worst
of
neutral.
All time.
Most valuable offensive player of all time. Goddamn. Okay, here we go.
Where's Larry Bird in all this?
Has it blocked by Olajuwon. Michael Jordan saves the day.
This series tackles one question. Who was the best at his best? We start at the ABA merger and go through the best multi-year stretches, examining the legends who provided the most on-court impact. These are the greatest peaks.
I'm hyped, man. Let's go. Steph Curry, 2016 to 17.
I liked it, but I was more interested in basketball at the time.
Like baby Curry.
It was more my sport, kind of. I had more. I was kind of better at it. It's basketball, and I wanted to practice more on it and try to make it to the pro.
How is shot form clean at like 9 years old, man?
The other offensive greats we've looked at in this series found a way to pressure the rim while also getting to their sweet spots. Kareem had his sky hook, Jordan had mid-range pull-ups, but Curry short-circuited the entire system. He didn't park himself in the most valuable spot like Shaq, and he didn't charge toward the basket like LeBron. Instead, he turned the three-point line into his own personal layup.
Changed the game forever, man.
To 19,
forever.
Curry made nearly 50% of his open threes. That's the equivalent of a 73% two-point shot, efficiency that only incredible rim finishers can generate. But instead of being limited to the restricted area to produce this kind of efficiency, he could manufacture his long-range layups from all over the court. Curry became a real-life video game, a custom player.
I said it last video, man.
Shooting, who started
literally a cheat code
from 28 feet away, like there was a glitch in the Matrix. It was only slightly better for defenders when they were a touch closer. At 4 to 6 feet away, he made 43% of his threes, the equivalent of a mere 65% from two-point range.
That's so great, insane, man. That's so insane.
Percentages, but Curry set himself apart with the obscene volume at which he could manufacture these attempts. It starts with his release speed, which is the quickest that ESPN Sports Science has ever clocked, around 0.4 of a second on some of these shots.
Quickest ever release.
In less time than it takes to, say, basketball, Curry ends his dribble and has the shot out of his hands.
True.
So instead of using verticality to keep his shot away from defenders, he used speed. So they can't close the distance horizontally. This is how he can
you have to be all up on him all the time.
Court, even when guarded by bigger defenders. Curry even has crazy release speed in catch and shoot situations, taking around 2/3 of a second to grab a pass and turn it into a shot. And this could be even faster on perfect passes because he tried to catch it while he was squared up to the basket, ready to shoot.
4/10 of a goddamn second, man.
Also had some lightning quick releases back in the 90s, although at 6'2", Steph was even shorter, so his release speed was even more important. Another reason he's able to generate so many of these quality threes
the range.
is range.
His range is just the entire court.
Shot out to at least 30 feet, which means there are a few
that's not a deep three for Curry.
Feet on the court, where an open Steph Curry 3 is highly efficient offense. There have been scientific breakdowns of this as well, and the key to his long-range accuracy is minimal knee bend, which limits the variability in his shot mechanics. This creates a consistent energy transfer off the floor, where Curry flexes his wrist harder at the end of the movement to control the distance, giving him an incredibly stable shot from well beyond the line.
So instead of pushing it more, he just flicks the wrist more.
Another skill that separated Steph from so many great shooters was his handle. His dribbling sets up so many of these shots by helping him probe for superior shooting spots.
All-time great
on
handles.
The floor. He had all the building
but yeah,
blocks.
So dangerous compared to his shooting. Combined with his shooting.
This one creates a ton of space into the step back, and it turns into free throws.
Oh, that's a flop and a half right there.
Full arsenal of through the legs, behind the back crossovers, or sharp crosses in front of his body.
Quick and Steven Adams. Hit him on an island.
He likes to throw combinations. A second behind the back bounce buckles Kevin Durant and leads to a layup. And this was more audacious, an in and out into the behind the back in traffic, and the sweet finish for an and one.
See, it works every time.
He blended hesitations with sharp, hard dribbles, staying over his center of gravity to accelerate in any direction. Steph didn't really lean much on these moves, keeping weight in both feet for quick changes of direction after his dribble, which meant he could do this on the run right there and create a little opening from deep to pull up from. The threat of these pull-ups from anywhere opened up his drives. He looks at the hoop and
that's what makes him such a great finisher as well.
He's going to shoot.
Part of the reason.
Fakes out James Harden
because you have to bite on every fake. You can't afford to let him just shoot.
And
you have to bite on every fake.
Could lift defenders off their feet by merely looking at the basket. Kevin Love lunges at him, which gets Curry free, but again he can't.
People are trying to make him not shoot a 3 at all costs.
Steph's small stature made finishing in traffic a tricky endeavor. He destroys Gerald Henderson, but another wing sliding over alters his shot. This time he uses that fake step back by looking at the hoop, but he sees traffic in the lane and pulls up early, which ends up in a rejection from behind. These little pull-ups could be an effective counter. Love crowds him so tightly he only needs a first step, and a soft banker from about 8 feet does the trick. Curry wasn't lightning quick, but with defenders so far out worried about his shot, he could get a step. And once he turns the corner,
you don't have to be that quick when people are trying to get that close to you.
Scoop. Most attackers take an additional dribble in these spots to explode upwards, but he couldn't win verticality contests, so he relied on ambidextrous touch.
100%.
Longer, higher arcing layups.
I think he's gonna get into his off-ball movement here too. Curry's, I think, is the best off-ball player, damn near of all time, just because of how much you need to pay attention to him off-ball.
Convert these kinds of finishes regularly. When there wasn't a second defender, that handle let him attack guards and flip up little shots like this. And some of these were just incredible finishes, making circus shots look like no big deal.
Oh my god.
These could even work against shot blockers, a crossover into a shot fake that freezes the defender briefly and sets up the huge teardrop off.
Just needs him to bite a little bit on it,
similar to what
so
we
you can
saw
speed
from
past
Larry
him.
Bird in episode 4, where creative, adaptive skill offsets a lack of verticality.
Yeah.
Curry brings the ball far away from the defender and his body, and has the concentration to take one in the face and still finish. Since
Full focus
couldn't
there,
give
man.
Steph any airspace on ball screens, big men often switched on to him. So when he was able to get a step, he could use his body to protect himself from larger shot blockers.
Ooh.
This came in 2 forms.
Yeah,
He could
that's
either
smart.
angle back into the path of the defender, or when a shot blocker was in pursuit, he could decelerate and create contact. Despite weighing around 190 pounds,
because he's already in the air,
take
he can't
it right
slow
at
down,
much
but you can
bigger
slow down.
players sometimes, and these
get a foul.
moments where he embraced physicality on hard drives not only helped him finish, but gave him a respectable free throw rate for someone who relied so much on shooting and ball skills. Curry's
Which is
bag
good
of
because he's the
tricks
greatest free throw shooter of
made
all
him
time.
a pretty good rim finisher, and an especially good one for a point guard. Tony Parker is the historical gold standard among little guys, but Steph wasn't too far off in terms of volume or efficiency.
Westbrook.
Sometimes.
Why you have to do Westbrook like that, man? Why you?
Volume.
Why you have to do Westbrook like that? Why you gotta show both of his seasons that are below league average, man? Why you gotta cook him like that, man?
Or efficiency. Sometimes he'd mix in mid-range shots, stopping on a dime on one of these drives, but only about 10% of his offense came off of 2-pointers outside of 10 feet like this. Curry's style organically bypassed the mid-range because he was either hunting for threes, half of his offense came from downtown, or driving by defenders who chased him far away from the basket. Steph took three-point hunting to a new level, becoming more dangerous after passing it, which brings us to the fourth
off ball. Here we go.
He generated so many great attempts.
Yeah, we're gonna off ball shit.
Off-ball movement. Many great shooters run around without the ball, but Curry took the art to a new level. His most notable contribution to the field was the relocation shot, where he'd pass it and then immediately run out to the three-point line for a catch-and-shoot triple.
Dude, it's the hardest job defending him, bro, because he's always fucking moving.
And
he's always dangerous from any position, so you can't rest any time
attack off the
with
bounce
him, man.
for a pull-up or finish into traffic, but Steph passed it so we could just keep looking around for higher percentage shots, even without the ball. Remember, big men often switched out onto him, and they weren't used to clinging to their marks after a pass, and those brief lulls created more 24
because big men, they're used to not having to worry about their guy after he left the paint. But
the human
yeah.
torch. Of course, Curry had all the classic off-ball routes too, curling off screens right into a bomb, and he was a master at using picks, walking defenders right into his teammate and jutting out the other side for open looks. When teams overplayed the top side to take away the three, he had incredible feel for slipping back door. And then a minute later, that back door sets up a counter.
We just really needed if
to the three-point line.
You'll try to get you away from the three so much that you have to make a threat to get to the basket a lot too to compare with it.
If you're interested in more Curry cuts and the power of off-ball movement, there's an entire video about it on this channel. In addition to having every off-ball move in the book, Steph just never stopped moving.
Right,
which
the stamina.
made him a threat to score all the time. And because he ran around so much, Curry was an all-time great endurance athlete, training not just his lungs, but his
100%.
nervous system to be able to stroke these shots on autopilot, even with fatigued legs. Despite this atypical approach,
I thought I saw a stat one time that said Curry runs 4 miles per game or some crazy shit like that.
And Curry authored the greatest scoring regular season ever, becoming the
2016
only player in the three-point era to lead the league in scoring volume and in scoring efficiency. Of course, the possessions where Curry wasn't scoring had an enormous effect as well, because Steph required unique defensive attention that the league had never seen.
Right. Completely changed the league. Had no answer for him.
The bacon, Dad. Now you're cooking, Dad. Smooth as a milkshake. Chocolate.
After his
Steph and
record-setting
Steph.
regular season in 2016, Curry hit a rough patch in the playoffs, quite literally, spraining his MCL. He returned a few weeks later, and while his numbers were still good, they were a step down from his blazing regular season performance. The Cavs wanted to be physical with Curry in the finals, bumping him away from the ball whenever they had the chance, with the intention of wearing him down. Big man
they did that. They did that.
when he ran by, and Curry's man harassed him while nearly ignoring the on-ball action. The goal was to take away Steph's threes and force his teammates to make them. And these
Which is a good strategy.
rules of physically
Unless it's like Klay Thompson or
face-guarding him
something.
while a second defender also put a body on him led to 11 fewer touches per game for Steph.
Damn.
His scoring volume
Great
in the
defense.
process. When Curry had the ball, they jumped his screens hard or simply trapped him, so he was forced to give it up. And this led to wide open shots, but Steph's teammates shot a chilly 28% from downtown with him on the court in the finals.
That's tough. I want Iguodala.
By the way, other teams mimicked these tactics in the ensuing years, and Curry responded by gaining some muscle to help absorb this kind of physical load.
Ah, nice.
So that Cleveland defense had an effect, but Steph also lost some of his rhythm and lateral quickness by playing through pain and some stiffness after that injury. And his normal ability to punish big men on some of these switches was noticeably absent at times in that series. He wasn't sharp handling some of those Cavalier traps, throwing a few lazy passes, and turnovers were a problem for him in general. Even with fantastic ball handling, he could be a bit sloppy at times, and his dribbling aggression came with some
I'm thinking about that
risk.
pass he did behind the back to Klay Thompson in the
Whether
finals.
this was more rust or game planning, Curry's playoff scoring wasn't quite as otherworldly as his regular season stampedes, which still made him an all-time level scorer, just not an outlier. So much of defending Curry is about what's happening away from the action, and that kind of defensive attention leads to open shots for the Warriors. This is
The
Curry's
gravity creates so
legendary
much open shots for
gravity
him.
pulling
Yeah, here we
extra
go.
defenders into his orbit, even when he didn't have the ball. And this is a sizable part of his offensive impact.
Getting double teamed off
drawing
ball
the
is so
defense
nasty.
away from his teammates as they freak out about his shooting. The price to pay for devoting so many resources to stopping Steph's scoring was wide open layups at the hoop while defenses fixated on Curry. And people often point out that these defenders are merely confused, which is true because guarding Curry creates confusion. The margin for
unlike what you're
error
meant to
is
do.
minuscule. Sometimes it's not even confusion. The Jazz devote the entire weak side to keeping an eye on Curry, and even with 3 defenders, they will concede a Draymond Green triple before losing Steph.
Well, I made it though.
Some gravity is more subtle. LeBron would normally be closer to the block on the weak side, but he's whispering sweet somethings in Steph's ear in the corner. Here's some relocation gravity.
They had taken an open
None of
layup
these
over a
defenders are
goddamn
even thinking about
Curry
closing
3.
out
That's how
to
crazy
Klay
it is.
Thompson, one of humanity's best shooters of the round ball. And sometimes defenders start anticipating
What makes that duo
what to
so
do,
crazy?
and
You
that
can't put
leads to
everyone on
more
Steph Curry at the
layups.
3-point line. Yeah, they'll make sure
These
that
kinds
Klay
of
doesn't
plays
get his
are
3.
exactly how a so-called jump shooting team can lead the league in field goal percentage at the rim. We noted
Insane.
last episode how Curry made life easier for Durant, and nothing symbolizes this better than the second quarter of the 2017 finals, where Curry parted the seas for him not once but twice in transition. Steph's shooting accuracy changed the rules on the fast break, where defenders prioritized him over guarding the ball at times.
They'd rather,
The traditional
they're
approach of
prioritizing
sprinting
a
back to the paint
3
didn't
and
work
transition.
with him because
Guarding
they ended
that.
up leading
Oh,
to
no, dunk.
practice shots. Reggie Miller was the first player to regularly run to the three-point line in transition, but Curry couldn't be given any airspace from inside 30 feet, so he could find cracks to exploit when defenses weren't set. This should be a layup here because Durant prioritizes Curry, but he also loses contact with Steph And so it's a super efficient open three.
Doing decisive,
this is
man.
Exactly why you'll see defenders run to the line with Steph, leaving the paint wide open for a ball handler. You'll notice Klay has a gravitational pull on defenders too, and this made the two of them so difficult to guard as a tandem, and
the double gravity
in screening actions, where defenders are still accustomed to chasing Thompson around screens, and any brief lapse leaves one of the two best shooters ever uncovered. Here, Curry turns this cut into a screen. His man keeps going to Klay, and the often stationary James Harden is left sealed off, and it's a layup. When defenses wisen up to his back picks like this, Curry can then fake these screens, slipping out to his personal ATM for some more cash.
Personal ATM,
so then
I like
defenders remind themselves, always stay with Steph, always stay with Steph, and that glues defenders to him while his teammates practice more layups.
So hard to get help when you have to always hit a guy on Steph.
Screener, because smaller players tend to get away with additional contact and movement as part of their natural grappling away from the action. Oh, by the way, Curry could pass too. Well, his teammates were usually
he had everything on the offensive play in the book. I hate when people say he can just shoot. Look at all this shit can do, man.
For wide open layups, too wide open, some might say. Steph's combination of movement and ball handling meant he could flow from a cut.
But yeah, Steph Curry is literally the perfect offensive player.
To a kick out to feed his teammates. And his release speed helped him turn an off-the-dribble threat into a quick delivery for two. All of his supergiant gravity in transition opened up passing lanes as well. And it was the same story setting up for a deep pull-up. 3 Jazz are pulled into his orbit, and it's high percentage offense at the hoop. Curry had good vision in general. He's probing for a pull-up.
It's super good when you have like you encounter so many double teams because of your gravity that you need to be able to pass out of them. Super great.
In the middle
so
of the floor,
you know,
in transition.
Makes the offense so much better.
Another quick trigger pass off the
along
bounce.
With you know,
this time he
his ball handling also made it.
Although
you know,
Klay wasn't really
where he can get those open shots too. So
it turns into a right-handed drive and kick from Curry. Kick-out passes were actually a bit of an adventure for him because of how small he was. He couldn't throw it over the top, so deflections were an issue. And when he probed deeper, size could swallow up his passing angles and clog his outlet valves. When he kept his dribble alive and had cleaner sight lines, these turned into open threes. But he could also dribble himself into a forest of trees where he couldn't really see the best pass. The top of the key is wide open here.
You're covered by so many players, you can't even fucking see what's going on.
He could get into the paint and find laydown passes when help came over, but accuracy could also be a problem on some of these deliveries. Some of Steph's passing at the rim was a bit wild like this. Note this was a no-look attempt, and Curry mixed in his fair share of lookaways to make up for that lack of passing height. It also helped that he varied his deliveries, mixing hook passes with bouncers and little two-handed drop-offs like this. Some of these were bold ideas. This is a Magic Johnson heater past J.R. Smith's ear, and this play shows reflexes and court awareness, spinning to find a teammate in tight quarters.
That's amazing court awareness.
However,
spin
some
move there.
ideas bordered on reckless, throwing errant behind the
here we go. There's that famous pass.
Wavering into sloppiness on basic deliveries, leading to more turnovers. Out of spread pick and roll, he could deliver most passes. This is a basic strong side help off the shooter a pass away. And here's a skip pass where the weak side defender slides over to help, and it's another Draymond 3. It was actually rare for Curry to get downhill with this classic 2-on-1 because he usually just took a 3 against coverages like this. He could certainly hit the opposite side shooter.
Just prioritizing the 3 over anything else.
It was more common to see a second defender jump him while his teammates rolled to the basket. This is a bit late because it was tricky throwing these around bigger defenders. On this play, the big
size still causing some problems,
so it's a much easier completion before the paint help arrives. Compare that to this coverage where 2 huge defenders are involved, one pressuring Curry on the ball, while Durant sits in front of the roller, and it's a different pass. Another thing that changes his pick and roll dynamic is where many of these screens are set. Curry's near the logo here, and so it takes longer to hit screeners who aren't shooting threats when they roll. This time it's staggered screens, and again, size makes it uncomfortable enough to bypass Durant for a short roll pass, but he uses the look away and throws it out of bounds. So Steph saw most valuable passes on screen and rolls. It was often just a matter of finding a delivery angle so he could send it home. Again, this meant using those whip passes and hook passes.
He does those whips a lot.
Hands, and he sprinkled
That's like his main pass.
Lobs or soft deliveries as well. Many teams simply trapped the Curry pick and roll just to get the ball out of his hands, and that could stall the offense a touch. If Harden recovered on time here, this wouldn't be an open KD jumper. Which
well, it's Harden.
Of
course he's gonna
short
fuck it
roll
up.
Passing became so critical, gashing teams in these 4-on-3s. Green's ball handling, high-end vision, and speed made him a phenomenal fit next to Curry, where he could pick apart defenses.
Whoa.
Passes after teams tried to neuter Steph's three-point high-end vision, which is where Draymond's short roll audacious lobs or soft delivery.
My bad, guys.
To get the ball
I
out of
fucked
his
something
hands,
up.
and that could stall the offense a touch if Harden recovered on time here. Green's ball handling,
Green was a fantastic fit next to Curry.
Made him a phenomenal fit next to Curry.
Also with his all-time great defense.
Defenses as a roll man when opposing teams tried to neuter Steph's
three-point with his passing as a power forward is nuts.
A great passing hub like Draymond is an ideal
amazing playmaker next to all-time great offensive players with Curry and Clay.
Capitalize on Steph's gravity from the top, make extra
capitalizes on so well. That's a good way to put it with his playmaking.
Or collapse the defense with the ball himself, setting up arguably the greatest perimeter finisher ever. This helped those Warriors teams put together phenomenal regular season offenses, and while they were still great in the playoffs, they fell back a little, commensurate with Curry's drop in scoring we saw earlier. Keep in mind, though, teams sold out to take away his scoring, so that huge off-ball effect made him a playmaking machine. Estimates of his shot creation land in the top 15 of all time, and it's hard to say how
shot
well
creation
is
for his not close. It's nuts.
Defenses. So there are lingering questions about his offensive impact in the playoffs. But before we get to those, we need to look at just how effective he was on the defensive end.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, this is mic.
Yeah, speaking to the mic.
I thought you were doing the Ricky Bobby thing, like covering my face.
No, this is my mic.
I got you. I'm feeling great, but excited about the finals. We got
legendary.
4 months to go, so hopefully we get it done.
While the Warriors dynasty set a new standard for offensive excellence, they were also a high-end defensive team.
Right, led by
As
Draymond
one of the best
stuff.
defenders of the 21st century, Draymond Green led
Yeah.
Golden State's switchable,
Look at that.
intelligent scheme on that end.
One of the most intelligent
And because
defenders,
the Warriors
100%.
surrounded Curry with 4 players who were 6'6" or taller most of the time, it was common practice for teams to target Steph in the playoffs. The Cavs
Which makes
did
sense
this
just because
in
of size.
bursts during all of their final matchups, looking for a switch onto the dangerous Kyrie Irving or the much larger LeBron James, who could use his size to back Curry down.
Oh yeah, that's just not fair.
And force help or score himself. In the 2018 Western Finals, Houston hunted Curry even more since attacking weak spots with James Harden or Chris Paul was a core part of their offense.
Which makes
this
sense.
Strategy adds to
you have
Curry's
guards go
physical
after
wear
the
and
smaller
tear,
guard.
potentially slowing down his attack and getting him into foul trouble. But otherwise, it was an enormously effective.
Fucking
because
Harden with
Curry
his
held
fouls.
up pretty well against even the game's best isolation scorers. Kyrie gives up on this one with
great
Green
movement.
finally shifted over, and against Harden there were strong moments. He jabs at the ball twice and disrupts him, then crowds him and takes one in the ear for an offensive foul. Steph was pesky on the ball like this, using his hands quite a bit. The left hand slows down the driver, the right hand then controls him a little, and he was small enough to get away with this contact.
Yeah, small guys. They said earlier, get away with the contact more.
Defense, actively pawing at the ball and bodying up ball handlers with his hands high when they drove like this. He didn't have incredible
very disciplined
quickness. He goes to put some weight into Irving here and turns into a matador trying to recover. But he wasn't smoked off the dribble too frequently because of how active he was on the balls of his feet, his willingness to get physical, and his reaction time. Notice the really short steps, which helps him stay balanced so he can quickly change directions with the ball handler. You can see how sharp his reflexes are here, sliding with Harden's crossover immediately, bodying him hard, and then he smothers a shot at the end.
Take
Curry
contact very well. Offense and
and
defense.
Move like this. He's a bit behind on this one, but ends up with a late strip. And his hands were
amazing at
active
the
on
steals,
outside
leading
as
league in
well,
steals,
preventing a step back attempt on this play. Steph was often trying to overcome a size disadvantage. He wasn't going to throw off many shots vertically, so attacking the rock low like this gave him a chance, even if it led to some fouls in the process.
Yeah, it's worth it if you're good at that because, you know, obviously you're not going to be blocking a lot of shots.
And had a clear look at the ball, catching leather not once, but twice in this sequence.
Nice.
He's completely beaten here, again grabs an arm to slow down the dribbler, and the hands save the play from behind. Because he was only 6'2",
quick hands.
Curry was a mismatch for bigger players on the block. On this one, he tries to hold off LeBron, but James is too powerful, and so it's a foul.
I mean, it's not. You wouldn't expect him to stop that.
For this was to front the post hard and deny an entry pass in the first place. And because he had a high revving motor, he was pretty successful with this technique.
Makes sense.
Here he sits down to take away the entry, then works hard to track the ball at a different angle.
He sits down. I like that.
Comes up with a steal. The Warriors had other techniques to protect him, pre-switching Curry here so he wouldn't be involved in the pick and roll, and then Draymond sees a potential mismatch and breaks up the post pass beautifully. Steph could also get
amazing vision there from Draymond,
which helped avoid a switch and kept everyone on their original assignment. Although crowding potential screeners and getting handsy with them opened up a few backdoor cuts, and when Steph overplayed off-ball shooters like this, he occasionally received a taste of his own medicine. Unsurprisingly, he was also chasing players off the ball. He could lean over his toes and get off balance like that. And again, here's some hand fighting and subtle holding to stay connected. And then on the ball,
it's looking like Curry's a lot more physical defender than people give him credit for. 100%.
In front of the dribbler.
Like y'all fucking old heads talking about how Curry went around in the 80s.
He could power through some of these screens sometimes to stay with his man. And even if that didn't work, he was quite good about staying connected to the screener on a switch using his bag of tricks. I'd say he was generally good navigating ball screens, here steering the dribbler away from the screen by design, then activating those hands on the roll pass for another steal. On this one, he steps up
the steals work really well for him
to avoid it, and that contains everything well.
Amazing. Yeah, that was amazing.
Curry gambles for a steal, and that exposes the
that's bad.
The paint. He actually rarely took overt gambles like that. He was selective about selling out for these.
Which is super good for a guy leading steals to not gamble that much.
His ability to play passing lanes was based more on anticipation and reflexes than on risk-taking. This, again, made him similar to Bird. Their best defensive strength was reading these kinds of passes and timing up interceptions without taking needless chances. This is a 3-on-1, and he spots the passer's eyes to make an incredible save off the lob, and
that's
then
amazing.
Going the other way, turns it into 2 points himself. Steph was also dangerous, sneaking around outlet passes like this, and yeah, that's probably
Jose Alvarado, baby.
And it is time to dance on the floor. Here's one off the inbounds, and this time Curry wants to bring Clay into the party, and that team was just unfair.
Dude, look at the score, man. Celebrating before it even fucking. Oh my god.
Curry landed in the 93rd percentile historically in steals during these years. He was also smart about timing up his double teams, and what's key here is that he keeps going after the first effort, saving a layup with the extra help.
Ooh.
And he rarely missed these second and third efforts on a defensive sequence, flowing from one responsibility to the next. That's a decent closeout to end the possession, although I wouldn't say he was that effective closing out because his size made jumpers easier for shooters.
Well, yeah, that
his
makes
small
sense.
stature was a limiting factor on paint rotations too, where he could slide into position but couldn't offer much resistance at the rim. Steph was generally
Well, I mean, yeah, what are you gonna do at that point?
rotate into the lane like this, and that's far better than being bigger but late to arrive or blowing the assignment. Here's a nice example where
So it is the best he
early
can.
help on
He just
the
can't do
pick
that
and
much in
roll,
the paint.
then gives extra effort
Other
to
than
tag
the
a cutter
hands.
when the ball switches to the other side of the court. But still, he added basically zero rim protection on high leverage plays where he needed to plug up the back line. And
makes
despite
sense.
his consistent effort, he had an occasional attentional lapse, focusing in on the ball too much and falling a few steps out of position. Impact metrics actually view him as a solid positive defender, although his
Yeah, that's what I said.
overall playoff numbers
I think he's a
are
good
more
defender, man.
pedestrian than his incredible regular season stats.
It's looking like in both offense and defense. It's looking like does go down a step in the playoffs compared to the regular season, which is a big deficiency there. That's actually really big.
But even if injuries weren't
Even though we're talking about how great, you know,
his missed time still
his
skewed these
offenses
impact numbers.
and was a positive
His
defender.
teammates were able to inflate their plus minus by playing weaker teams in early rounds. But Steph's plus minus was accrued against championship level opponents in the later rounds. If we calculated the numbers after Curry returned from his injuries, giving his teammates the same opponents as him, suddenly Steph looks like one of the most impactful playoff performers on record, even with a clear drop in 2016 compared to his surrounding seasons.
Yeah, 2016 did not do well, partly because of the injury, probably because he just should have choked.
At least to
but
me,
yeah.
that's
okay,
a
so that kind of goes
signal
with what I just
that
said.
The extra defensive attention he received still shredded defenses, even if his scoring dipped as a result. Furthermore, in larger regular season samples,
so his scoring went down because they paid even more attention to him in the playoffs, but he still was just as impactful.
his numbers were still
across the whole team.
incredibly impressive against strong defenses when compared to weak ones, maintaining most of his volume and efficiency relative to other great players. There's also some evidence that he'll ramp up his scoring more when he shares the floor with weaker finishers. His volume with Durant and Thompson on the bench resembles video game levels, and these numbers are similar in a
with
much
both of them on
larger
the plane.
regular
Goddamn.
season sample. Throughout all of
Yeah, I saw a stat that was like the Warriors without Clay, Durant, or Draymond were like at a higher plus minus at when all of them were on the court just without Curry. So KD, Clay, and Draymond all on the court were worse than just Curry without KD, Clay, or Draymond, which is nuts.
these permutations,
Shows how
Golden State's
valuable he is.
efficiency
And
with
nuts.
Curry on the court remained elite while they crushed their opponents. I do still have some concerns about his durability. Attacking him on defense and wearing down his legs seem to have some effect, but Curry's gravity is a constant phenomenon that made him arguably the most scalable offensive weapon in basketball history,
Which is
making
nuts.
life easier for basically any other offensive star. He doesn't have the typical signs of an impact
Look at that.
defender, but he also doesn't look like a negative on that end either. Instead, his incredible value comes almost entirely from
Look at
his
this Kareem
otherworldly
Gobert.
shooting, off-ball impact, and that on-ball playmaking.
Way more
which
than
is
just a shooter, man.
one-of-a-kind package that combine to make Steph Curry.
So we look here, offense, GOAT shooter, off dribble and off catch, quick release, range lead to huge volume, GOAT level movement, off ball leads to GOAT off ball gravity and all-time spacing, above average on-ball passer for a point guard, good vision but limited by size at times, and on defense, solid man defender at point of attack, good reaction speed and active feet on ball, physical in general, handsy chasing players away from the ball, size, a key weakness, no paint protection, smart schemingly with minor awareness fails.
Perhaps the best offensive player in NBA history.
Greatest defensive player ever. Alright, so that was the ending of the Greatest Peaks series in general. We have one more video, which is going to be the topic of the Greatest Peaks of all time. And, yeah, so comment below. Do you think Steph Curry is the greatest offensive player of all time? Or do you even think, if you don't, tell me who you think is better offensively than Steph Curry? And where do you think he ranks all time? Is he top 10 all time? He's the best point guard of all time? Or is he overrated? My name is Lyric, and today we are finishing off the Greatest Peaks series. This is the finale of the Thinking Basketball Greatest Peaks series, the ultimate ender right here, the top 10 best NBA peaks since 1977 by Ben Taylor of Thinking Basketball. Alright, so we react to all the Greatest Peaks episodes, and he's going to say what he believes is the top 10 greatest NBA peaks of all time. Now, I have a personal top 10 all-time list. An all-time list is kind of different from an all-time peaks list, but I do have a top 10 all-time greatest NBA players of all time. Now, this is only since 1977, so I made a top 10 list of players I think are the top 10 greatest players to play in the NBA since 1977. But I'm also accounting for this video came out in 2021, April 2021, so it's been 2 years, and I think guys, particularly the two players I think potentially would have made the top 10 since 1977 since then, Giannis and Jokic. I think both of those guys actually would have made it above my 10 spot on the list. I think either of them would have made the 10 spot over who I have at 10. But I'm going to reveal my list as the video goes on, and to show how my list differs from his. And at the end, you'll see my top 10 list versus his top 10 list. And, yeah, just where we differ. And we're going to see who he thinks is the top 10 greatest basketball players of all time. It's very interesting because I know Ben Taylor, Thinking Basketball, has a very high basketball IQ. And we've watched the entire series so far just to get to this point. So let's get into it. Also, in the comments below, please leave your recommendation of who you think is your top 10 all time since 1977, so this is what we're talking about here. But also, if you want to just add in those guys, like Bill Russell, Wilt, Kareem. Those are the three guys I off my top 10. So there are 4 guys that I was probably going to put in this list if it wasn't since 1977. Those 4 guys were Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He played after 1977. It was really good, but his peak I think was before it, so I decided to leave him off the list just for simplicity's sake. I left off Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain. Obviously they both retired before 1977, and Julius Erving, who obviously had some very great years, but I think his peak was in the ABA, which was before 1977 because he's starting at 77 because that's the NBA-ABA merger. So I decided to leave those guys off the list. So no Kareem, Russell, Wilt, or Erving. It was the 4 guys I decided to leave off just because of the time date. But if you want to keep those guys in your list, just make a top 10 all time. I'd love to hear that. Yeah, as you saw at the beginning of the video, I have a regional channel for original NBA videos. Please go check that out. And yeah, let's not waste any more time. Let's just get going.
After 15 videos and 6 hours
15
of breakdowns, we've arrived at
the
6
hours
endeavor of ranking these players.
Comment below if you've seen all my reactions to all these videos, man. If you can binge them too.
We get the countdown.
Maybe a fun
there are
time.
A few things to
if you're a basketball fan.
First, I considered a handful of active players.
Active players, okay.
As candidates for this series, but they still may be peaking. There are a number of videos on this channel about them already if you're interested.
Yeah, we might check out some of his analysis on other players that aren't in this series, because I like you can recommend that, like Jokic and Giannis, which I'm very curious of because I think those are some of the greatest players of all time that do deserve to be in this area with these guys.
There were also older players who didn't quite make the cut, and for some of you, these players will be in your personal top 10s. Many of them will hopefully be featured in a future series. But the best of the rest for me were probably Dwayne Wade and Dirk Nowitzki.
Dwayne Wade and Dirk Nowitzki, 2 very great players, especially as a Mavs fan. They just made the Hall of Fame this year, both of them. Actually, as a matter of fact, they both made the Hall of Fame this year, very recently. And, yeah, I don't have either of them in my top 10 either, since 1977. Don't have neither of them in my top 10. But they're pretty close. I'd say they're in the top 15 range. Yeah, I think they're definitely very close.
Next, remember the criteria for this series. We're only interested in on-court impact that increases a team's odds of...
On-court only. Does not factor in aesthetics, cultural influence, innovation, accolades, championships, or memorable plays. Wow, not including championships is actually a big thing. I don't know if I'd agree with. I know a lot of people would agree with, but I feel like on the court it would include... if you're able to lead your team to a championship, or at least how you performed. I feel like you would take that into account, how you performed to lead a team to a championship. Yeah. Accolades, I mean, it makes sense if you're just considering, you know, how good they were, not specifically, oh, they won MVP and stuff. Yeah, no cultural influence, no Allen Iverson in this, you know. Helping team. Okay, number 2. Let's find this one right here.
Winning a championship. There are also.
Okay, so he's accounting how good they are in helping a team win a championship, not just if they won a championship or not, which I would agree with mostly. Overall impact that scale to better and better teams. So basically, Steph Curry, I think, is going to be really high on his list. Because, I mean, he's a completely scalable player. He doesn't demand the ball all the time, you know. Which I think maybe put a guy like Magic Johnson a bit lower on his list compared to other people's list. Off-ball value, passing, and defense. Yeah, things that go across everything. So you know. So I think Tim Duncan is probably going to be high on his list.
This is about a player's impact in his time.
Yeah, relative to year, which I do 100% agree with. You know, no time machines here. How good was the player in his own time? 100% agree with that, because there's no way to know how good, you know, Larry Bird would defend against Kevin Durant, whatever. You just have to go with what they did at the time compared to what guys are doing in their time.
A peak must have multiple seasons, so players with single-year spikes will be slightly.
So no, you know, no Tracy McGrady here. No Linsanity.
Lower than if this were a list.
No Brandon Roy. No Derrick Rose.
Of one-year peaks. And finally,
at least 2 consecutive seasons. Larger sample avoids single fluky seasons.
This list only includes stars after the ABA merger in 1977.
Well, editing mistakes. That's 1997.
And the simple reason for this is confidence.
Comparable league structures and economics, yeah, a bit different in the 60s, I guess, with fewer teams, you know, rules change and all that, mostly within the three-point era. It makes sense, because spacing and stuff was a lot different back in the day, fucking everyone in the damn paint. I mean, it was like that kind of in the 80s, but there was a little bit of spacing, you know, you could shoot the three, you know, playing with, like, Larry Bird and stuff, you know. But
we don't have the same data quality going far back in time, and we have a considerable shortage of film in the 60s.
Yeah, I mean, not 90% of Wilt Chamberlain's career wasn't even filmed, including his 100-point game, which is the biggest travesty of all time.
Even the early 70s to work with.
Limited data, limited
confidence
film.
Intervals back then are much wider. Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell, Jerry West, and Oscar Robertson would all be strong top 10 candidates if we went back to the shot clock, but there's a bit too much uncertainty to give them the same level of depth as these post-merger stars.
100% agree. 100%
uncertainty
agree.
will be a theme on this list. I'll emphasize ranges as usual, but the size of those ranges will be larger than normal because these players are so good that a 5% confidence interval makes a bigger difference than with typical all-NBA level players.
Less about my particular order and more about the information and rationale.
In a way, that's one of my biggest takeaways from this series. There's only so much we can reasonably differentiate between players of this quality with the tools we currently have. With that said, here's my best effort to sort out the best of the best. If I held everyone else on this list constant and used an optimistic evaluation, Bill Walton could go as high as 10th,
while
either Kevin Durant or Kobe Bryant could be up at 8th. But for me, the number 10 slot goes to Magic Johnson.
All right, so he's Magic at 10. That is lower than I personally have him on my list. Quite a bit lower, like a lot lower. So on my list, I'm gonna say how much. Okay, so I have Magic at number 4 on my list. Okay, number 4. The reason I had him at number 4 on my list is I think he is very arguably the greatest offensive player of all time. The scoring and passing combo is absolutely nuts. In his prime, he was averaging well over 20 points per game on very good efficiency, while averaging 13 assists. He is the greatest passer of all time, greatest playmaker of all time. I feel he scales up because he makes every player around him better, even if he does demand the ball a bit more than I think maybe you would like. He makes every player around him so much better with his insatiable playmaking ability, but also to go along with very underrated scoring. He was like a top 10 scorer in the NBA at his prime, to go along with his being the greatest passer of all time, and I think that makes him. I put him a lot higher than what he did. I mean, the guy dominated the conference so much that I mean, there was no debate on who's the best guy in the Western Conference at all when he was playing. I mean, it's hard when you see a guy relative to their time go to the finals, lead their team to the finals year after year after year, win multiple championships. I know he's not counting that, but I would count that really. And what you're doing. If you're able to lead your team, to actually show me, like, physical proof that you're able to lead your team to the championships, it really shows me that championship equity. So I put him a lot higher on the list. Not as high as some people have him. I do have a certain person above him that I think a lot of people don't have above him. He's very familiar to. We'll get to that later. But yeah, number 10. I'm wondering where he's gonna have Bird. Very interested where he's gonna have Bird.
Magic is a candidate for the best offensive player in history because he relentlessly hunted for high-end shots.
So one thing about him that I think maybe would set him back is that he is a bit of a neutral on defense. I don't think he is, from what I've seen, not an active liability, but I think he is more of an average defender at best, which I think, but I don't think being an average defender is that big of a downfall in a player's game. I think, because good offense beats good defense, I think if you're an average defender while being the greatest, you don't really hurt the team. You don't hurt the team being an average defender, okay? You hurt the team being a bad defender, which is what a guy like, who's super good offense, like, not the great defense, like a guy like Steve Nash, why I wouldn't put him up in these conversations, some seasons in Dirk's prime, he wasn't that great of a defender, but, I mean, I don't feel like he hurt the team that much being an average defender. And along to get, he was super good at stealing. One of the greatest, pickpocketers of all time. Averaged like north of 3 to 4 steals a game in his prime. So I don't think that hurts him too much, though I do think it stops him from being anywhere near the conversation as like the GOAT. That's what I would view it as.
His own scoring or passing. This concept is discussed in Thinking Basketball, the book, in more detail.
Bro's got a book.
We also have decades
his
of
book, guys.
plus-minus data showing us that volume playmaking
Within you, without
is
you.
incredibly valuable. Remember, the Lakers' offense torched opponents during Magic's peak, but these were also gifted offensive rosters. Without Irvin from 1986 to 89, the Lakers were still 2.4 points ahead of league average in 29 games, and some of those games were played without the secondary playmaking of Michael Cooper. I also think we underestimate just how skilled Magic was as a scorer.
Right, very underestimated. Very efficient scorer.
Series, we see times where he ramped up his own volume with great success. Those numbers inside the circles are his team's offensive efficiency, so a plus 14 means the Lakers' offensive rating was 14 points better than their opponent's regular season defense, a fantastic number.
Cooking them, basically, what that means.
I view Magic as one of the 3 best decision makers in league history, and that's
first all-time passer rating, 32nd all-time creation,
reflected in his box score.
Yeah, all-time passing, speed, and transition in half court, tight handle and use of body, high-level post game, crafty finisher and foul drawer, strong outside shooter with space. Yeah, but I didn't realize when I was doing these reactions, I never realized how good of a mid-range shooter he was. He really is really good mid-range shooter. Poor fit with other ball-dominant wings. Also an amazing free throw shooter.
Where he looks like one of the
which is a lot better of an attribute than people tend to make
best offensive players ever. A minor downside is that he needs the ball to exert that value, so he paired best with finishers and great quick-hitting post players. But the much bigger issue in this conversation is his defense.
Right, here we go. Struggled against quick guards, preferred to roam around near paint, and help near paint. Weak rim protection, good defensive rebounder, solid trapping instinct, decent hands near ball. Also the reason why I have him a lot higher personally is the guy's a 6'9" point guard. I mean, like, come on. You put him in any lineup, there's going to be mixed matches that are going to happen. It could be sometimes in, a poor situation, like a mismatch in a bad way, if you get a guard too quick for Magic to guard. But, like, I think any matchup you have, maybe he's too quick. I feel like that matchup is still not going to be as nearly as much of a mismatch as it's going to be on defense for any point guard, the average point guard, guarding a 6'9" point guard. I mean, it's just not going to happen. You're going to need to make a big positional changes, which can mess up your entire defense, make everything a lot harder, Yeah, I just feel like having a 6'9" point guard who is not like a natural point guard. It's not just a 6'9" guy who decides to play point guard. Like, he is a natural point guard as they come. really helps your team. So that's why I
He
have
often
him.
guarded bigger, lesser skilled players, while smaller, more skilled.
I think he's also going to have this, probably going to have Curry as the greatest point guard of all time, which I wouldn't agree with, but I think it's a lot closer than a lot of people make it out to be.
Defenders like Cooper or Byron Scott took the opposing lead guard. More importantly, he just wasn't much of a paint presence despite his size, usually playing one of the forward positions on defense. So I see Johnson as a neutral defender during these seasons, and even a negative by the end of the 80s. My low-end evaluation would drop him behind everyone else in this series, but his high-end estimation would take him all the way to 5th. While Magic was one-way...
Damn, so even his high-end estimation is still lower than I have him. Okay, so I don't know. Comment below. Am I overrating Magic? Let's see. I don't know. Let's see if we have
we saw the impact of two-way bigs throughout this series. Walton's defense and high-post offense led to a dominant 2-year stretch during an era of parity, and stars like Anthony Davis, Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, David Robinson, Dave Cowens, and Wilt Chamberlain have all racked up championships playing this defensive
number 1, offensive number 2. Yeah, very important role to play.
Number 1, offensive number 2 role. You know who else played that role? Scottie Pippen. These aforementioned players have starred on 13 championship teams since the merger, 16 if we include an even weaker offensive player like Draymond Green, 18 if we include a slightly weaker defender like mid-80s Kevin McHale, and then there are lighter versions of this archetype like Rasheed Wallace and even late career Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Okay, come on. Rasheed Wallace not number 1 defense, to be real here, but
depending on where we draw
but yeah, that's a super important player type to have that a lot of people don't talk about. I mean, you just the
lines. About half of the titles since the ABA merger have featured one of these defensive stars who is also a big offensive contributor. By comparison, a little more than 2/3 of all post-merger championships have been led by clear-cut offensive superstars like Magic or Kobe, which leads us to the case study for building around this.
Okay, so it's a case thing. Maybe it's not, maybe because that's been proven so much championship equity. Maybe the defensive number 1, offensive number 2 guys are way more valuable than people make them out to be, which I could see that. 100%.
Archetype, Tim Duncan.
Tim Duncan, number 9. Okay. Where did I have Tim Duncan on my list? I can't remember. So I had, then I had hold up. I'm trying to remember here. So I had, actually, thinking about it, I had Tim Duncan in the same exact spot. We both have Tim Duncan in the same exact spot. We both had Tim Duncan number 9. So I actually perfectly agree with him on this. I do think Kobe is better than Tim Duncan. We're going to get to that. A lot of debate on that front because they both played in the same era and they both won 5 championships, but I do think Kobe was the better player. But Tim Duncan, 100%. I mean, about the archetype, one of the best defenders to ever play basketball, 100%. No debate on that. While also being an underrated offensive player in his prime. I mean, I was watching the 2003 finals, full games. I mean, it's insane to watch just how impactful was Gort. One of the underrated passing big men of all time. In his prime, he was getting like 6-7 assists like per playoff game. An amazing rebounder, and one of the greatest defensive players of all time. And he was like one of the top scorers. I mean, I think scoring was probably his weakest attribute, which is what puts him, I think, a little bit lower. Because I mean, scoring. Let's be real. Scoring is the most important part of basketball, and that was his weakest point. But I think that's a little bit back. But I mean, just can't deny what he adds to a championship team. 100%.
Duncan, alongside quality teammates, Duncan made these Spurs a title contender in basically every season he was healthy during his prime.
Healthy Tim Duncan, you're automatically a title contender.
Metrics in the playoffs are even better than Magic's, although I do think there's some noise to sift through there. His surrounding years look drastically different, despite being a fairly similar player. Compare that to someone like Garnett, whose postseason numbers throughout his prime consistently echoed his historically strong regular season plus-minus results. KG's tricky to evaluate because he only played a few dozen games in Minnesota, and because scoring was his weakest attribute. He was just entering his prime as a scorer in 2003 before leveling up again in 2004, which leaves us with 4 playoff series to analyze, and half of those games were against the Lakers, a team statistically underrated.
It's really hard to rank these guys that are their worst attribute is scoring because they're so good at everything else, but they're not. Their worst attribute is the most important attribute. It's hard to weigh that. And I know there's some people who say like, oh, Kevin Garnett was actually just as good as Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan just had better teammates, which I heavily disagree with.
By their regular season defense and a team Garnett struggled with in general. Despite being a slightly weaker scorer in Boston, his playoff numbers in 2008 were better when he was the leading postseason scorer on a good but not great championship offense. With small samples like this, we can also look to the regular season for clues, where Garnett's adjusted scoring numbers against stronger defenses looked almost identical to Duncan's during their best scoring years. Timmy did beat up on weaker defenses in a way Garnett never did, and I think that reflects a slight isolation scoring edge for Duncan. He was able to pressure the rim with his strength and low post game. Duncan's playoff scoring during their peaks was a clear rung above what Garnett ever reached, but Garnett's also pretty clearly a better.
Very good isolation scorer, uses power and length to grind a hoop to spike free throw rate. Good post passer and outlet passer, but I was just discussing better on structured reads to cutters and shooters. Off-ball value from rebounding and movement, weak outside shooting, and slow style hurts scalability. Defense, elite paint protector, incredible length and good positioning, awareness, and discipline. Incredible second contest from floor-bound approach. Excellent sturdy man defender. Great drop style defender from length, vulnerable to quickness on the outside. Makes sense.
Passer to me, which gives him a minor playmaking edge. Ultimately, neither of these players is driving a world-class offense by themselves. They need to be paired with another.
So I'm curious. I think he's a big guy linking on how good KG was. I think he actually might have KG at 8 here, and put him in the top 10, and above Duncan, let alone, which would make him think Kevin Garnett is the greatest power forward of all time, which is a big statement, a huge statement. Which I would not agree with that one. Offense, good scorer and post and mid range, lack of rim pressure, too many long twos hurt efficiency. Excellent short roll and interior passer, good passer from post, top and on drives, off ball and quick hitting game, pick and roll finishing, spacing make offense highly
another
scalable.
Heavy lifter or two, and that's where Garnett's extra passing, outside shooting, and quick hitting attack makes up some value, despite Duncan's edge in isolation scoring. On defense, I used to actually prefer Timmy's rim protection for that era because his team's defenses were so good. But I think it's pretty clear now that these Spurs were an elite defensive team without Duncan. He and KG actually saw similar changes in some of these defensive metrics. For instance, Minnesota couldn't protect the paint like San Antonio, but the degree of improvement in paint defense with Garnett on the court was comparable to Duncan's. And KG has the best defensive awareness of any player I've ever studied.
God damn, yeah, I think he's putting Kevin Garnett from the greatest video I saw on him and this video. I think he thinks Kevin Garnett is the greatest defender of all time. Just straight up. GOAT level mobility and awareness for a big man. Elite low paint protector. GOAT level in show and recover pick and rolls. Elite man defender who can bite on up fakes. High IQ, super switchable, plays passing lanes well, and entries on drives. Yeah, I think his view of Kevin Garnett's defense as so high. I think he's going to put Kevin Garnett above Tim Duncan all time.
In a considerable sample. That's enough for me to give him a small edge on defense, and I value his passing and out.
All right, Kevin Garnett, 8th greatest player of all time. Okay, so I did not have Kevin Garnett in the top 10. Just straight up did not have him in the top 10. I'd probably put him around the 11th or 12th spot on my list though. So I had him pretty close to the top 10, but I did not have him in the top 10. Yeah, I think I wasn't thinking as highly of his offensive game. I mean, he was a great passer for a big man, but I don't know. I just didn't value his scoring and nearly enough. I feel like Duncan's prime scoring was way better, and I don't feel like his playmaking is as worse as maybe he views it as with Garnett. And I feel like Duncan just had a far more championship equity than Garnett. With Garnett, you know, I feel like I mean obviously we have to factor in Garnett was on far worse teams, but I feel like Tim Duncan, maybe some of his teams were a bit underrated, overrated by his help, maybe in like 2003, like where he's saying his prime is right there, a bit overrated. I feel like for how much he overachieved compared to, I feel like it makes sense that Duncan's teams would outperform Garnett's, but I feel like to the level they outperformed is a bit understated by him a little bit. I feel like he was a lot more of a team player and stuff. So, I mean, Garnett, I'm not denying that he is probably pretty underrated and a lot closer to Tim Duncan than a lot of people say. But obviously, Tim Duncan had a lot more longevity and stuff, and But I feel that I would definitely prefer Duncan. I do heavily disagree on Garnett being above Duncan all time here. So it's very interesting that he put him there. I also don't view Garnett as up there as the greatest defender of all time. Maybe I need to do some more research on that, see where he's coming from with that. But I think he's definitely up there, definitely like top 10. But I feel like he's putting it up there as like the greatest defender of all time, which I don't know. Let's see how this goes.
Shooting next to better and better.
Damn, he can view him up to 3. That's actually insane.
Teammates. If that's not crazy enough for you yet, at number 7 is the controversial Steph Curry.
All right, Steph Curry at number 7, which actually is the same spot I had him. He's had 2 players where we actually have him in the same exact position. Duncan number 9 and Curry number 7. Those are the exact same spots I had them. I think maybe maybe he has Curry higher even now, his peak higher, because I moved him up with his most recent championship, which came out after this video. But yeah, Curry number 7, 100%. I would do it. I would not have him above Magic, but I understand if you do, because he is probably up there. I would not be mad if you call him the greatest defensive player of all time, the greatest shooter of all time by far. A very underrated finisher, like very, very underrated finisher. I can't get over his shooting. The guy shoots the same amount from 3 in his best season as Kobe Bryant shoots from the field, which is why I personally, I don't know where he's going to get to yet, but I personally have Curry over Kobe. I know that's a very, very controversial statement, but I'm just saying, I think Kobe's defense is a bit overvalued, and I feel like his offense is also overvalued. Where I would put, I think Steph Curry's offense is a level above, like a tier above Kobe's offense, with just how efficient he is and how valuable he is, how scalable he is up. And I feel like his defense is underrated. It's not like elite, but I think he is an above average defender. And Kobe, I think, was a very good defender, but I don't feel like he was. I don't feel like that made up for just how valuable Curry is to an offensive team and how much he can scale up and just how much attention he can draw and make things easier for every other player around him. So, yeah, I have Curry above Kobe personally. Very controversial take there, but I do have him at the same spot as Thinking Basketball here.
And yes, Curry also has an argument for as high as number 3 on this list. If
number 3?
Optimistically.
Okay.
These players are all just so ridiculously good and hard to clearly separate. Like Magic, Steph is basically providing one-way impact. But I slightly prefer his offensive package. Maybe. If we look at his adjusted plus-minus over...
It's pretty close. I mean, it's pretty close. It's what you would rather want. Would you rather have all-time great efficient scoring paired with pretty good passing? Or would you rather have all-time great... like the greatest playmaking of all time, played with really good scoring on offense? It's pretty close. I'm not mad at it.
Looks like an outlier in offensive impact. Now, one limitation with this stat is that it's hard to untangle it from a player's...
I also just feel like Magic was just better compared to the rest of his colleagues in his time period than Curry was to his. So, yeah.
Role on his team.
I mean, I feel like Magic, there were some years where he was very, very clearly the best offensive player in the league. Where I feel like Curry's prime, there could have been some seasons where you could argue, you know, I mean, to be fair, he played at the same time as LeBron. I mean, but Magic at the end here played at the same time as Jordan, so it makes sense.
In this case, Steve Kerr's offense,
Redick.
Which is why a compelling data point for me is how good Curry was from 2013 to 15, which includes 2 years of Mark Jackson coaching him, and it's before he ramped up his aggression to 11 in 2016. My bigger question with Steph is whether that impact holds in the playoffs. And as we saw during his episode,
yeah, definitely not as clutch as a playoff performer as Magic. You know, I mean, both of them have had their, you know, tragic Johnson moments, you know, 84, 16, you know. But I feel like they both have had also very clutch playoff moments. But I feel like Magic's clutch playoff moments and what he brings, you know, from his playoff time, I think outweighs what Curry has brought in the playoffs before. Which is why I have him above.
I'd say it loses a little bite, but the general signal as an outlying offensive force remains. From 2016 to 2019, the Warriors outscored playoff opponents by 10 points per 48 minutes with Curry on the court, and that was a 15-point improvement from when he sat in those games, almost all of which came on the offensive end.
I mean, his value cannot be understated. I mean, the Warriors with just Kevin Durant, with Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green on the court, but with no Curry, were worse than Curry if Curry was on the court with no Klay Thompson, Kevin Durant, or Draymond Green. I mean, that's just absolutely nuts.
And it's also apparent to me that Curry isn't some clear negative on defense. My concern there is durability 100%. Related. First, could he...
Also just straight up size. You know, 43rd all-time offensive load, 22nd all-time spacing, 33rd all-time creation. GOAT shooter, off dribble and off catch, quick release and range lead to huge volume. GOAT level movement off ball leads to GOAT off ball gravity and all-time spacing. Above average on ball passer for a point guard. Good vision but limited by size at times.
Stay healthy.
Makes sense.
And then...
Yeah, the size also just it makes a huge difference in just like which value you bring to a team. I mean, a 6'9" point guard is gonna have advantages that a 6'2", 6'3" point guard is just not gonna have. Defense, solid man defender at point of attack, good reaction speed, and active feet on ball. Physical in general, handsy, chasing players away from ball. Size, a key weakness, no paint protection, yeah. Smart schematically with minor awareness fails.
Second, how much could teams wear down his offense by targeting him on the other end and away from the ball? That tactic seemed to have some success, but opponents who sold out to take away his scoring still paid a gravity tax. And since the box
gravity,
can't capture
big
that
thing
well, it
for
makes
Curry.
it look like his impact declined more than it probably did. At number 6, I start to get a little more comfortable with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Okay, so he's putting Kareem in here. Okay. I was going to not include Kareem because he had his peak after, but I think he's had a peak before 1977. But if you're including his peak after 1977, I'd probably put Kareem higher than 6. This one's a bit weird because I didn't include him on my list. I didn't think he was going to include him, but yeah, I'd probably put him higher than 6. I'd probably have him top 4, 3rd. I'd have him 3rd or 4th on this list. I mean, he's one of the most efficient players of all time with the most indefensible shot of all time. I think only 3 players have blocked it. Wilt Chamberlain and Nate Thurmond, which people don't talk about, and also Hakeem Olajuwon blocked it. Most people just say it's Wilt, but those are the other 2 players I know I've seen block it before. To be fair, Kareem was kind of old when Hakeem was blocking it, but I mean he was still the same shot. And I'm sure Hakeem Olajuwon, arguably the greatest shot blocker of all time. I'm sure he would put up a damn good fight, even if he wasn't able to fully block it if Kareem was in his prime with with the full athleticism. But I mean, Kareem, yeah, one of the most unstoppable offensive scorers of all time. At his prime, averaging 35 a game. You know, not in the Lakers, but he was more efficient on the Lakers. He brought great gravity because think about it. People knew damn well what shot he wanted to take before he took it, and yet no one could stop it. That's how you know that shit's unstoppable. Also, underrated passer for his position, averaging like 5-6 assists a game in his best seasons. Also being a really fantastic defensive player, which a lot of people don't talk about. He was arguably the best defensive player in the league at his prime, while also being the best offensive player. I think he was very clearly the best player in the NBA for like an entire decade, which I think puts him up when you talk about like compared to how good he was compared to the rest of the league at the time. I think one thing that maybe brings him down is he wasn't able to bring as much championship equity as the other guys. Wasn't able to bring his teams up to that competitive of a level for some years. Like if he didn't have help, I feel like he couldn't carry a team on his own mainly. But I don't know how important that particularly is because he's shown to be very good alongside other great players, which I think is a very good thing because you're trying to make a championship team, you're going to have good players. So it makes sense. So I'd probably put Kareem a bit higher. I wouldn't see his reasoning here.
There's certainly less uncertainty for me with Cap.
I didn't include him on the list.
Below 10th. Although I'm a little lower on his high end than some of the surrounding players, so he lands here. Remember, this is strictly late 70s Kareem, so including a few of the prior years might even bump him up for me.
Yeah, that would make sense. So maybe I can understand. I can understand the 6th spot if you're only including his Laker years. That can 100% make sense. I like how all these guys are ranking as high as 3 because I think we all know who the top 2 guys are definitively.
He was clearly a strong rim protector, but there were also lulls in his defensive awareness.
7th all-time efficiency.
Well below Walton.
Yeah, up there with Curry as one of the most greatest offensive efficient scorers of all time, and Kevin Durant. All-time post scorer behind Skyhook, good counters to other shoulder, strong cutter passer, elite shot creation, and gravity for era, strong outlet passer, solid offensive rebounder, rebounds as well. Forgot to mention that. Especially because he's so goddamn tall. He's 7'2", and also he was measured in the era where they measured without shoes. So I think today he'd probably be measured at around 7'3", maybe even 7'4", which is nuts. I mean, it's like damn near the height of Wembanyama.
Paint protector.
Defense, high-level rim protector with huge block radius and paint coverage. Contest limited a bit by average reaction time, average motor. Good switch defender for era. Length helped defend post, but lacked physicality. Okay, so he's a bit less high on the defensive end.
But pinpointing Kareem's exact defensive impact is tricky, and minor changes would move him up a few spots on a list like this. Another challenge is gauging his offensive impact without a three-point line. More modern post players can spruce up their shot creation by kicking it out to shooters for 3.
This is true. Because he was limited by not playing. And I feel like a lot of post players potentially could have been, if they were super efficient post scorers, could have been a lot more effective in modern era, like Shaq and Kareem, because, especially because he was a really good outlet passer. I mean, not outlet passer, post passer. I mean, I feel like he would particularly benefit being able to kick out to a lot more spread shooters with a lot more spacing in the modern NBA than when he played. A lot of guys more packed into the paint and also more guys here to defend him at the damn rim. There was less guys defending him at the rim. He was more people to him to pass it off to with the spacing. I feel like it would greatly help him get even more damn hook shots off,
But Abdul-Jabbar didn't have that luxury. He had some post-gravity and he could pass.
Though, on the defense, I feel like he would be a bit more limited because it wouldn't be as important paint defense as it is modern NBA. Paint defense isn't as important as it was back in the day. So I guess it balances out stuff a little bit, but I think it'd be mostly positive for him coming into modern NBA.
But it was really his crazy scoring that powered most of his value. We've talked about resiliency in this series, and that sky hook was just about as resilient as it gets. You can see from his series-by-series results that it was almost impossible to take away his individual scoring. But I don't think he had the playmaking to crack the inner circle of modern offensive legends.
Wow,
so while he's an incredible post anchor for the time, I'm not confident he has one of the 3 or 4 best peaks since the merger.
All right.
At number 5, I have Larry Bird.
Wow, so he has Larry Bird. Not only does he have Larry Bird above Magic, he has Larry Bird significantly above Magic. Yeah, right. Wow, 5 spots above Magic. I've never seen someone have Bird. I've obviously seen people have Bird above Magic, but 5 spots above, I don't know if I agree he's that much better than Magic, though I do think Larry Bird is better than Magic. But I still think he has him ranked too low, comparatively. Not comparatively to Magic Johnson, but I do think he has him too low. Because I had him 3rd. I have Larry Bird as the 3rd greatest peak since 1977. only behind the two guys you already know. But I think he's the third greatest peak. I mean, he's such an all-around game. One of the greatest scorers of all time, one of the most efficient scorers of all time. From he's a three-way scorer, 50, 40, 90 consistently. Which makes him very scalable. He's not on-ball dominant. So great spacing, great off-ball. While also being one of the greatest passers of all time. Which I think really puts him above Magic, because he's one of the greatest passers of all time, while also being a way better scorer and floor spacer than Magic, while also being a better defender than Magic. I feel like he's underrated defensively. I mean, he's a good defender. He's not an all-time great defender, but he's a really good defender. He was an all-defense guy in his prime. And also, what also goes understated, he's probably the greatest rebounder to ever play his position. Maybe you can argue guys in the 60s, like Elgin Baylor and stuff, but. I mean, the guy averaged like 15 rebounds a game in the finals as a small forward. He's out-rebounding Moses Malone, which is absolutely nuts. Also go for the fact that he's arguably the clutchest player in NBA history. He always stepped his game up in the biggest scenarios. A proven championship equity with how many finals he went. He was very clearly, for a period of time, the best player in the world compared to the rest of his colleagues. I feel like at his prime, he's the third best guy to ever play basketball. Since 1977, that is. So yeah.
Who could go all the way back to 13?
I'm very curious who's gonna have a 4 or 3 then if he has Bird at 5.
Low end perspective, and yes, broken record time could go all the way up to 3.
Once again, he always goes up to it's always at least up to 3 because the top 2 guys. There's too much better.
Unlike Kareem, Bird's volume scoring is his biggest question mark in an otherwise transcendent offensive package. We know his scoring declined in the playoffs and against strong defenses, but this was still dangerous scoring among closer examination. From 1984 to 87, his adjusted playoff numbers were good, but a step down in volume compared to the best of the best. In the regular season, his scoring rate fell off against the athletic Lakers defense, but there's also reason to believe he was worn down by huge minutes in the playoffs, and that infamous bar fight in the 1985 Eastern Finals might have hampered his scoring that year too. Without Kevin McHale
it's easy to get fatigued when you're friggin' against the bad boy Pistons and the Showtime having full-on fights with the Showtime Lakers every damn series.
Mid-80s, Bird did ramp up his volume by a few points, so I do think he traded in some of his own scoring to set up skilled teammates. And most importantly, that scoring still demanded defensive attention that kept Boston's offense at elite levels. Since we know playmaking is a huge driver of offensive impact,
100%.
I think Bird's incredible passing.
All-time dynamic and outlet passer, off-ball game, super scalable, 100%. Strong inside-out scoring and offensive rebounding. 100%. Subpar rim finishing, mediocre handle, limits on-ball passing.
Movement, shooting, split-second decision-making, and propensity for finding layups made him an all-time level playmaker. Like Curry,
100%.
that spacing, movement, and even gravity aren't easily detectable in a stat sheet, but they do help the team's offense perform at amazing levels. For example, in 1989, Boston played 40 games with their same starting lineup from the year before, only with Reggie Lewis replacing an injured Bird. That team played slightly over 500 ball and posted a strong offensive rating relative to the league. But when the Celtics had that starting lineup together in 88, they were nearly 6 points better on offense, posting a whopping plus 9.6 offensive rating. And while it's only a single piece of information, it represents the kind of ceiling raising I think Bird had without all-time level scoring. On defense, he was a playmaker with great hands and some rim protection.
High-level awareness and motor for paint protection and clocky passing lanes. Elite reflexes in hands, strong defensive rebounder, The rebounding on both ends is a positive here. Mediocre rim protection. Makes sense to have that high of a vertical. Perimeter defense against quicker players. Makes sense. Mostly just the athletic ability is what limited a little bit on defense. But and we're talking about the effort, and the skill and effort was always there. Just the athleticism that maybe lacked him a little bit on defense, but it caused him no problems on offense.
Often early in paint rotations. He was certainly limited as a perimeter defender, but that's still a good positive package, which is essentially the difference compared to Magic here, peak for peak.
Yeah.
Much like positions 5 through 8 on this list,
Here we go.
I could flip a coin between 3rd and 4th. Let's start with Hakeem
All right.
Olajuwon.
All right, Hakeem Olajuwon, 4th highest peak of all time. I have him pretty close to there. I have him a little lower. I had him at number 6, at the 6th greatest peak of all time. Though it is, I think, very close. I'm not mad at him as 4 because, I mean, the two-way impact is absolutely nuts. He's arguably the greatest defender of all time. I wouldn't have him the greatest defender of all time. Well, I'd have him as the greatest defender of all time since 1977, I would. So, yeah, I would have, out of all the eligible players here, I'd have him as the greatest defender of all time. While also being an amazing offensive player, highly efficient volume scorer, averaging like over 30 points a game in the playoffs multiple years, being a high-end passer as well. I mean, one of the best passing big men of the time. You know, I mean, I can't understate his defense. I mean, the guy at one time averaged 3 steals a game as a center, while also averaging like 4 blocks a game. It was insane. The guy got a quadruple double, but he also nearly got multiple quintuple doubles because of how many steals and blocks he got, along with his points, rebounds, and assists. I mean, it's nuts. I mean, his back-to-back championship run. I mean, he was so far away the best player in the league for those 2 years because of just his two-way impact. You know. And I think his defense adds so much paired with his his underrated, scoring with his, fucking dream shake moves and everything. Yeah, I had him at 6, which is a bit lower because I feel like he didn't really I guess peaks, he does make sense. I feel like he didn't dominate, the championship equity as much as I would like him to for a longer period of time, I guess. Because that 2-year stretch was super good. But I feel like all his other years, I feel like he had, I don't know. I feel like he wasn't as good compared to the rest of the NBA in those other years, other than those 2 amazing years, though. If we're just looking at 2-year peaks, 100% not mad at him going above that. Not that mad about him going above Bird. But I have him below Bird on my list. I have him at number 6.
Whose defense moves the needle so much that it's hard for me to have him lower than 10th.
Once again, up to 3.
Nothing reinforces the crazy value of rim protection back in the 90s, like Hakeem averaging nearly 5 blocks per game in the 1993 playoffs because the three-point line wasn't popular yet. We have plus-minus studies reaching back into the 90s, slightly after Olajuwon's peak, and rim protectors display some massive defensive value. In the 21st century, the game's best offensive players have reached greater heights than the game's best defensive players, but defensive superstars aren't that far behind. While each individual player has some uncertainty in these studies, the presence of so many dominant rim protectors at the top makes it likely that Olajuwon was in a similar ballpark in terms of value in the mid-90s. I actually find Hakeem's offensive impact to be a bit fuzzier. He was clearly a great isolation scorer who gave teams a solid floor in the playoffs.
I feel like he's not as efficient of a scorer as a lot of these other guys on the list, but it's obviously made up by his fucking great defense.
But he also never played on a really good regular season offense, so we couldn't see him blend his game with another big-time star.
His
best offensive teammate was Clyde Drexler in 1995.
Right,
and in 26 games, they posted a healthy offensive rating before an even hotter stretch in their championship run. Playing inside out off of Hakeem's post scoring was clearly the way to build around him. And it's tempting to view their successful playoff offense with that shorter three-point line.
Elite isolation scorer, difficult shot making is inelastic. Subpar shot selection and vision, solid basic playmaker with three-point shooters. Subpar shot selection, excellent offensive rebounding, and good pick-and-pop skills. So yeah, he views his the offense as a little, not as GOAT level. Compared to his defense, they're a GOAT-level rim protector, incredible timing and agility challenging shots, quick response to threats in paint, will extend to perimeter efficiency, elite post defender, great hands on ball or on or denying entries, 100%.
As proof that he's a heliocentric superstar. But some of those lineups were offensively slanted and, more importantly, had more viable shooters than most teams could expect at that point, especially with Robert Horry reigning in threes as a stretch power forward.
Big shot, Bob,
I tend to view Olajuwon as the best of the two-way big men, a solid offensive centerpiece with the right offensive talent around him, but someone otherwise limited by his playmaking, preventing him from cracking the top 2 on this list.
I think you know he's going to put in number 3.
Shaq, on the other hand,
yeah,
was
that's who I thought. Shaq, number 3. I know Shaq over Hakeem is very controversial because that's a really good debate. Comment below who you would go with that debate, Shaq or Hakeem. I also had Shaq above Hakeem, and I haven't also had him exactly one spot. I think it's very close. I had Hakeem 6 and Shaq 5, but I had Magic and Bird above both of them, which he does not have. But yeah, Shaq once again. Yeah, I think his peak. People talk about Hakeem for Shaq, and they always bring up, oh, Hakeem dominated Shaq in '95. But what people don't realize is, one, he did not dominate him to the extent a lot of people say. It was dominating in the fact that they swept the team. But I mean, Shaq's numbers in that series were nothing to scoff at. Personally, I mean, he had one of the greatest final series of all time. He just got outplayed because Hakeem had an even better all-time great final series. But also, Shaq wasn't in his prime yet. Shaq was only in his 3rd season, and his absolute prime on the Lakers, he was better at pretty much everything than he was in '95 on the Magic. At least in my opinion, other than maybe speed and stuff, some athletic things, when he was skinnier. I mean, but like Shaq in his prime, he had like 4-year prime, like a 3-year prime when he was on the Lakers on that 3-peat run. He had 3 straight finals appearances where the entire team revolved around him. I mean, he literally did everything for the Lakers while being a 7-1 big man. He was the most unstoppable scorer in the NBA, possibly of all time. I mean, the man shot 60% from the field while having multiple players on him every damn play, And also, he got 60% from the field while everyone knew that he could not shoot. So everyone knew damn well where he was going to go, and they could not stop him, putting multiple players on him. I mean, it's literally impossible to stop him. They had to make a whole strategy where they foul out multiple of their players just to, stop him from scoring a bit, which also, made him score even more because, he had to shoot all those fucking free throws. Even though he missed a bunch of them, it made up for the fact that he got to shoot so many fucking of them because they would rather foul him than they would just let him score. He was an elite rebounder in his prime. He has some elite rebounds in his prime. He was the best passing big man in the NBA when he was in his prime. In the finals, he was getting like 6-7 assists. Great passer out the paint, on par with Olajuwon on that one, if not better passer than Olajuwon. Defensively, this is where people say, because Hakeem is undoubtedly a better defensive player than Shaq, but I think Shaq's defense does go underrated. I mean, in his prime, he was finishing 2nd in DPOI. He was an elite rim protector. He was arguably the best rim protector in the NBA in that 3-peat run. You could argue he probably wasn't, but people were arguing it, he was at least like top 5 in that area, while also putting all that energy on offense, playing a lot of minutes for a guy, that fucking has to, carry all that fucking weight as big as as he is. I mean, the man did everything for the Lakers. He was arguably the best guy on the Lakers at literally every single aspect of basketball. Granted, you could also say that about Hakeem, but I feel like Shaq is a lot better of an offensive player than Hakeem. I feel like he was a lot more efficient of a scorer than Hakeem, and I feel like teams had to revolve their defense a lot more about guarding Shaq than they had to do about guarding Hakeem. And I feel like the offensive gap is a bit more than the defensive gap, and I feel like people had to teams had to mold their defensive and mold their strategies more around guarding the 134 than the other 34, and I feel like it really, and I feel like, I mean, the Shaq in the 2001 absolutely dominated, averaged like 36 points a game against the defensive player of the year, Dikembe Mutombo. If that's not unstoppable, I don't know what is. I averaged 38 points, and the year before that, he averaged 38 points a game in the finals. Well, I was averaging, I think it was 38 points, 17 rebounds a game. I mean, it's absolutely fucking nuts. I think Shaq is one of the, almost unstoppable peaks of all time. I'm not mad at him saying he has a top 3 peak ever, and I do think he is better than Hakeem. So, yeah.
Was a true all-timer on offense. He was also aided by 3-point shooting teammates, but O'Neal separated himself in a few ways from basically every offensive center in the first 65 years of the shot clock. His off-ball presence, constantly working for dangerous paint catches, allowed him to fit next to perimeter stars without monopolizing the
16th
ball.
all-time
And
scoring rate.
he was also a solid passer, so he could hit those
all-time level interior scoring, good post passer to cutters and three-point shooters, off-ball game, rebounding and paint movement, gravity, fits well with wings, all-time foul draw rate, 100%. No outside game whatsoever. The thing is, though, I'm just saying, yeah, I mean, it makes sense, but, like, bro, everyone knew that where he wanted to go, and they could not stop him from getting there.
Shooters and cutters, too. If we return to that 4-year plus-minus graphic in the playoffs, Shaq barely missed qualifying because he only sat for 448 minutes, but his impact looks enormous. And unlike most big men, that impact is primarily on offense. Ironically, it's defense that keeps the Diesel down for me. The Lakers surrounded him with a ton of
high-level shot blocker when in position and paint, size equals strong man defender, low motor, super stationary in paint, not quick to help, easy to stretch and pick and roll with jump shooting big men. Okay, so he doesn't view his defense as high, but he's still, because of how the offense game is so high, he still has him above fucking Hakeem.
3-and-D players, and even though Shaq had success as a rim protector, his lack of mobility and engagement clearly limited his defensive punch relative to his size. In a number of series over the years, teams successfully attacked O'Neal in pick and roll, and stretch big men could give him problems as well. Most impact metrics view his regular season defense as good, but a clear rung or so below the great defensive big men. And that defensive plus-minus might be inflated because opposing coaches played so many unskilled bigs just to bang with Shaq and eat up fouls. Still, of all the players we've discussed so far, my high-end evaluation of Shaq would take him above everyone else, although there is still some separation between him and the top 2 players on this list.
Yeah, I think we all know who the top 2 is.
Jordan and LeBron James.
Wow.
Before this series, I thought Michael had some space between him and LeBron, but I'm not so sure.
Okay, I thought it was him definitively placing LeBron at number 1. I was gonna say, wow. Okay, so we'll see who he has.
Then again, I'm more confident in MJ's floor as a player. My low-end range would take him just a hair behind Shaq's high-end evaluation, whereas James has more question marks for me that take his low-end estimation
2011
down a bit more. If I were building a team with role players who could shoot and defend, I'd probably take LeBron. He's one of the 3 best decision makers of the 3-point
Let's not him definitively placing. We can see who he's going to definitively place here. But I'm just going to give you a spoiler alert. I have Jordan number 1 and LeBron number 2. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to really explain this. I feel like Jordan, personally, is a better scorer. You know, I think... you know, they're both really efficient scorers, but I don't know. I would trust Jordan in most scenarios as a scorer, a much more dominant scorer of his time, while being not that much worse of a playmaker as he's given credit for. I think he's a better defender, and I think he's a more clutch performer. I think he brings more championship equity. And overall, I just think he is a better player and was way more dominant over his time, and is the most dominant of his time over, you know, every aspect of the game of any player in NBA history. He is the GOAT, in my opinion. But I do think LeBron is not as far off as a lot of people, especially my audience, like to see him as. I don't think he's that far off. I mean, the guy is he's one of the best scorers in NBA history. He's literally the all-time scorer in NBA history, one of the most efficient scorers in NBA history at his prime, while also being one of the all-time great playmakers in NBA history, and also being an amazing defender, one of the most versatile defenders in his prime, and also being a super clutch performer. Even though a lot of people don't see him as, there's no denying, but just looking at pure numbers, he is one of the clutchest performers of all time. So I'd probably put him, I easily have him number 2, and I think there's a significant gap between 2 and 3. I think the gap between 1 and 2 isn't that big, but I would still have Jordan.
Their offense, a resiliency,
23rd all-time scoring rate. GOAT level finisher on drives from power, size, feel. GOAT level transition scoring. Elite pick and roll and drive kick playmaking, and elite scoring is resilient. Pick your poison offense, LeBron has to be the most versatile player of all time. Outside shot mediocre, poor fit with other ball dominant players.
Punishes you with playmaking. And yes, I do think peak LeBron was
Solid rim defense, solid rim protection and paint presence, excellent speed on rotations and in passing lanes. Very good awareness off ball, communicates knowledge of opposing scheme. Guards 5 position with some success, vulnerable navigating screens with
a better defender quickness than this version of MJ. And this two-way impact makes better defender than this version of MJ.
All right, so he thinks LeBron is a better defender than MJ. Wow. That's a controversial statement. I would not agree with that one.
And this two-way impact makes James the greatest floor raiser ever in my book.
I'm not mad at that. I think LeBron being the greatest floor raiser ever, 100%, I could agree with that. Because if the man could take the 2007 and 2018 Cavs to the finals, I mean, I think any team in NBA history, you put LeBron James on it, and they are immediately a title contender. You know, at least a contender to make the finals. I would make that.
On the other hand, LeBron matured more as a passer in later years, whereas Jordan pretty much lined up everything from 1989 to
Jordan's 7th all-time scoring rate, 5th all-time creation, 5th all-time offensive load.
Those were
first step in aerial control led to all-time penetrator, elite mid-range pull-up, huge playmaker, which a lot of people don't talk about at all. And that's probably one of the biggest, probably the second biggest part of his game, second or third biggest part of his game. With good reactive passing, active off-ball cuts and rebounding, issue shooting into doubles or stuck in air, weak three-point shooter.
His best passing and his best scoring year.
Excellent in passing lanes and active, strong hands. Good man D versus smaller guys. Some rim protection with great, not great awareness. Excellent rebounder. He's really good on his rebounding here, which I mean, I'm in fair position. He's actually a very good rebounder when I'm thinking of it. Lots of gambling, ironically, leads to many errors, vulnerable in post. Yeah, he talked about that a lot in his greatest peaks video.
Well, his defense and motor were still elite. As we saw, Michael has a really strong case for the best scorer in league history.
Yeah,
and that
very good case.
Pressure turned MJ into one of history's greatest playmakers. His shot creation estimates are higher than LeBron's were in his best 3 Miami.
I'd have Jordan as the greatest scorer of all time.
Seasons, even when Wade went to the bench. Then again, LeBron's scoring doesn't seem that far behind Jordan's. He didn't match Michael's overall volume, but remember when Wade sat, LeBron cranked his volume up to MJ levels, and the overall Heat offense was dominant. That whole LeBron ball thing we discussed was pretty good.
Pretty good.
I have both of them as top 10 scorers and playmakers ever during these peaks, and both led high-end playoff offenses. Although Jordan's teams weren't as efficient as LeBron's until Pippen and the rest of the roster rounded into form. It was probably impossible to surround a superstar with specialists in the 80s and reach the offensive height that LeBron ball generated with competent three-point shooters. And that matters here, since this is all about impact relative to era. We only have league-wide plus-minus data in the playoffs since 1997, but Jordan's 3-year peak was up with the modern titans of this stat. And in a more stable metric like augmented plus-minus, MJ would rank second among all players on record. Of course, LeBron's best stretch is third all-time, only that came in his first Cleveland stint, and the fourth best stretch also belongs to LeBron from his second Cleveland stint. These results are all close enough that we can't really distinguish between them in a stat like this, but LeBron's Miami peak was a step lower because, as we've mentioned, letting Wade drive the offense at times took away some of LeBron's on-ball value. It's a similar story in box-only metrics, where Jordan has some separation from LeBron's MVP seasons in Cleveland and a slightly larger edge against him in Miami. Ultimately, I think team construction makes a big difference when choosing between these peaks. LeBron ball works with 3-and-D rosters and stretch big men, but it's also a slower, more tactical approach that doesn't fit as well next to other ball-dominant players.
So it's I feel like for LeBron, you'd have to make a perfect LeBron team. You have to make a certain type of team. I feel like Jordan would work a lot better with basically any team you give him. Basically, I mean, to make a perfect LeBron team versus like making a perfect Jordan team. I mean, maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know.
So if I'm forced to choose, and I don't really want to,
here we go.
I'd give the #1 multi-year peak to Michael Jordan.
There he goes. There he goes. I'm sure a lot of you are glad to hear that, man. Okay, so he's going with Jordan as the best player of all time, and LeBron is #2, which I would agree with. We both have the same top 2. All right, I think okay, let's let him explain the last reasoning here why he has Jordan above LeBron, and then I'll go through my entire top 10.
Because I think he fits on more teams, while LeBron really has to be the engine with spacers around him to
that makes sense.
It
makes sense.
Value.
It makes sense.
Now, I'm only one person, so Thinking Basketball subscribers on Patreon helped out by submitting their rankings after the
Go check out this guy on Patreon, man.
For a wisdom of crowds perspective.
Okay.
The voters also had a clear top 10 with a slightly different order. Duncan and Garnett first, but Garnett was far more polarizing. He was in the top 5 on 15% of ballots versus Duncan's 10%, but KG was left off of nearly a quarter ballots entirely, with Kobe replacing him.
Damn, he didn't have Kobe in the top 10 at all, which is actually insane.
On about 2/3 of those lists. Bird and Magic went next, and then the series' most polarizing player, Steph Curry. Curry finished 3rd in first place votes, while also finishing 8th in top 8 votes. Hakeem and Kareem were in a virtual tie, with Abdul-Jabbar grabbing about twice as many top 3 spots as Olajuwon. Well, Shaq was a clear number 3, placing 2nd or 3rd on nearly half the ballots.
Okay.
And for the #1 spot, 59% of voters went with Michael Jordan, enough to edge out LeBron James and his 32% of the first place votes.
There you go.
So, after 16 videos, 14 players, and 5 glorious decades of NBA history, this has been the greatest peaks.
Oh, this is so sad.
Thank
the ending
you
of the series.
so much for all of your support during this series.
We love you, Thinking Basketball.
This final episode thought-provoking.
Amazing final episode.
If you're wondering where to find old games, USA Sports on DVD was a huge source for this series.
Might be a good website, but all right. So that was the top 10 best NBA peaks since 1977. So okay, let's go to my personal top 10 list. So since 1977, my top 10 list at number 10, I had Kevin Durant. So I did not have Kevin Garnett in my top 10, but I did have Kevin Durant. The reason I had him above, I feel like his all-time great scoring. I do rate offense above defense. And I feel like his all-time great scoring. I mean, I feel like him and Steph Curry are some of the most efficient all-around scorers in NBA history. I mean, the guy's a 50-40-90 guy with high-volume threes. You know, we'll also, you know, I mean, the guy is 7 foot tall. I feel in his prime, he was a very unstoppable scorer. I think he does get played down more by his inability to, you know, really being, I feel like, that much of a floor raiser and, you know, that much of championship equity. Though he is very scalable. He does fit into a lot of teams, which is what made him so unfair on the Warriors in 17 and 18. So, yeah, I put him in number 10. Number 9, I had Tim Duncan, or we previously discussed. Number 8, I had Kobe Bryant. He did not make his top 10. I did have, you know, because I took off Kareem off the top 10, but, so I had Kobe, number 8. Yeah, number 7, I had Steph Curry, as previously discussed. Number 6, I had Hakeem. 5, Shaq. 4, Magic. 3, Bird. 2, LeBron. And number 1, Michael Jordan. Some honorable mentions that could have made the list. You know, guys who I had pretty close. Moses Malone. You know, I mean, the guy, I mean, he wasn't even mentioned here. He didn't have a Greatest Peaks episode, and he wasn't mentioned here. So I feel like he got a bit disrespected. I mean, the guy was the best player in the NBA in his peak for multiple years in the same era as Kareem, Magic, and Bird. You know, won a championship, dominated Kareem in '83. I feel like he should have at least gotten an episode on him. Wasn't even mentioned at all. So I'm a bit disappointed by him getting not mentioned. You know, Kevin Garnett, obviously I had pretty close to the top 10. He had him in the top 10, you know. Dirk, you know, he mentioned in the beginning and Wade. I both had pretty close. I both have them top 15 here. But then they were but pretty close. You know, Isaiah Thomas, you know, he was, you know, I think on par, you know. not really on par, but he was as close as anyone got to on the Magic and facing off against Magic and Jordan in the late 80s and 90s. One of the greatest scoring and assisting combos in NBA history, right next to guys like Magic, and David Robinson, who I got a Greatest Peaks episode on him, who wasn't really mentioned here, for just an all-time great two-way play. One of the greatest defenders of all time, probably top 5 defender, maybe like a top 5, top 10 defender of all time. On the same defensive, almost on the same defensive level as Hakeem, maybe a bit lower, but yeah. So that's it for the Greatest Peaks series, guys. So that is it. I know he's starting a new series on just offensive players, just offensive, just talking about them. I'm probably gonna watch more videos by him, discussing, just analyzing players' games. So I think this is a very interesting series. So hope you guys enjoyed me reacting to this entire series. Go subscribe to my original channel, and yeah, leave below your top 10 all-time list. And yeah, bye.